Hey everybody, I'm getting ready to do another pixel art stream here for Pyrotoad, doing more level art. Yeah, the usual, I was thinking we might do some podcast editing. I recorded a new podcast episode yesterday, so if we get bored of pixel art, then I will maybe do some editing, which will take a long time, so I may not finish, but yeah. We're gonna spread that link around real quick and then I'll be right with you. Alright, we're ready to go here. We've got this level, which we've made adjustments to in the last stream. And then we got the animations working, which took some troubleshooting to get the colors just right on this part. But yeah, we got it going. And then it got real late and I was just about to start doing this level, but did not actually start. But we got it set up already, so that's nice. We got a background layer, we got the reference layer, and then the blank art layer. So yeah, we're just gonna jump right in and start stealing tiles from here and putting them over there. So let's see what we can do first. I guess these little pillars might be the easiest place to start. We'll get the grid up and we'll just grab the tiles that we need here. We need these two, so we'll grab those also. And then we'll paste them on the art layer. And we weren't on the right layer to begin with, so let's get on the right layer, reselect it, copy it, and then now we've got what we need. So we'll put this there. Let's get the grid up on this. And then we'll grab these two tiles here. We'll move them over. There's one, there's the other. And actually, I think there was some variation. So there was this, oh, I moved that. There's this and that, so we'll grab this one also. Looks like there's a Pokemon in chat. Alright. So we'll throw this in here, and then we'll grab both of these, and we'll make a brush out of it with Control B, and we'll just start painting over some of the pillars here. But yeah, the podcast went really well. So, like I said, we might do some editing on that, which will be a lot of fun for me, I guess, because it's kind of a lot of work, and it'll be nice to have some people to chat with, or at least, you know, be able to speak about what I'm doing as I do it, rather than just staring into the screen and listening intently, which I'll still be doing, but it's actually not as bad as I'm making it sound. It'll be interesting for people who don't know much about what goes into editing a podcast, because there's actually kind of a lot, and it takes some work. So yeah, we probably want to do like an angle thing here. So let's get rid of that. But we'll go back to making these tops and bottoms here. Actually, so this one is a funky thing. It's got its own thing. So what we'll probably end up doing is making a new tile there, and new tile there, and we'll just make some new tiles for it. We should have enough. And knowing that this line is here is actually going to make making tiles a little bit easier, I think, for the background. So, because that was like an afterthought on the last level. Yeah, sometimes I think it's easier to start with the corners, and then sometimes I think it's easier to start with the insides. But I just tend to switch because you know, to keep things interesting. But yeah, the other day, or yesterday, I purchased a record that I'm looking forward to. It was actually a pre-order, so it was a little bit cheaper, I think, because it's a pre-order. But that means I gotta wait for it. And also the digital version isn't fully out yet. There's only like 4 tracks available. So I've only heard those 4 tracks on it, but I'm a big fan of the band. It's Black Moth Super Rainbow. Been a fan for a long time now. I've been collecting their records for a long time now too. The last one I got, I think last year around this time, they did a repressing of one of their most sought after albums, which was pretty cool. That one's called Start a People. I like that one a lot. And then this one, I can't remember the name of it since it's new, but it's cool, you know? I really like their stuff. But that means I have to get a record player, doesn't it? So I'm kind of setting myself up for another large purchase. Excuse me. I'm thinking I want to get the fancy one. The nice Pioneer. I can't remember the model, but it ain't cheap, that's for sure. So it's gonna have to be a reward for myself. So maybe if I get another client or something, get paid for something, then I'll feel better about making such a purchase. But I know I'm gonna like using it. It's gonna be a lot more sturdy than the other one. Even if something terrible happens, like the tone arm breaks, like what happened to my other one, I'll still be able to get use out of it because it's got digital capabilities. So it's a really interesting way that it works too. It uses this thing, I don't know what to call it, but this thing that goes on top of the spindle and kind of like clamps down on the record. And oh hey, I caught the shell gun. So it clamps down on the record, and then it uses it somehow wirelessly transmits the data to the software. So I'll be using probably this laptop. I do need to get a new laptop for like work stuff, but this one should work great for music because not doing any 3D processing, and yeah, this computer runs Ableton with Unity and other stuff going on at the same time pretty well. Throwing streaming on top with OBS and all that can kind of throw some sticks into the spokes there, but I don't know, we'll figure it out. Because it would be cool to do some DJ streams. I know that Twitch has like a whole DJing thing now, but I tend to do my own productions and not other people's stuff. I mean, granted, I did just buy someone else's record, but like I use that just to listen to, you know, just stuff that I like to enjoy. When it comes to DJing and stuff, I tend to just do my own thing, right? I actually like to do improv, like where there's no like set and there's no like sometimes I'll have ideas of things that I kind of want to do, but like I'll change on the fly and I'll just like put in records that I want to scratch, and I've got like a whole catalog of different stems that I've produced that I'll throw into the CDJs, and to me it's like swimming, it's like treading water, right? And it's just fun to listen and then like react, and I just really like doing that. So we'll take this tile. Yeah, we'll take these 2 tiles, or these 4 tiles rather, and we'll start pasting them in like so. Now, I'm not sure, to be honest, why Johnny uses these on the top. Maybe it's just for variation, but or maybe you need to jump through that. So yeah, you probably need to jump through that. So I'll probably end up changing these tiles here. Yeah. So we'll probably actually just remove these, and let's just keep moving for now. We'll take these. And yeah, it looks like there's no other bottoms down here, so we'll take these ones, and hopefully we can make this work. I know it looks a little funny right now, but let's get these tops in and see what we can do with that, because there is some variety in the tops here. Okay, yeah, so it works. I don't know if I planned that or if that's just luck, but it works. Cool, so we got those going. We can do the bottoms for these also. And I may need to change the corner there, I'm not sure. But for now it's fine. Did I miss something? No. And same there, I might need to change the corner there. So we'll grab these, throw them down here. But yeah, the podcast was a lot of fun. I'll probably keep bringing that up. We had 4 different people other than myself on there. 3 of them are game devs and 1 of them is a content creator, so that's pretty cool. Usually we have just game devs there, but this time I thought it would be interesting to have a content creator or just a regular gamer, rather than all devs, to kind of even things out a little bit and to provide some valuable insight that that sometimes you need as a developer. I think getting player feedback is always important. You can't work in a bubble, and yeah, it's great to get feedback from your peers and from other developers, or from your mom, even from anyone really, but it's going to be different when you get it from players, and we talk about it on the podcast. Players are a different breed. It's so interesting, because a dev can spend all this time working on something, and another dev will look at it and see the amount of time that went into it, and it's going to affect how they react to it, essentially. But a player, players, they typically don't care about any of that. And I mean, not all players, some players recognize that and they care about that. And but generally, when I speak about players, I'm talking about a large sampling of players, right? So you end up with these generalizations, and it's not good to generalize people, but it's hard to avoid in game development. When you get like a whole bunch of feedback, you tend to put people in camps. You got your people who are happy with the game, people who are unhappy with the game, and basically everything in between. Let's see if we can use this tile as a starting point for these, and then maybe change up the top half. So what we'll do first is we'll grab this color and we'll just kind of like draw over that, and then we'll get this color and make like an outline for it. The only reason why that's there is because it's part of this lip thing, so we don't need that on the other side. And yeah, we probably don't want those there. And then we can take this and drag that across so it's got that highlight. And then maybe we can get away with, oh, not that one, this one here, right? I guess that doesn't really work. Let's try this one instead. And that actually almost works, right? So if we, there's one pixel there that like should be highlighted but isn't, but otherwise if we do that, then we'll be making a whole new tile. So if we can get away with not doing that, it might be better. And then let's continue that pattern down here. And this one doesn't work as well because it doesn't have that dark pixel there. There's another Pokemon in chat. So yeah, it might be a good idea to change that. Also, let's take a look here. If we look at these corners are actually different than the other corners that I grabbed, because I grabbed these corners, but these corners are a little bit different. So maybe we should be using those for some of these, like where there's no spikes, right? Let's get the grid back on. Did I miss? I totally missed. That's not what we want. Paste. There we go. Now, I don't know if that'll help here. No, it actually makes it worse. But we'll fix it. And we'll grab this one also. Well, we could do that actually. That actually works okay. But this one still needs to be fixed, so we'll give it that. And then this one, I think we can leave that one. But yeah, let's take these corners and kind of fix the rest of them here. The ones that don't have spikes should have these rounded corners. The ones that do have spikes, we'll leave them. And I think we've got the same. Yeah, we've got bottoms that have that are made for spikes, right? Oh, hey! RSVP ASAP, thank you so much again for the raid. That's 2 for 2 now. That's pretty awesome. Thank you so much, very much appreciate it. How was the rest of your stream? I was lurking for most of it, but then I had to like make phone calls and do other things. I got a little sidetracked, but I very much appreciate the raid. I hope you're doing great. And everyone, if you don't know me, I'm Rick. I'm a game developer. I'm working on a game called Pyrotoad. You can see him jumping around at the bottom of the screen there, and making this game in GB Studio. So it's been a lot of fun. It was good. I'm pretty much done with the Steam stuff save for a trailer. Oh, cool. Awesome. Very glad to hear it. Very glad to hear it. That's so cool. Yeah, I'm happy that I was able to light the fire under you for that. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Do you have the page up yet? Is it? Oh, I guess you probably need the trailer before it's up, right? You really did. Well, thank you for I guess, yeah, thank you for doing that. It's got to be approved in any case. Yeah, it does have to be approved, that's right. Usually they're pretty quick about approving it, but sometimes there's like little things. Like for mine, they're like, you can't have this, because I had like a banner going across the corner of the image that said like, over 100 downloads, like the way Konami did for Gradius. It said like over 1 million sold. I was like, over 100 downloads. But you can submit it now. Okay, yeah, cool. Although, yeah, you probably want to get a trailer up there as soon as you can. But yeah, trailers are a whole nother thing, you know. Hopefully you're able to do it yourself. That saves on the cost, obviously. But yeah, it's not like a super easy thing to do either. Like especially if you're not like super savvy with that stuff. I'm not sure how well versed you are with video. But I'm excited to see the page once it's up. Hey, Bard Pixels here. How you doing, Bard? We just got a raid from RSVP ASAP. She's a Goblin VTuber and a game developer. She's working in Game Maker Studio. Bard Pixel is a Game Boy developer working on a game called Nunya. For some reason the shout out is not working there. I don't know why it keeps giving Bard a weird symbol before his shout out, so it didn't work. Oh, I hit the wrong button again. Let me do that. So yeah, Bard Pixel's awesome. You should go check out Bard if you haven't yet. Very cool dude. Making, yeah, Nunya, which actually won an award. Or not an award. It was what, 4th or 5th place in a game jam. So like that's pretty cool. That's close enough to an award to me that in my mind it's been awarded. Thanks for the shout out. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for dropping in. I have ideas for a better one, but I need some more assets first and definitely more time. Oh, did I miss what you wrote earlier? Let me scroll up a bit. Yeah, working on like half-hearted trailer. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no problem with that. I mean, something is better than nothing, I feel like a lot of the times, especially when you're still just like working out, you know, the Steam page and stuff like that. Of course, you want it to be as good as possible all the time, and mine, I wish that mine was as good, was better. I was actually thinking about making a new one, but yeah, it's like, I'll get on board with that. I think I'm gonna change the title first. Yeah, Steam page is like a whole beast of its own, you know. So yeah, congrats for getting it together though. Like that's really cool. Like that's gonna help a lot, I think, you know, because like people come to your stream and you'll be able to say like, oh, check out my Steam page, you know. I'm trying my best. You're doing fantastic. So, you know, your best is good. Your best is good. Oh, I guess I should change to... Well, I guess I need to make a tile for that. So I'll start with it. Excuse me. I'll start with this, and I'll just like change this one up a bit, right? I think this will work. And then we'll go with that color there. Yeah. I do gotta run, grab some dinner. I'll be lurking. Well, thank you very much for the lurk, and I hope you enjoy your dinner. Thank you again so much for the raid. I very much appreciate it. And I hope you have something very tasty to eat. Yeah, I had a sandwich just not that long ago myself. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Some turkey and salami. I'm a big fan of salami. Probably not the most healthiest thing, but I put some greens on there and some pepper jack cheese. I'm a big fan of peppers and or spicy peppers. I'm not really into sweet peppers. And then some mustard, right? Gotta have mustard. And then I had some yogurt on the side, some Greek yogurt. Been eating a lot of Greek yogurt. The plain with no added sugar or anything like that. No fruit at the bottom or nothing. Just like a big tub of plain Greek yogurt in bulk. It's actually not too expensive when you buy it like that. Saw earlier on Blue Sky that GP Compo 25 is on its way. They started organizing the jam. Wow, that's awesome. That makes me really want to do it. It's always a big surprise. Hey, Wallace Lovecraft, thanks for the follow. That's fantastic. Oh, I reached a follower goal thanks to you. Thank you for that. Yeah, hell yeah. Welcome in, Wallace. Hope you're doing well today. We're just doing some pixel art here for Pyrotoad, the little froggy at the bottom of the screen. He's yeah, there he is, jumping around. He's got a game coming out sometime soon. As soon as I finish the art, and yeah, very cool. Very much appreciate that. We're gonna do some stalactite stuff there, so I'm gonna leave that for now. And then this we'll use one of these tiles here. I'm gonna have to make some angles or steal some angles from the last level. Here's the last level we did. We did this on stream, and yeah. So we've got like all these tiles that we can use to make things go a little bit quicker for this part of the game. We're working in themes where like every 4 levels we switch the theme up, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. And I'm gonna grab some of these tiles here. We got, oh, I gotta make sure we're on the right layer, and we are. Okay, cool. That I wasn't on the right layer earlier. That's why. So yeah, paste that. Throw that in there, make a brush out of it, and we'll just paint these in over these things. Cause yeah, we're going over the placeholder art, which is this, and we're fixing it to look more like the level that I was just showing. But yeah, Bard, do you got any ideas for GB Compo? Because I don't. It would be cool to do a team jam for that. Of course, I guess I know more people now than I used to. Not until they announced the theme. Yeah, you know what? I tend to have an idea and then I'll like wrap the theme around the idea. Like that fishing game I made, I was thinking about that for months before. I was like, a spooky game? Well, maybe the fishing game could be spooky. And it worked great, so but yeah, you know, it always depends, right? Sometimes I'll like not want to do a jam because of the theme, and that kind of sucks, but it happens, you know. So I think we can probably do this. Oh, that's not what we want. We want this, yeah. But then it's gotta end. Yeah, I'm not sure about that yet. So start with that here. And then we can take this and put it there, and we'll take this one and put it here. So we've got some variation. Yeah, you know, I'm thinking I do know a handful of Game Boy devs now. It's pretty cool. Actually, I just yesterday, because I have a podcast that I do, just yesterday we recorded an episode that had a NES developer, a Game Boy developer, a Game Maker Studio developer, and then a content creator who does QA reports. And it was an interesting conversation. It was all discussion based, like a round table kind of thing. So we had a list of discussion topics, and we just kind of stopped looking at that and just chatted for a while. Actually, that's what we did. But we did hit on some of those topics. Yeah, I might actually edit some of it towards the end of this stream, because it definitely needs to be edited. It's like 4 hours of chatting, and in the end we just kind of devolve into like talking about whatever, so I'm probably going to cut a lot of that ending out. But yeah, as far as the game jam goes, I'm trying to think of Game Boy developers that I know. I've met a few of them because of the game jams and like reaching out to people with comments and stuff. The GB Compo, that's the one that's actually for Game Boy though, right? Because there was the GB Jam, which can like look like Game Boy games, but I preferred to make a Game Boy game for that anyways. Yeah, cool. The GB Compo is definitely more interesting to me, mostly because I get to download a bunch of games for free and put them on my Mii Mini and play. But yeah, it would be cool to make something. I'll have to keep track of that and be on top of it this time. For the GB Jam, I was like 3 days late, and then my game was super buggy because I should have spent that time debugging the game. But it looks like we're gonna have an ad break starting soon. I can't snooze it, so that's unfortunate. But it should only be a maximum of 2 minutes. And the ads are helpful because they prevent pre-rolls, so that way if someone just like is channel surfing and drops in, then they don't get barraged with ads as soon as they get here. And that's one thing that I hate personally, because if you like refresh someone's stream that doesn't have ads running periodically, then even just refreshing it is enough to trigger that pre-roll ad, and that's not fun. But yeah, it's gonna be starting any second. I'm gonna use the break to get some hydration going, and it should be a good time. Nothing like some water. My voice is already starting to get dry, I can feel it. So I'm gonna hold off until the ad pops on. Oh, did I miss a pixel? Alright, and there's the ad. So we're gonna BRB and hold off so no one misses anything. Alright, we're back. And I did mention my podcast earlier, but I didn't promote it, so let me throw the link in chat. And yeah, it's on Spotify and YouTube, so whichever is better for you, you can check it out there. It goes back about 5 or 6 years now, but I was very intermittent in my releases, so yep, sometimes I take a break. Like I was just looking, the last episode I released was 4 months ago, so but people are still listening, so that's cool, you know, like even when I step away from it, people still listen. That's a really good feeling. But yeah, I'm really excited for that GB compo. I'm thinking more and more about it now, and you know, working on this game with Johnny, I mean, he's really quick. So it might be fun to do something with the team, like I said. I kind of want to start using GitHub. Not that I've never used GitHub before, but it would be cool to do with GB Studio, I feel like, because a lot of times, because like I think there's like a limit to how much you can upload to GitHub, and then like a regular like Unity game or something like just breaks that limit right away. But something like this, you could actually do quite a bit within that, and not have to worry about the file size, you know. Do I have corner pieces? I do already have corner pieces. I should probably, well, I only have one corner piece, or I've got 2 corner pieces, but they're, yeah, well, we'll take these. But I need different corner pieces. In fact, I'm not even sure. Well, we can use this one here. And this doesn't even look like a corner piece. Interesting. Maybe I didn't feel like it needed it. That could happen. But it doesn't look right that way, so maybe we use this instead. Yep, that works. And so this one, wait, it's got that white dot there. Well, I guess it works there, but it doesn't work so well here. I wonder if I can do something to fix that. Like maybe switch these around. No. Well, I guess we can just get rid of that. They don't have to be the same across levels, but as long as they're the same on this scene. We'll take this and throw that there, and that works pretty well. So it's time to deal with this, I think. So we've got all of these cool tiles that I made for the top, and just gonna start grabbing them and see how they fit. So yeah, I think the player needs to be able to jump through this, and these don't need to be there. Like, we don't need that bridge thing there because you don't actually get on top of it, but I think we don't want the player to hit his head so he can make this jump. So we can grab these ones. We'll paste them there, and then this and this. Those work. Let's throw them down here for now. So we'll fill this in so we don't have to look at that. Otherwise my brain's gonna keep looking at that, and I'll be distracted, won't get anything done. But yeah, you know, on the GB compo, I wonder how much time they give you between telling you the theme and then starting the jam. Because that might make a bit of a difference for me. I have time to think about the theme. Or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe it won't make a difference. I'm trying to remember what the theme was. Oh, what was it? You Are the Monster, right? And I got really, I don't know the word, relaxed with that idea. And I made you a hacker because I wanted to make a hacking game. I had actually already started it. I didn't start it before the game jam, but I was like, I had the idea. So what I had started was a Unity game using like some of the characters, but I had to redraw them for Game Boy. So like, it's not like I had started it, but it's like I already had the idea, right? But yeah, I had to redraw everything for the game jam, so I didn't break any rules. But I did have that character design already in my head. It just needed to be redrawn because I was using 4 colors, because I didn't, back when I first started this project, I was like, I'm gonna make it look, because it was a Unity project, I'm gonna make it look like a Game Boy game. And Game Boy's got 4 colors, so I'm gonna make all the characters have 4 colors. Well, turns out you only get 3 characters for the colors. 3 colors for the characters. I don't know why that got flipped. The 4th color is for transparency. So I had to rework the characters to make it work. Or the one character. It was just the one character. Yeah. So I'm thinking this is what we need. Yeah. But yeah, everyone else was doing games about actual monsters in the literal sense. But luckily they're pretty lenient about the theme, I think, with the GB compo. It's more of just like a prompt rather than a rule, you know, of like, it's gotta be this theme exactly. You could be metaphorical with it, or symbolic with it. Symbolistic. Symbolic. Yeah, so now we've got spikes, and we could do lava, maybe? Well, I guess we can't really do lava because there's nothing on this side preventing the lava from overflowing. Yeah, so it looks like we'll be doing spikes, and then we've got these double spikes here that we can use. So yeah, make sure we're on the right layer. So yeah, we'll start with these double spikes. And yeah, over there too. And then we can just grab the tops and the bottoms and start making more spikes here. Yeah, I feel like it would be fun to get like non-Game Boy developers involved too, like people who only know pixel art or only know how to make music, and get them in on a game jam. You know, that way maybe they'll want to give it a shot on their own, you know. GB Studio is such a great engine for that, for like people learning. Because it's actually pretty easy. Now there are some bugs with GB Studio, and I'm learning that kind of the hard way. I've got a actually the game that I made for GB Jam was it was working fine. Had a save system in place and it was saving and loading fine, but then I went back and made like a new version of it where I added a bunch of features, and now all of a sudden it doesn't load all the time. It loads sometimes, but other times it gives me a kernel error, and sometimes it just gives me a weird buggy crash. Sometimes it loads the next scene, but all the graphics aren't working and some of the buttons don't work. So it's kind of a weird bug. I think it's an engine bug, but been chatting with people on the Discord, and I tried all of the things that I could figure, or that I could find online on how to fix that, because other people have this issue too. But the things that worked for them did not work for me, unfortunately. So this is a lily pad. I'm not sure if we're gonna have enough pallets for that, but we'll go to the first level and steal the lily pad from here. We might need to change the palette on it, but I don't know. It might look funny if we change the palette on it also. Yeah, so this stuff here is fine the way that it is. Although honestly, it would be cool to do something different with the ceiling here. Oh, there's a Pokemon in chat if anyone wants to try to catch that. In Unpheasant. If we take a look at this one, the whole ceiling is like this, you know, cave-like ceiling, and I think that looks better than this. So we should probably do that. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to just start deleting these, and let's see. Yeah, we'll give it 3 tiles, so there's some room. Just give myself some room there, and then we'll get rid of these, and we'll pull this up to there. And actually, we don't need to do that, do we? We can just grab a brush out of that and just start drawing. Oh, there we go. And so yeah, I can close this. We don't need to save it. We can just kind of start taking from here. Copy that, and I would say we could just paste over it, but we need to delete more tiles to do that. So let's just go ahead and do a mass deletion here. All right, so we do need it to be there, so that's something that we'll fix. Also, these should be a different tile. Oh, but we don't have the tile we need yet, so I'm gonna make them into what we need. And we'll just do the same thing, scooch things around a bit, so that way it's closer to what we're expecting. Hold on, what am I doing? There we go. And then this, and that. Because I feel like the spikes can't be floating, they gotta be attached. So but also that doesn't look too great, so let's bring that down, that down, that down. That looks a little bit better. But it still looks a little bit just too chunky at the bottom, so Yeah, I feel like this helps. So now it feels a little too sterile, or, you know, not natural enough, so. Alright, so this tile is a lot like that tile, but not exactly the same, so we should just make it exactly the same. But also, I'm not liking this. It just looks too blah. That looks better. So that fixes that. Now we can start with these stalactites. Let's change things up a bit here. These look a little weird. It looks fine on those, but I feel like it doesn't look right on these. So I think the answer is to scooch it all up a bit. To be honest, you know, maybe not. Maybe the answer is to change these, right? I think that looks a little bit better. So yeah, we'll have to delete some of these then. How does that look without the grid? Yeah, it doesn't look too weird. It looks a little weird, but it's nice because it adds some variation. It's not like the exact same thing. Yeah, so let's get rid of these tiles. Alright, so now we can start going nuts here. Let's just grab a whole chunk of it and throw it up against this wall. And yeah, that's perfect. I don't know. Sometimes it just works out like that, right? Just try to grab things randomly and then it works. Alright, so what we're actually gonna do is delete those, because I thought we needed those, but what we really need is these. So I'll just put them there and grab each individually and put them there. And then yeah, so now need to get rid of these tiles and these tiles and all of these tiles. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna do it anyways. Looks a little weird. Let's see how it looks without the grid. Yeah, you know, it looks a little weird, but it works. You know, it just looks like another stalactite coming off of it, you know. I don't think we need to really worry about that. Also, it's pretty high up in the level. You're not going to be really paying attention. I think we can grab this whole chunk. Well, we'll grab this because I don't know how much it fit, but don't want to go over. All right, so now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Did I miscount that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 14. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is a little weird, so we'll take these. And then we'll throw this one there. Alright, yeah. And then, so for these, we'll do the same thing. Yeah, we'll just go... Actually, we want these ones too. And then we'll take these, paint them up, brush there, and yeah, now we'll just take some more of these and kind of just fill things in. Can we make a small one, I wonder? Can we just go like that and that? Totally. Kind of looks like a dolphin or something, but that's okay. A dolphin with an underbite. So this level's like the foreground's ready to roll here, so oh, we do need the dotted lines, and I think we just used white for that, so I can actually just draw over it in white. I wonder if we can get away with doing that, or even what if we did that? We would be saving tiles. I think that works. We won't be able to do that here, but that's okay. We've saved one tile, or two actually. so. And then yeah, we don't need the corner there. We can just take this tile, throw that there. Looks like we're gonna have an ad in about a minute or so. Weird that it got funky there, but I guess it's okay. Yeah, and then we're just going off the screen there. I think that's all it does. Cool. So I'm actually going to start the ad break early. We've got about 40 seconds before it starts, but I'm going to make some tea, so it might take a little bit longer than the ad break. So I just got to boil some water, and then I'll be right back with my tea, and we'll work on the background, the dithering. So we'll be using stalactites and stalagmites from this level, and it should be lots of fun. So yeah, we'll BRB, and I'll be back with my tea. Thanks for hanging out.
Have you seen my wife?
There are some who call me Tim.
Y'all must be mistaken.
Alright, I am back from my tea making break. I hope you enjoyed the redeems that I fired off while I was making my tea. I'm a big fan of those redeems. I actually spent quite a bit of time on them, but totally worth it because it puts a smile on my face, even when I do them myself, so. Alright, so yeah. Let's export this first. That way we can make sure that well, first let's save it and then we'll export it. That way we can make sure we're not going crazy with the palettes, right? Because there's like a palette limit in GB Studio Color or Game Boy Color in GB Studio. So yeah, we'll export it to this folder and then we'll load up the build, the project here. So here you can see level 21. We've got the large bramble here. We've got spikes that disappear. We've got platforms. We've got wind. We've got spikes that disappear there. So there's a balloon there. There's a lot going on in this level. The light bulb affects these things. Got another light bulb there. It's actually a very difficult level too. But here's the level that we're working on now, level 21. Or level 22, rather. 21 AG is the name of the thing. I made a mistake making these levels, and I made this level prior, yeah, because the level names, the image names don't line up to the levels anymore. And before that, it was weird because I named them all level, but they were all just scene with a number before, so I renumbered them so I wouldn't make that mistake anymore. But yeah. So we ended up just switching some things around so that way the themes fit. And the difficulty is still pretty close to being where it should be, so like as far as the shape of the curve. At this point in the game, it's pretty tough. We're already at level 22, so... And there's only 34 levels, I think, so far. They get really tough towards the end. So... Or is this 35? 35. So there's 35 levels, at least right now. Who knows where things will go. But, it's a pretty good number considering the difficulty of some of the later levels. we get any harder, things won't be fun anymore, I don't think, but who knows. Alright, so we've got the assets folder, backgrounds. We'll actually go up one, and then we'll get the drawings out here. We got images, Aseprite, non-RSB, GB Studio, backgrounds, Pyrotoad, and then 21 AG color. So we'll grab this, copy it, we'll paste it into this, we'll rename it so it doesn't got the color there, and then we'll just replace the background that's already in there. Now we need to give it color. Looks like that's missing, so let's fix that. And then we'll go to color and let's see what the lily pad looks like. Lily pad looks good, so that's good. Sometimes if you run out of palettes, things get a little wonky. So, in my opinion, it's better to have it before you start going crazy with the background. So we'll make a new layer. We'll put it underneath the art layer. I've been calling it dither because the background's always dithered, and the whole thing is a background, so it's a little bit confusing. I'm gonna sip on my tea here. Got Earl Grey hot. How you have to say it, because for Star Trek purposes. I feel like I have the Star Trek redeem. I should get one of him saying Earl Grey hot. Maybe even give that his own redeem for that. Yeah, the Star Trek redeems are a lot of fun. Where is that? I'm gonna play another.
Pepperoni!
Pepperoni. That one's one of the shortest ones. Oh, hey, Yuri's here. Sorry I didn't see you there. Yuri's in YouTube chat. Welcome in, Yuri. It's hard for me to pay attention to both, but I've got you on screen. So now that I know that you're there, I'll be watching to see if you say anything in response. But yeah, we're just making a game called Pyrotoad in GB Studio and Aseprite, and my designer friend is making the design and I'm making the art, and we're both kind of chipping in on the music now, which is a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm a big fan of retro games and homebrew games, and it's always kind of been a dream of mine to make something for Game Boy, and yeah, I've been low-key chipping away at that stuff on my own, and then my designer friend Johnny Manjiro found me, and it's been lots of fun ever since. But yeah. So we've got this stuff here. We no longer need this cave, so that should save us some tiles. And I've got the foreground on a different layer, so we can steal, and I've got the dots on a different layer too, so that makes it much easier to steal from the dither 2 and dither 1. So that dither 2 is where we want to be. We'll start with this guy. That's a good place to start. And yeah. You know, maybe we do it here. And then let's do this big old guy. see where we can fit this in. I feel like that one shouldn't be there, but we'll deal with that later. Because it's working on this level. There's a helio tile. Hey, you're on you. Thanks for the sub. How you doing? Welcome in. It's Yuri from YouTube. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm just reading that now. Oh, are you streaming elsewhere? I can go there instead. Yeah, so it's just a little bit easier for me to keep track of Twitch, so I definitely appreciate that for sure. But yeah, I try to keep track of YouTube. It's just not very common that people drop into YouTube, so I tend to forget to look there, if I'm being fully honest here. But I very much appreciate you coming over to Twitch and for the sub. That's really cool, and thank you for the follow. Yeah, and we've got all these redeems and commands and stuff. I think that, yeah, I don't think any of that stuff works on YouTube, so Twitch is definitely the place to be. I don't know if you like Monty Python at all, but I got some Monty Python redeems. We got what else do we got? We got Star Trek.
It appears we have lost our sex appeal, Captain.
What else do we got? Meatwad.
Where's my whiskey? I'm gonna get tore up.
There's a whole lot to choose from, and they're really cheap on channel points, so it won't take you long to build up some channel points. And feel free to use them whenever. But yeah, that's super cool of you to switch over like that. So far, pretty much everyone who drops in on YouTube, they usually leave by the time I realize that they're in there, and then I'm talking to nobody, and maybe they check the VODs, but probably not. So it's really cool to see someone switch over like that. I very much appreciate that. But yeah, Yuri, are you a game developer at all, or an artist, or are you a retro enthusiast? Do you like Game Boy games or anything like that? Let me know. I'm always down to chat about just random things or whatever, you know. I am a man of many hobbies. I do a lot of different things. I'm a Unity developer, so I'm gonna get rid of that tile and that tile. We don't need those. That's just a waste of tiles. Yeah, I'm a Unity developer. Oh, we probably get rid of that one too then. I do some modding. I do traditional art, digital art, some animation. I went to school for 3D modeling and animation. That was a while ago now. Since then, well, right after school, I applied for a lot of different jobs in the games industry, and none of them got back to me for like a long time. And I went out on my own and started doing solo development, and that's kind of what led me here. But of course, I'm doing a team project now. And I can show you the game engine here. This is GB Studio. So we're at level 22, and there's 34 levels. So the game designer, Johnny Mangiero, made all of the placeholder art and just started designing the game before we had any art. And then I've been slowly but surely filling in the levels with art. And he's been doing things like adding tutorial, adding a password screen. I still need to make the title art, and we've been chipping away at adding music to the game. And yeah, it should be coming soon for GB Studio. We don't have a release date planned yet, but or for Game Boy Color, sorry. And yeah, we're hoping to get a cartridge out, and then we're also hoping to have a itch page and a Steam page. But yeah, like, you know, one foot before the other, one step at a time, and hopefully we get there. But yeah, we'll just have to see where it goes. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun working on it. I'm kind of just looking over the level design here. Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna have to jump on this thing, jump over the spikes, hit the balloon and jump over these spikes, but then land back on the platform and then jump over those spikes and then drop down there and then get up there and then jump back. We'll jump on that thing to get the fire. So this is why it's called Pyrotoad, is that when you hit one of these fireflies, then it lights you on fire, and then you can shoot one of these brambles. Sorry if I don't interact much, my English is kind of broken, but man, I do find game dev interesting. That's no problem at all. I appreciate any interaction, and I don't mind at all if your English is broken, but also if you don't interact much, that's fine too. I just started college and I'm jumping into coding in pixel art. Oh, very cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I graduated college in 2009, so it's been a while now. And I didn't learn any pixel art or coding in college, but since then I've been doing quite a bit. It actually took me a while to get into pixel art. I was so embedded in the 3D stuff after getting a degree in 3D modeling and animation. And really the whole goal why I started coding in at all was because I just wanted to see my art move. I was like, if you know, I can make these animations and stuff, but I can't put them in a game, like that's kind of lame. So I just started teaching myself how to do it. You know, YouTube was kind of still in its infancy back then, because that came out in 2006 and I graduated 3 years later. By the time that I graduated, there still wasn't tutorials, at least not good ones, on YouTube yet. So there was, especially not for coding. And so I was kind of grasping at straws for a bit there. I was using XNA, which is deprecated now, but at the time it was being used to make Xbox games for the original Xbox. And yeah, like a lot of indie games were coming out, and that it made it seem possible, but it was still very, very difficult back then. And eventually I found Unity. Unity kind of made things a lot easier for me, but still I started running into walls where it was like, wow, the UI is really difficult to do in old Unity. But they updated their UI system, and Unity's been updating the engine, so it is a lot easier now. But since then, you know, I started getting into homebrew, and that's where GB Studio comes in. It's a free engine. You do have to worry with the about the requirements of the Game Boy, like the limitations of the Game Boy, because the Game Boy is really limiting. The Game Boy Color isn't as limiting, but it has its own limitations with like the palettes and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I really want to get into NES development, and the designer of this is actually, he's coming from NES development and starting with GB Studio. So I've been able to teach him some stuff about GB Studio, and maybe one day he'll return the favor and teach me some stuff about NES development, because I've always wanted to do NES stuff, and honestly part of the reason why I started doing GB Studio is because it was like the easiest entry point for me to get into homebrew. So I definitely recommend it as an entry point. You don't actually need to do any coding with it. I do a little bit of coding. Like if we go to this level here, here I've attached a timer, which is an event, so there's no coding there, but then I use these GBVM scripts, which is technically coding, but it's kind of a convoluted code, and you basically just have to learn what it is and what it's doing. But yeah, we're replacing a tile at this coordinate. So 24 or 2614 is right here, right? Or no, I'm sorry, right here. 2614, because this is the wind. The lava is at 1429. But yeah, and then we're we're using this Bank BG tile swap tile set, right, which is actually a scene that's all the way over here. So this is all for tile swapping, and these are the wind tiles, and here's the lava tiles. So what I'm doing is I'm using an index value to cycle through these animations and swap each time it cycles. So if we go back down to level 20 something, level 21, level 20, yeah. You can see that it's using this variable loop index, and this one is variable loop index 1, and this is just variable loop index because there's only two different tile swapping occasions in this level, where on this level there's also two, but they're different tiles. Some of them require more, so we've actually got one level that has like 4 in here somewhere. This level here, because these are two different tiles that need to be swapped, right? So that way the spikes can move up and down. And then the sand has two different tiles because it's got a top and a bottom. So that makes all 4 of the tile swapping that we've used, like a maximum of 4. So there are 4 different variables for tile swapping. Even though this particular level only uses 2, this level doesn't use any. So yeah, that's honestly one of the more difficult parts of GB Studio is learning the tile swapping. But since then, they've actually made a tile swapping event, so you can just go to add event and do tile swap and replace tile at position. Replace tile at position from sequence. So like you can do tile swapping without any code now. It wasn't that way when I first started with the engine, and I've kind of gotten used to doing it the old way. And that event is really just doing what that script is doing. So it's kind of one and the same. But also, if you're into coding, you can eject the engine and recode the engine. In fact, someone made a hacked version of the engine because it's open source. They changed it so it produces NES games. So I actually really want to get into that, but I don't think we're going to do it for this game because it requires some extra stuff. But yeah, I'm excited to eventually make a NES ROM, even if it looks like a Game Boy game, because that'd just be cool. I like the look of Game Boy games. Damn, that's so cool, but it also seems complicated. It's a little complicated, but I'll tell you what, it's a lot less complicated than either coding an engine from scratch like you would in XNA, or even using an engine like Unity or Unreal, where you kind of have to learn all the different bells and whistles of the engine. But yeah, I mean, if you're just into the art side of it, then making the pixel art is super easy, and if you're just into the coding side of things, then sometimes it's probably easier to learn like C# or something like that, I feel like, or even Lua or JavaScript, or you know, popular high-level languages. Of course, if you're really into the thick of things, then maybe something like C or C++ is, you know, what you're looking for. And then you can code games without using an engine. You can write your own engine and stuff like that. Or one of my friends does assembly programming, 6502 assembly for NES, and that's how he coded an entire game like that.
Hello.
How you doing, Wallace?
Because it's 420 somewhere.
It's 420 somewhere. The sound of the Starbucks at the same time, that was hilarious. Nice work with the redeems there. Welcome in, I hope you're having a good day.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
I'm gonna sip on my tea for a second here.
Let's not bicker and argue about who killed who.
Yeah, we got a whole array of different redeems. They might overlap a little bit, but that's okay.
I am a banana!
Did I make it clear that your job is at stake?
Oh, there's a Wigglytuff in chat.
Playtime is over.
If anyone wants to try to catch that.
It is time.
It is time. It's time for redeems. Yeah, so if you do Pokestart, you can start your Pokemon journey there. And you got a Litten.
Almost gave me the wrong shit.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun with the redeems, Wallace. Spent a lot of time making them, so I'm glad you're using them. Shut up, Wesley. It's one of my favorites. Yeah. Mega high.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the redeems always put a smile on my face.
Yo, hi!
Hack the plan. Oh yeah, there's a whole lot of commands for the Pokemon game, but mostly Pokeball throws a Pokeball, Pokeshop, and then Pokeball and a number. You get to buy your Pokeballs. The more you chat, I think, the more money you make, and yeah, I think you can make extra money by following the creators of the game.
Could I speak to the drug dealer of the house, please?
Last Action Hero, I love that one.
Go ahead, make my day.
Man, I love Pokemon. Played a lot of it in GBA. Oh, cool. Yeah, I actually. Oh, there's an ad about to start. Oh, we got about 3 minutes before the ad. I actually never got a GBA. I finally first started playing GBA games when Nintendo Switch Online added that, and I finally got to play some of them. I haven't had a whole lot of time to play them though since that, but yeah, Game Boy was big for me, and then by the time GBA came out, I was already pretty broke. Ran out of points. Oh no. Well, you get them pretty quick. I made them pretty cheap too. But I'm glad you're having fun there, Wallace. Hope you're having a great time. Yeah, I made them to use them. That's for sure. I wonder if we can, because it's gonna be like cut off. How will that look? Will that look bad? It won't look great. So I think we might actually want to make some changes here. The way that we do things. What if we like fade it out, right? What game are you playing on GBA? I haven't actually played, like, I haven't sat down and said, like, this is the game that I'm gonna play, unfortunately. But I was playing a lot of WarioWare, because that was like the first time I'd ever seen that game, and that was a lot of fun. I thought that was pretty good. I was playing, I can't remember the name of it, but that one with the spinny thing that you like have to like guide through, that like kind of puzzle level type stuff. And that was fun, but I didn't like get like hooked on it or anything like that. I really wanted to play the Zelda games, that are on there. But again, like time is hard to come by for me. I usually, if I have extra time, I usually end up doing something like this, where it's like actually work, but it's fun work, you know. Oh yeah, Nintendo stuff is very overpriced here in Brazil, so I only played in emulator. I don't blame you there. Yeah, Nintendo stuff is just overpriced anywhere. But yeah, I could see how being in Brazil would make it even worse. Because they just don't have sales. It's ridiculous. On the Switch Online expansion. Yeah, exactly. The expansion's pretty cool, but like I feel like I spend so much money on it and don't really use it that much. Nintendo is your most expensive console. Right on. Yeah, I got a Steam Deck, which is definitely more expensive, but like the games aren't nearly as expensive as like a first-party Nintendo game. But we are gonna have an ad soon. I tried to snooze it as much as I could, but we've run out of snoozes. But the ads are good for the channel because they prevent the pre-rolled ads. So if anyone comes in channel surfing, then they don't get a whole bunch of ads right when they get here. Or if you need to refresh your browser or something like that, then you won't get a whole bunch of ads for that. And they're only 2-minute ads, so it shouldn't be, or a maximum of 2 minutes. Sometimes it's less than 2 minutes, so yeah. But it gives me a chance to sip on my tea a little bit too. I really appreciate everyone hanging out. I've gotten really into the Nintendo 64 games on the expansion. That was my main reason for paying the money for that. Playing 007 online makes it all worth it. But yeah, we'll take a quick break during the ads here. All right, we're back from the ad break. Yeah, the emulators, you know, I love emulators. I'm a big fan of emulators. And with the emulator, you can play online using Parsec, which is like a tool for, you know, remote play, and that's awesome. Like, so I mean, I get that Nintendo's probably not happy about that, but they need to relax a little bit, I think. You know, especially with all the recent stuff about them like going after streamers for using mods. Like, come on. You know, I think mods are important. They help to keep games alive. You know, they help to bring the community together and stuff. You know, they help to get you involved in game development. I started as a modder. I sometimes I do mods, you know, like professionally even. So like people will pay me to do mods on occasion. And like for Nintendo to say like, oh, mods shouldn't be a thing, like that's ridiculous, you know. But yeah, I think that what we should do is like use tiles like this and then kind of fade out into like, so that way it like, it doesn't just like start out of nowhere, but it also like I don't know, fits the art and the level and stuff. There will be more tiles. I keep bringing up tiles because Game Boy has strict tile requirements. These are the tiles, like an 8x8 pixel square is a tile. So that's why I've got the grid up, and that's why each of these are the exact same, and each of these are the exact same. These are the same, these are the same, these are the same. It's to cut down on unique tile count. And if we go into GB Studio here and click on the scene, it'll actually tell you how many unique tiles it's using, which is really cool. One thing it doesn't do yet, which I hope they change, is that it doesn't count how many palettes you're using. It just kind of fixes and like forces it to be using the correct amount of palettes, but it will make it will affect the UI palette as well as the sprite palette is affected by those palettes as well. So like there's a lot of give and take and a little bit of troubleshooting to get it to look just right. But yeah, I've been having a blast with the engine. There are a couple bugs with it and stuff like that, but it's nothing too serious, or at least not for most people. Yeah, so that has to go like that. But we could use this and kind of... Now it looks like it's coming off of that, so that looks okay. Could probably start doing more with this. You know, I probably want to work with big stuff first, so I probably want to grab all of this. That way we can kind of like fill in the spaces with the rest of it. But yeah, Nintendo Switch Online, like, I love that they made it like free to play NES and Super Nintendo and Sega, like, because those libraries are getting pretty big. I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, to pay extra on the Nintendo 64, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna do it. They kind of got me because I want that, but at the same time, I really wish that it was free. You know, Nintendo makes some poor decisions in my book. Like Mario 35. Like, why'd you get rid of Mario 35? That was my favorite, like, Nintendo Switch game, for sure. Especially like first party Nintendo games. That was my top down, or hands down, favorite NES game. And they just like willy-nilly just get rid of it because like, oh, it was only gonna be up for a few months anyways. Like, I just want to play more of that, so it'd be cool if they didn't get rid of it. I hope that they do something for Mario 3. It's getting its like 35th anniversary coming up or whatever, or 30th anniversary or whatever it is, and that'd be fantastic if they did that. I think that's all right. I'm looking at the tiles to make sure yeah, because it's got these jaggies, but I kind of did that myself, right? So yeah, so I guess we really can't fit that much more unless we go through that. So, but what we can do, hey, Arancini9, how you doing? How's it going? It's going good. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you as well. I hope you're doing awesome. Yeah, I'm just chipping away at this pixel art here, chatting with some new chatters, and having a good old time here. So yeah, we're making this level. We can check it out in the engine. Level 22. And this is for Pyrotoad, which is a precision puzzle platformer. Doing well, thanks. Absolutely. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. Any cool stuff going on with you today? nothing crazy going on with me. I had a consultation with the pest control people that are warranted with the builder of this house to talk about the warranty. It was the most ridiculous thing in the world. First of all, these people have called me like numerous times, and finally I answer. I'm like, what is it? Kind of thing. Like, I don't really take kindly to that kind of stuff. Not that I was mean to them, but it's just like, you know, like what's so important that you keep calling me? Laugh out loud. I am an exterminator. Are you really? That's hilarious. So you probably know exactly what's going on here. So yeah, when the house was built, because this is like termite territory. Oh, there's a Pokemon chat. This is like termite territory out here in Oklahoma, apparently. And because yeah, when I was moving in, I even asked the realtor. I'm like, just out of curiosity, what like pests do people worry about here? Because I know in Phoenix they had cockroaches and rats and pigeons and all types of stuff in Phoenix. And here they're like, oh, nothing really, just termites, But that's not usually an issue with new houses. And because they put these termite baits around the house every few yards or something like that, and there's a warranty on it. They want me to like extend the warranty after the year is up, so they like send someone to the house to pretend to be my friend or something. Like it's really weird, right? Because it's like they call me up and they're like, we're gonna have this person come for a consultation. Just termites is not reassuring. Hey, it could be worse. Oh, and some scorpions, I guess. Some people get scorpions here, which is interesting. But you know what? I lived in Phoenix, and I only saw one scorpion for the 6 years that I was there. And it was a tailless whip scorpion, which are harmless. They can't even hurt people. They're like... I don't know, it was on my wall when I woke up one morning. It was really kind of creepy, but I thought it was a spider because it didn't have a tail. But then after I squished it, I realized that it was a scorpion. It was hiding its little pinchers, and it looked like massive fangs, but they were actually pinchers that were all like kind of balled up, and no tail, just these huge whip things, right? That's why they call it a tailless whip scorpion. But yeah, so I guess that's a thing. But yeah, so they call me up. They're like, we're not trying to sell you anything. We're just going to talk to you about your warranty. And I'm thinking in my head, well, why can't you just email me what you need to tell me, or just tell me now? And they're like, oh, it's a 10-minute consultation. We'll come to your house. Like, why do you gotta come to my house for a 10-minute talk? Like, can't you just tell me over the phone or send me an email? I've heard mixed reviews about the bait stations. If you haven't actually had termites in the house, that's probably unnecessary. Yeah, probably, but I guess the whole point is that it prevents them from coming from the neighbor's house or something like that. If a neighbor has an issue with termites and they come here, they go to the bait stations first, they bring it back to their hive and it kills the hive, right? That's supposedly what happens. I think it's just an insurance thing, like not like literal insurance, but like just an added layer of protection, right? But yeah, a new house is probably going to be okay. As long as I don't bring in old furniture that's like getting eaten, you know what I mean? That's what I'm a little worried about. Like, I still haven't bought furniture yet, so I'm probably gonna end up getting new stuff. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so they comes here, and first of all, they're like, we'll call you before we get there. And what time is good for you? I'm like, honestly, what time is good for you? I don't really care. So they were like, oh, we'll be there at 10 or 11, or 10 to 11. We'll give you a call beforehand. So 9:53 rolls around, and the guy's ringing my doorbell. I was like, I thought you were gonna call first. He's like, oh, sorry about that. And then he literally just hands me a folder and says, like, you've got a year warranty on that. Basically says the same thing the woman said on the phone, and asked me if I have any questions, and I say no. And then that was it. That was the whole conversation. It was less than 10 minutes. It was like 3.5 minutes. And he drove all the way here, and we had to set up an appointment to do that. It just seems so ridiculous. Like, just send me an email. Like, holy cow. But yeah, I'm sure they have their reasoning. I think it's probably because they're trying to get buddy so that way they could like sell me termite stuff. But you know, honestly, I looked at the reviews on Yelp for this company, and they're so scathing. It's like the worst reviews. Them saying like they came to my house for a consultation, told me that my tree had bagworms, and then they killed the tree with the spray. like things like that. And then they said they'd come back and fix it, and then they broke it some more. Like, and it was just like one after another. And I'm sure it's hard to get good reviews. That's what they always say, though. Like it's really hard to get a good reviewed, and it's really easy to get a bad review. And then the only good reviews had like the company wants him to upsell, but sounds like he was just trying to get through the day. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to get through the day. He looked really tired too. Like, I mean, I was only up for maybe an hour or two before he got here, but he looked like he just crawled out of bed. Also, he had a broken arm. I felt bad for him. I broke my arm probably when I was about maybe just a few years older than he is. You know, he looked a little bit younger, and that sucks breaking. Like when you're a kid, you break your arm, it's like whatever. But when you're an adult and you break your arm, that sucks. Cause like there's like physical therapy, and like I shattered my wrist. It's never gonna be the same. You know, like I'm super grateful that I have the like mobility that I have with it. But yeah, some of the big companies run those guys ragged. I believe it. But I'm definitely weary of door-to-door people now, because the first one that came was a solar panel salesman, and he like nearly had me. I had already like signed papers and stuff like that before I went online and checked the reviews, and the reviews were so bad that I had to like send out some FedExes, like overnight FedExes to these companies to have them cancel the contracts and make sure it was like legally binding that I was canceling these contracts, because I was like not going through with this. And it was one of those pushy salesmen. It's like, oh, you know, if you don't, solar sales reps are no joke. Yeah. They know what they're doing, and they get paid a lot of money, I'm sure. But at the same time, they get commission based, so they're like bloodthirsty. You know, they'll tell you things that aren't even true just to get you to sign the papers, and then hope. Like the guy told me, is like, if you sign the paper now and you say that you don't want to go through with it, like there's no charge, it'll be fine, like everything. And I'm still getting texts because I'm still in their system and stuff. It's like enough to give me nightmares. Like I'm not trying to put holes in my roof, you know what I mean? Like I just got this roof. But I've been lucky, only broke a finger. That is lucky. Yeah, I mean it sucks to break a finger, obviously. I broke my pinky and I never got it set, and now it does. It's like I can move it with my thumb up to like, you know, where it's supposed to go, but other than that, on its own it only goes to about 45 degrees, and so I can't do like the rock on devil horns with that hand. But yeah, I broke that snowboarding, so that was my own fault. Actually, when I shattered my wrist, it was my own fault too. I was trying to impress a girl skateboarding. She was, you know, I had been dating her for a bit, and she was a skateboarder, and she wanted to go longboarding with me. So we were going longboarding around town. She gave me her sister's board, and all of a sudden we got to like a hill, and she's like, all right, Rick, don't go down this hill. This is for professionals. I'm going to go, but you don't go. Just don't do it. Trust me. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to try it. She's like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm like, you did it. I got to do it. And sure enough, head over heels, shattered my wrist. Luckily, I didn't shatter my skull, because I wasn't wearing a helmet or nothing. And yeah, I did not impress her, to say the least. Oh man, I'm getting carried away here. So yeah, I'm making stalactites. Ouch, understandable though. Yeah. I mean, you know, I should have been smarter. You know, the thing was that the board was like super loose trucks, because it was her sister's, and her sister didn't like know like as much as she did about it. She was quite a bit younger than the girl I was dating, so like I don't think it had proper maintenance, and it was just too loose. You don't go downhill with trucks that loose. I mean, you can go around town with trucks that loose, but downhill you get the speed wobbles like right away, like instant speed wobbles, and then that's just, you're gonna fall. Aim for the grass, which is what I did. I landed in the grass, but I still hit hard enough to completely shatter the wrist. I mean, it was shattered so bad that there was nearly a centimeter of bone that was completely turned into dust. I mean, it didn't even break the skin, but that there was a 0.9 centimeters was gone. They had to fill it in with cement because, and I need like 9 screws. Oh, thank you for the follow. I very much appreciate that. Yeah. Nice work with the jump catch. Possible bursting. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I said welcome in, possible bursting. I appreciate you hanging out. But yeah, you know, I was paying off that wrist for a long time. I think it was like 6 or 7 years I was paying it off. So like what, 2013 to 2017. So maybe not that long. It was what? So what, like 3-4 years or something like that. Yeah, like 4 years I was paying off that wrist. Like my wages were being garnished or whatever, right? Like they yeah, I had to pay it off. Eventually I got into like, because it was like a lot of money a month, and then eventually I got into like chill out on that shit and got it down to like $50 a month or something like that. So it took a little bit longer because of that, but like I didn't want to spend all of my money. I was nearly broke at that time. I was living in like the ghetto, and I could barely afford rent. And I had a job, but it sucked. It wasn't a good job. I was working at a picture framing studio. They started me at like $13 an hour or something like that. And it was hard work too. Every couple weeks we had to bring in new molding, right? Which comes in like these big sticks, right? These huge sticks, and the boxes are like 75 pounds a piece. And we lifted them one by one. Like, there were some new guys that would be like, oh, you get that side, I'll get this side. Like, that's not how we do it here. You get in the middle and you balance that shit, and it's only 75 pounds, you know? So it was arm day is what we called it. But yeah, it was difficult work. I mean, it wasn't the most difficult work, but it was strenuous, and it took a lot out of you. What I was doing was a lot of counting and stuff, and then a lot of repetitive stuff. How should I do this? Maybe take 2 away there, and let's take a look and see. That looks okay. But yeah, eventually because I started like on the mat cutters, and then eventually I moved to like the laser cutter, and I kind of became like the laser guy. And yeah, lasers are fun, but you know what's not fun is like putting together the shit that you make from the laser. Like, especially like if it's not like, I mean, some of it was kind of artful, which was cool, or I'd do like custom logos for people and stuff like that. But sometimes it was just like, all right, we need 100 of these, 150 of these, 200 of those, and then we need plates at the same time. So I'd have one laser doing like etching plates. You know how when you have like picture framing, there'll be like a little plate that says something, and then I would be making custom banners and custom logos for other pieces. And yeah, so constantly I'd have that, and then they'd throw shit in there and be like, we need these baseballs. I don't know if you've ever lasered leather before, but it smells like shit. Or we need these baseball bats. It was mostly all sports shit. But I got to meet some celebrities through it, which is kind of interesting because it was all like sports memorabilia that was autographed. But it wasn't all sports stuff. It was like actors and stuff too. So I actually got to meet the Fonz. from was it Happy Days, or I don't even know what show the Fonz was in. Henry Winkler is his real name though. You know what's funny? We were selling Waterboy stuff. He was the coach in Waterboy. Yeah, Happy Days. And we were selling Waterboy stuff, so it would be like a Waterboy jersey signed by Henry Winkler. Yeah, a bunch of different Waterboy stuff. But I also got to meet Magic Johnson, because we had an exclusive with Magic Johnson. He wasn't signing for anyone else during the period that I was working there, and yeah, lots of Magic Johnson shit. So we had these floor tiles that we got from like someone who makes like flooring, and we basically pretended that they were like floorboards from a basketball court, and then we lasered them, which sucked because they were stained, and like we had ventilation, but still it would get sticky and like nasty, and it smelled bad. He sold Roger Clemens a cell phone back in the day. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, you know, on that note, when I was working at TSYS, this credit card processor, there was this story floating around. Of course, I wasn't working there when this occurred, but oh, I guess we can get rid of these tiles while we're at it, right? There was this story floating around that this person got fired for because they got a call from The Rock, and because I guess The Rock had his own business, Dwayne Johnson, right? He had his own business, and he was using like a credit card processor, and he called the help number, and that was my job, was the help number for the credit card processors or the terminals, because I worked for the processor. And yeah, so this person asked The Rock if he could smell what The Rock was cooking, and The Rock got really upset and had this person fired. Yeah. But who else did I meet? I met yeah, Magic Johnson, Henry Winkler, and then Kurt Warner, I think is his name, or Kurt Wagner. I think it's Warner, some football player. And then there was David Johnson, who was a football player, or I don't know if he still plays in Arizona, but he was an Arizona Cardinal. I'm not a sports guy though. It's funny because I worked at this place where you like had to know sports people. Magic was a sports idol as a kid. That's really awesome. That's cool. Yeah, honestly, like I remember like Magic Johnson being on like this AIDS like what do they call that? Like a not a promotion for AIDS, but I forget the word. Where they like try to create visibility, right? Charity. Yeah, well, it wasn't a charity either. It was like trying to say like, hey, like watch out for AIDS kind of thing. And it was like before like the Ninja Turtles movie or something like that on VHS. And that's what I remember Magic Johnson for. But yeah, it's crazy that he is still like kicking it and still going strong. He like cured his AIDS somehow. I don't know how that works, but I'm happy for him. That's pretty freaking awesome. But then yeah, I also met and got to party with Dennis Rodman. Like I have a picture with all those people, but I actually got to party with Dennis Rodman. And like he flew in to Phoenix to party at this mansion that my boss, because my boss was like a fucking, you know, a millionaire, right? And he was buddy with these sports people, so he actually was friends with Dennis Rodman, and he convinced Dennis Rodman to fly into Phoenix and come to this mansion that he was renting for the Christmas party for our business. And yeah, he hung out. He was interesting, you know. I mean, he didn't say a whole lot. He was smiling the whole time though. He was having a good time. He had a cigar. He had like this fancy scarf. He was wearing a lot of makeup, but like normal makeup, but just like really caked on. And yeah, I got to chat with him for a second, and because I told him, I was like, you know, I'm from Chicago, and I think I saw you play back after Michael left. After Michael Jordan left and the tickets went cheap, and he was like, cool, man. That's all he said to me, but it was cool, you know, we got a picture together. All of these people were so much taller than me, except for Henry Winkler. Me and him were close in height, at least. Everyone else was just like dwarfing me in height comparison. I'm not a super tall person. I'm like 5'8", but yeah. Ask him if we can have permission to call our game Dennis Rodman. I don't think he'll say yes. I don't think he'd remember me, to be honest, you know? What am I gonna say? Like, hey, I was at that Christmas party. Look at this picture of us together. Do you remember me? He'd be like, no. But yeah, we're gonna have an ad here. I'm gonna snooze it if I can real quick. Yeah, we'll snooze the ad. Did I get it? It still says ad. Okay, ad starting soon, yeah. Yeah, Johnny, I don't know if you heard that story before, but yeah, I worked for a frame shop, and I got to meet some people, and Dennis Rodman was one of them. Yeah, I've got pictures of him on my Instagram of all those different people I met. Well, I've got two different Instagrams. I've got an art one and like a more personal one, and they're not on the art one. But yeah. It was interesting working there. We did a lot of golf shit. I never met any golfers, but there was like a big Waste Management Open was right next to us, which I thought was an interesting name for a golf thing. But yeah, I don't know. Picture framing isn't all it's cracked up to be, especially if you don't own the business. If you own the business, the profit margins are fantastic. If you don't own the business, you're kind of getting screwed. That's picture framing for you. I got to learn some cool shit, but mostly about the laser. Like, at one point I applied to work at the company that made one of the lasers, like Trotec, I think is what it was. That is nuts. Yeah, my only claim to fame is randomly meeting Pauly Shore. Pauly Shore, that's a good one, dude. I would love to meet Pauly Shore. Like, don't get me wrong, like, some of his work kind of annoys me, but he's also freaking hilarious and other shit, right? Like, Biodome, right? And, Encino Man. What was that? Son-in-Law, right? Dude, I love those movies as a kid. He seems like he would be cool to chat with, fun to chat with. Yeah, I wonder, you know, sometimes like the people who are like really well known, they're real short with people that aren't, you know, like if you're not a celebrity, you're nothing. But yeah, I wonder what was it like randomly meeting Pauly Shore? He was on top of the world for a minute. Yeah, he was in the early 90s. He was very popular. I mean, he was more popular than Brendan Fraser, I think. Although Brendan Fraser never really got super popular either. Maybe shortly after, you know, what was it, Bedazzled and Blast from the Past and what was it, Mighty Joe Young, I think. And like after that, it's like, okay, well apparently he does anything, and then people stop watching his films, I think, or during that period rather. I was on a school field trip, so I didn't talk to him, but some other kids did. Oh wow, well that's cool that you got to see him there. You know, so and you guys might know this celebrity because it's like a Chicago celebrity, but there's this radio jockey named Mancow. He had this show called Mancow's Morning Madhouse, and it eventually got aired on TV, I think. But still, I don't think people outside Chicago really knew what it was. But it was like a Howard Stern type thing for Chicago, right? And I was at this because he worked for Q101, which was a radio station in Chicago, and I was at this Q101 concert with a buddy of mine. And we were in line. I think my buddy was getting a beer or something like that. I can't remember what we were in line for. And he was wearing a Mancow T-shirt, right? And he said something about the guy in front of us in line, and like I can't remember what he said, but it was really mean and like foul language. what he said about the guy in front of us, and the guy in front of us turns around and it's fucking Man Cow. It's the guy on his t-shirt. and like, it took us a second to realize what was happening. But it was so weird. We just kind of shut the fuck up, and then he turned back around and got his beer. Oh man, who's Man Cow? Like I said, he's a Chicago celebrity. He used to do commercials that were like local commercials, but mostly he was a disc jockey for this Q101 radio station. Then he had his own TV show for a bit that was probably not really aired everywhere, kind of thing, late night stuff. He wasn't even very funny. He wasn't a great disc jockey or anything like that. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna have another short ad break here in a little bit. Why did he say something mean? Because the dude that I was with was kind of a jerk like that. He would like try to get people's attention and just be like randomly mean to people. And sometimes it was funny and sometimes it wasn't. You know, in this situation it was pretty funny, considering that, yeah, he wasn't a terribly great person when it came to that. Like, he was fun, he was good to be with his friends, he was always good to his friends, but sometimes he would say things that he would just like try to get eyebrows raised, you know, try to get attention and stuff like that. And yeah, that was one of those situations. If I could meet anyone, who would it be? Is that live or dead? Because shit, I still don't know. I don't know. I think alive, I would probably want to meet Alex Gray. I think that would be cool. But, you know, honestly, he meets a lot of people, and I feel like that would kind of, like, ruin it. Because, like, I would just be, like, another person that he meets, you know? And, I don't know. I did meet some band members. Oh, we're in an ad. So we're going to take a little ad break here. So that way anyone who's not subbed doesn't miss anything here. But gives me a second to use the bathroom also. So we'll be right back. Alright, we're back from the ad break. I looked over for my water and realized that I left it in the kitchen, so I grabbed that also. But yeah, you know, honestly, the more I think about it, like, Alex Gray would probably be my answer from when I was in college, when I was like just an artist. Thank you, I appreciate that. And thanks for hanging out. And now that I think about it, I would probably want to meet some game developer or something, you know, like Shigeru Miyamoto, or I don't even know, you know, some old school game dev. Like, I think that would be cool. But also they say, what do they say? Never meet your heroes. Yeah, you know, I had this friend. He's still a friend, but he's not around. I mean, he's still with us, but he's back home, you know, and he would always make a point to stick around after concerts to meet the band. Like, he would just wait and wait to meet the band, and I've done that with Tool. I was trying to meet Tool, and I didn't get to meet him. I just watched him get in their limo and leave. And this guy would do it for pretty much every band, and I can't remember what band we were seeing, but he was like, Rick, this band's playing that I really like. You should come. They're really good. And he would do that quite often, and we would, you know, go, and sometimes he would like want to stay, and everyone else would be like, come on, dude, we got shit to do when we get home. Like, we don't want to stay and wait for this dude to maybe hang out with someone. But he would always want to, right? And I can't remember the name of this band, but they wanted to hang out with us, and they recognized him. They were like, oh, you're that dude from that other show. He's like, yeah, my name's Garrett, remember? He's like, oh yeah. And they're like friends on Facebook now, but at the time, they were like, well, what's up? It's like, well, you want to smoke a joint? So we go in, and this was in Chicago. So we go to this alley, and this was before it was legal even, and we just go to this alley and start passing this joint around. And here I am getting stoned with the fucking dudes that were on stage. Like, it was their show. Like, they weren't even the opener. It was their show, and that was kind of interesting. But yeah, I can't remember who they were. They weren't that big, you know. Yeah, he met a lot of people that way. Like members of Frank Zappa. Yeah, I can't think of anyone else. Oh, the one of the dudes from Olivia Tremor Control, who died. I can't remember his name either, but he got to meet him. Yeah, and then so here's another story. One of my acquaintances, he wasn't really my friend, acquaintance in college, when he was a senior in college. Oh, I don't need this whole thing. What am I doing? When he was a senior in college, he got to do an internship at Stan Winston Studios, while Stan Winston was still alive. Like, right before Stan Winston died. And if you don't know Stan Winston Studios, they did the special effects for a lot of great films. Terminator 2, Jurassic Park, and then when he was working there for the internship, he actually got to work on Avatar and the Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull, which both of those movies kind of sucked, but it's really cool that he got to work on them for his internship, and he got to meet Stan Winston, who's like a legend in that field. And I mentioned Tool earlier. Believe it or not, Alex Jones, the guitarist from Tool, worked for Stan Winston Studios. He worked on Terminator 2 and Jurassic Park, as well as Freddy Krueger, was Nightmare on Elm Street, and a few other films. But yeah, they're like a legend, and they still do like sci-fi production. The studio is still a place or a thing, but yeah, sadly Stan Winston's no longer with us. But yeah, that's interesting. Another friend of mine, she was on a tattooing reality TV show shortly after college, and that same person who went to Stan Winston Studios, he ended up going onto this, because he was a special effects guy, right? He ended up going onto this reality show called Face Off. I think it's still on Netflix, at least in the States, and he won the thing, and then they had him back for like a like winners round or something like that, where all the winners go against each other. It's a mask making thing. You make a visual effects mask, right? Like a latex mask, like makeup and all that stuff, right? And he won that. So after that, they asked him to be the host of the next season, I believe is what happened. So he actually got to host a season on the show. And now he runs his own studio. It's Cozart Studios, I think. his name was Anthony Kozar, and he actually, I don't know if you've seen Fargo, the series, but he did the special effects for Fargo, which were actually really good special effects, as well as some other films that I don't really know off the top of my head, but it says so on his website. So I thought that was pretty cool. Another painter I went to school with, Sean Warren, he ended up painting Michelle Obama for her, like commissioned by Michelle Obama, and did Oprah Winfrey as well. And yeah, that's pretty interesting that he got such high profile gigs. He was a really good painter though. He did a lot of like Black History mural stuff. That was kind of his niche. But yeah, the school I went to was like a figurative school, so like a lot of people get really impressed by that stuff, right? If you can like draw a lifelike figure that like has the likeness, you know, like that always impresses people. So that's really cool. But it's funny, you know, another painter friend of mine, who this guy I was like really good friends with, like we actually traveled to Italy together for painting classes. He ended up not only becoming a gallery artist, but who runs his own studio, but he does contemporary art, which is really interesting because he does fantastic figurative art. Figurative is when it looks like life, right? And his contemporary art looks like life too, but he does really weird stuff, right? He does, for example, he does construction signs, but he'll paint construction signs on a canvas or on a different material than what you would expect. But then he also does plywood, like beaten and corroded plywood. And Epic Games, how do you turn that off? There we go. And so what he would do then is he would paint plywood on a copper panel and make it look just like plywood, like just like it looks like he just took plywood and hung it up. But no, it was a painting of plywood on copper, and it would just blow people's minds. But yeah, contemporary art's kind of a hard sell because it's I don't know, in my opinion, I don't like it. I mean, I like his art, but I don't like contemporary art as like as an art style. And yeah. But it's funny because we chat about that stuff like when we were in school together, and he'd be like, we would go to the Contemporary Art Museum for like class, and I would be like, yeah, I don't know about this giant clothespin. You know, like it's literally a sculpture of a clothespin. Like, yeah, I don't know about that. He'd be like, what, you don't think it's cool? And he'd be kind of joking about it too, but you could tell that there was like something was like sparked in him, and that's the route that he went. I'm always impressed with people who can draw or just artistic in general. I don't have an artistic bone in my body. You know, everyone says that, oh, I can't draw stick figures, right? It's just practice. That's all it is. I mean, there's a little bit of observation and you know, pushing yourself to do better, or like learning from other people and that kind of stuff, but mostly it's just practice. It's just doing something over and over and over and over until it comes easy. And like, I'm not trying to discredit artists, but that's literally all it is. So I think it's important to realize that anyone could do it. You know, it gets easier the more you practice, though. But like when I shattered my dominant wrist, I didn't want to just stop drawing, so I learned how to draw with my left hand, and it was like starting over. But you know, obviously I had a little bit of a leg up having studied at art school and that kind of stuff, and being able to do it with my right hand. But yeah, that's what I did. I learned to draw with my left hand, and I actually finished a piece that I gave to my mom, because my mom had just discovered that she had breast cancer around that time. So I wanted to make something for her, and I shattered my wrist, so I couldn't do it as well as I could. So I practiced a whole lot until I was like confident, and then I did something that was you know, fairly simple and something that I could kind of take my time with oil pastel, and I gave it to her. I framed it actually. This was before I was a picture framer though. So what I did was I went garage sale hopping and found picture frames, and then you know, framed it myself, even though it didn't fit the frame. And so what she did was she took it out of that frame and had it professionally framed. I say professionally, I'm doing air quotes here, because she went to a Hobby Lobby. And if you ever get something framed, don't get it framed at Hobby Lobby or one of those big box places, because they just don't know what they're doing. And so somehow some moisture got in there, and the painting, or the pastel piece, is now wrinkled within the frame. So it needs a reframe, but at this point there's a wrinkle in it, so have fun getting that wrinkle out. But yeah, the piece still hangs on my mom's wall, and she really appreciates it, and she liked the color of the frame, but yeah, it wasn't a good frame job. But yeah, it was a challenge to, you know, no doubt. Drawing with your left hand is a challenge when you're right-handed, but it's totally possible. It's just practice. I'm shockingly bad at it. I think it's more than just practice. Wow, that must have been really hard. It was hard. It was very hard. But, you know, even if you're shockingly bad at it, you know, and it could help to talk to people who do it professionally, or people who teach art and that kind of stuff. But if you just tell yourself that you're bad and that you'll never be good, then that's the case. You won't. You kind of have to believe that you'll get better. Otherwise, you won't have the hope to drive you, because it's a passion-driven skill. You really have to enjoy what you're doing, and it's hard to enjoy it when you suck. I remember I wasn't always good at art. You know, at that point I started going to Park District courses when I was young, and I had a couple really good art teachers that taught me some really cool tricks, even in grade school, and I'm super thankful for those art teachers. You know, I don't think any of them are still alive today, unfortunately, but you know, that's what happens when you get older. People die, and that sucks. But yeah, like what Mr. Leggett back in 2nd grade, man, he taught me to draw psychedelic art, and I was probably too young to understand that it was psychedelic art, but it totally was. And that's part of my style today. I mean, I definitely had like a psychedelic like era, you know, where I was experimenting with that type of stuff, but it's still part of me, you know. It hasn't completely left me, I don't think, you know, as far as art styles go and that kind of stuff. Yeah, that doesn't look good. What am I trying to do here? But yeah, the things that he taught me haven't left me either, you know. And then going to art school, like, don't get me wrong, I learned so much at art school. It was very expensive though. It was like $80,000, and that was back in 2005 I started paying for that. So yeah, it's just gone up in price. Actually, the art school that I went to is no longer open because they had trouble getting enough students to pay for the school because it was just too expensive. People didn't want to pay the money. So after 100 years of being open, it closed, which is crazy. I mean, Alex Ross, who did gouache paintings of like Spider-Man and a bunch of DC comics, or Marvel and DC comics, he went to this school. Like, actually just a few years before I started, he graduated there, which is kind of crazy. And while I was in school, he was working for Spider-Man 2, the film. He did, like, if you ever saw Spider-Man 2, there is a sequence. I don't really like Spider-Man or comics, you might be able to tell, but there's a sequence where there's credits at the beginning before the film, and there's these really fantastically rendered gouache paintings of Spider-Man, Those are all Alex Ross, and they had him do so much for them that. And my school was just so proud of him. They dedicated a whole hallway to his art, and they had all of these famous paintings of comic book heroes, from like Green Lantern to like Spider-Man, it's like all the way down the hall, Wonder Woman, like DC, Marvel, like, you know, they were really pleased with that. But also Kanye West went to my school, which is funny because he went to like 3 different art schools in the area, I think. Yeah. And then everyone here is probably into video games, right? Like retro games and stuff. Tom DuBois, who did the art for Gradius 3, Contra 3, even some NES games, Blades of Steel, Bayou Billy, Konami art, right? Box art for Konami. He did like a whole bunch of those. He didn't do Castlevania, and he didn't do like the early Gradius games, but he did Nemesis for Game Boy, and Gradius 3, Contra 3. Yeah, he didn't do the early Contra games, but yeah, he picked up that style at my school. And you know, cool story, I actually reached out to Tom DuBois when I was doing a painting for Retro Spaceball, and he actually responded, which is cool because apparently like he doesn't do that. He doesn't respond to stuff like that. He keeps his email like secret, but I found it. I'm not like a hacker or anything like that, but he didn't keep it as secret as he thought he kept it, and I just kept looking because I wanted to reach out to him. I realized that he went to my school and that he was from the same area as me, and I was like, shit, I'm gonna reach out to this guy. What's going on with that? That looks wrong. Why does that look wrong? What happened here? Oh, I think that's what happened. But also that looks wrong too. I'm screwing things up. But yeah, if anyone was trying to get better at art, I would say the best way to do it is just draw something every day. Even if it's only for like 30 minutes or 10 minutes or something, just draw something every day and you'll see progress. It might take a whole year, but you'll see progress. And the more you do it, the better you get. But you know, you kind of have to enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, then you're probably not going to put any effort in, and it's probably not going to get any better. But it's repetition. That's pretty much it. I don't know. People say that there's like God-given talent and all this stuff. Like, I don't believe it. Not for a second. If you want to learn a certain style, just draw that style. If you want to learn your own style, you know, that's a little bit more difficult, but it's not impossible. You just have to try a bunch of different things until you find stuff that really resonates with you. And then, you know, stick with it. Get some feedback from people. Make adjustments based on that feedback. And, yeah, eventually it'll work out for you. Just kind of have to have faith in it. You have to enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't start doing pixel art until, what, 2017 or so? I mean, I had messed with it before, like, even when I was a kid, you know? But I wasn't good at it. I didn't know what I was doing. And honestly, I didn't get good until I started finding tutorials online that were, like, really good. Saint 11 has a blog. If you search Saint 11 art blog or just Saint 11 on Google, you'll find his art blog, and he's got some really great tips. He's got these. For a while he was posting them on Twitter, and then he put them all on his blog. And this guy did art for Celeste and Towerfall and a bunch of other well-known games. Very like well-known artist. I mean, even PewDiePie was able to get good at art by just doing it every day. I'm sure he tries to claim that that's like his technique of learning or something, but that's just been the way for a long time now. He's not the first person to discover that, I can assure you. But yeah, for me, I've always loved art. You know, I had a grandma who she would travel to the Southwest or Mexico even, and she'd always come back with art, and she would decorate this this cottage. I actually ended up living in that cottage. My dad owns it now, but I lived there for like 11 or so years on and off, and I always kept her art around. Like, you know, sometimes I'd hang my own art, or I'd like stash her art in a certain room or something like that so it wouldn't get ruined or whatever. And but yeah, it was a very big influence on me at a very young age, because she let me believe that people bought art, that people purchased art, and that it was a job to be an artist. And if I didn't think that growing up, I might not have gotten to where I am. Hey, how's it going, Kliskia? Hey, Rick and chat, what's up? Thanks for dropping in. I very much appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. We're just chatting about art here. Arancini was saying that they're shockingly bad at art, and they think it's more than just practice, but I'm telling you, it's mostly just all practice. And if you do it every day, you'll get good. But yeah, the next part of my life that really made me focus on art was when my eyesight started to go. You know, when you're young, your eyes are developing. Sometimes your eyesight can just go, and it's not like I'm blind, but I definitely need glasses to drive. Yeah, you can't do really anything without corrective lenses. It's that bad. My one eye is negative 6.75 and my other is negative 5.5, or no, 5.25, I think. I don't know, sometimes they change it on me. And yeah, and once that kind of like hit me, because it really kind of hit me fast, like all of a sudden I just couldn't see. And I took an eye exam, and they're like, you need glasses, like really thick glasses, you know, because they didn't have the high index lenses yet, so it was like pop bottle glasses, you know. And I have a Bachelor of Art, but I can't art. Business administration, I feel you. I have a Bachelor of Art also. That's really cool. I didn't realize that about you, Kaliskia. That's fucking cool. So how did you get through if you couldn't do art? That's my question. The art school that I went to, they were very like, you had to know how to do art to pass. And if you didn't pass, then you couldn't continue the school there. But I mean, there were some classes where you could get away, you know, like the math class. You didn't have to draw in the math class. Actually, you didn't have to do anything in my math class. The teacher was like, first day, they're like, you can sleep in class and you'll still get an A. Everyone here automatically gets an A. But I'm going to teach you if you want to learn. And he did. He taught us like imaginary numbers and like calculus and trigonometry and all this stuff. It's very esoteric to me still today. Even though I do geometry and some trig and I wouldn't say algebra or calculus, but you know, some geometry, some trig and game development. It's still, I don't freaking know. That's what calculator's for. That's what the internet's for. No, it's just called that here. Nothing to do with real art. Oh, interesting. I'm in finance area. Oh, well, that's cool too. I have one of my best friends actually studied finance, but he ended up being a teacher. So I mean, sometimes things just go the way that it goes, right? But that is interesting. It's kind of like liberal arts here, right? I don't even know what liberal arts are, but it's not drawing. Let me get some water here. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, so once my eyesight started to change, I realized that I saw the world differently, and that's probably why my drawings were so unique to other people, kind of like Monet or something like that, where he painted the world that he saw, and people were like, "Whoa, what's going on with this guy?" Right? And I had a little bit of that vibe going on when I was a kid. Oh, this is different than what I want. Let's go to this layer and get this one. And I was really into video games, so I drew. I think some of the first things I did was like, the first things I did was like level designs, kind of like what we're doing here, for games that either did or didn't exist. Mario, stuff like that. It looks like we're gonna have an ad break here pretty soon, so we'll take a short break for that. I'll probably get some more water here. My voice is already getting dry. But yeah, well, I'm hopping off again. Just wanted to say hi. Have a great time, everyone. Thanks so much for dropping in. I very much appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of your day. But yeah, I remember trying to explain it to people that I saw the world differently, and they didn't know what I was talking about. Then the only way I could say it was like, well, like if you like put, you know, a piece of paper like really close to your face, like what do you see? They're like, I don't see anything. It looks blurry. Well, I'll be like, well, I can see the fibers in the paper, you know, because that's what happens when you have like a negative prescription. You're nearsighted. You can actually see, you know, and not microscopic, but more on that level. Well, all right, we'll take the ad break here, and I'll be back shortly.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
Whoa! Help me!
Hadouken!
Alright, we are back. And thanks for checking in. I very much appreciate that. That's your first one. Cheech and Chong. Yeah, thanks for all the redeems too. I spent a lot of time making them, so it's always fun for me to hear them. And I hope it's fun for you as well. Laugh out loud, I love it. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, some of it is kind of more like things that I'm into that maybe people, maybe other people wouldn't. You're kind of terrible. I'm pretty terrible. You know, some things that other people might not appreciate as much as me, but I also think it's kind of cool to be able to like show people things. Like Aeon Flux, for example.
To assassinate Trevor Goodchild. Is everybody listening? Do you believe me?
Like, I never got into anime when I was a kid, but I loved Aeon Flux, and like Aeon Flux isn't actually anime. It's American, but it's so highly influenced by anime that it kind of has that same style. But you know, honestly, I never tried to draw anime. That's something that I kind of wish that I did. And I was thinking about maybe trying to get into that. I spend all my time doing video game stuff now that I don't spend time drawing as much as I used to. I do a lot of doodling. Whenever I get a chance to draw, I just do what I want to do these days, which isn't to impress anyone. I don't even really show people because people might think I'm crazy if I show them my doodles, you know. I just got into anime in the last decade or so. I watch quite a bit now. I watch quite a bit, and I'm the same way. So, like, low-key, I started probably in high school, but it was mostly because my friends would show me stuff, you know. What was it? Well, there was Adult Swim had anime on it, so I would watch that from time to time, but I would never take it fully seriously. One of my friends showed me Vampire Hunter D and Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, and that's kind of when I first started to be like, hey, this is really cool. You know, because before that I was into like American animation. Like, what's that? Heavy Metal, right? It's totally American, but it's like really interesting animation. 80s as hell, but like really interesting adult animation. Like, and there is some nudity in there too. I mean, not saying like adult, but it was pretty close, you know. I mean, it wasn't like pornography, but there was some nudity for sure. I think it was Death Note that made me take it more seriously. So around college, I was dating a girl. The magazines were for adults. Yeah, exactly. Heavy Metal was definitely adult animation and illustrations for sure, but it wasn't like porn. It just had some porn elements in it, I would say. It was more rock and roll and just weird adult. Yeah, it's adult stuff for sure. But yeah, when I was in college, I was dating a girl who was into Inuyasha, which was also on Adult Swim at the time, and we would watch it on Adult Swim, but Netflix had just come out, and I needed Netflix for college. This was before it was really an online thing. It was mostly like mail in the mail DVDs, right? And so we were like on a waiting list to get the first season, but we never got it. Hey, IndieX. Hi, I be lurking. Hope you having a lovely evening so far. Thank you so much for lurking. I very much appreciate that. Everyone should check out IndieX if you haven't yet. She does indie games, and she's a very cool person. So go check her out. Land of Mushrooms. I think that's what you were playing last time too.
I'm fine.
We actually tried to raid each other. Dog, you're too sweet. No problem at all. No problem at all. Yeah, it was the night we broke your stream. It was interesting. I was trying to raid her, and she actually raided me first, and then I was like, wait, how come I can't raid her? And then it was like, after that, the next person I tried to raid, they had just gotten a raid, so I couldn't raid them. And then the next person I tried to raid ended their stream right as I raided them. Star Fox is one of my favorite games, Star Fox 64. That's cool. Yeah, actually on stream, I was playing Star Fox 64 for a bit. I was working my way to get all of the expert mode medals. I don't know if you've ever done that before, but it is tough. I did it when I was a kid with the help of my brother. We would take turns getting medals on expert mode. Because after you get medals on normal mode, it unlocks expert mode and a tank, right? But after you get all of the medals on expert mode, it unlocks on foot mode for the multiplayer, which kind of sucked, to be honest, but it was really, I mean, it was fun. It was fun to see and fun to look at, and it gave you more options. But if you were on foot and everyone else was on tanks or in the sky, you were kind of screwed. But if everyone was on foot, it was fun. It was weird like that. But yeah, I think I've only got 2 more medals to go, so I actually might do that on stream eventually again. But It's always very haphazard with me. I don't have a schedule yet. I kind of want to have a schedule, but even then it's going to be like, I'm going to do art until I do something else kind of thing. Because like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I kind of try to make streaming like, you know, it's, I work from home, and a lot of times I don't have an NDA. Sometimes I do have an NDA, and that sucks because I can't stream that stuff. So when I don't have an NDA, I like to stream it as much as possible. If it's not something that's like being timed, if I'm not paid by the hour, you know, things like that. If I can just chat in the middle of it, then I definitely want to stream it. So like something like this, like, yeah, I will eventually get paid for it, but it's revenue share. So I'm not getting paid by the hour. If I spend a whole lot of time chatting, it's okay. Johnny was actually in chat. He's the designer. So it gets us a chance to meet each other a little bit, which is cool. And it will be great to make some money off this game. And yes, the faster I make it, the faster we will make the money. But I really enjoy having a chance to chat. But every once in a while, I get bored with what I'm doing, or I want to do something else, and then I switch to something else. Your IndieX friends make indie games too? She plays indie games. I don't believe she makes them. But I do have lots of game dev friends. Not all of them stream, but some of them do. I could shout out Puke7. Let me, oh, I hit the wrong button again. Let me shout him out. Puke7, also known as Langle. Oh, I'm on the wrong keyboard. What am I doing here? Too many keyboards for my own good here. Puke7. Oh wait, I gotta shout him out first. Shout out Puke7. So yeah, Puke7 on Fridays, he does retro commercials. It says playing retro, but he actually watches commercials from like the 80s on Fridays, which is always really fun. But then during the week, he'll do NES development. He'll actually develop an NES game on stream, which is super cool. He's working with a team that was crowdfunded to make a game. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a really interesting like NES. It's like a Mario 3 kind of type game. It uses the same mapper as Mario 3, but it's a little bit more new, right? It's a homebrew game, so it's got some essence of today in it, I would say. But yeah, he's really cool to watch. Yeah, there's a few other streamers that I watch that that don't come into my chat, but they make game devs, cool stuff. Beazle, I can't remember how to spell his name though, so I feel like I'm gonna screw it up if I don't search it real quick. I can't remember if it's UL or EL at the end. I'll do a quick search so that way we can shout him out. Oh, I'm on the wrong keyboard again. Yeah, okay, yeah, it is UL. Oh, that's not a command. We gotta shout him out. I don't know what I'm doing. My bad. Yeah, so Beazle is an artist. He actually worked for Riot Games, but now he is a co-owner of an indie studio. He gets a lot of viewers. But yeah, I've hung out in his stream quite a few times now, and he's an interesting person to chat with, for sure. He's pretty friendly. But also, yeah, he's very honest too, so like, you know, it's interesting. Also, Just Wall is a game developer, and he does hang out in my stream. We'll shout him out as well. Just Wall. Last playing, I don't know. He doesn't stream very often. Did that not work? You know what? I don't think that's him. Disregard that last one. I don't know how to find him. It's maybe Just Wall Games. Yeah, Just Wall Games. I screwed that up. We'll do another for him. Disregard that last one. It's not a person. There we go. Last playing software and game development. Just Wall Games. I actually had Puke 7, Just Wall Games, and another developer who I don't think streams but drops into my chat, Sequel Jesus. He goes by Sal TGB online, but I had all three of them on my podcast earlier yesterday, and I actually might edit some of that tonight, but like on stream I was thinking even, but yeah, they're all really cool people. Yes, Sal does Game Boy development, kind of like what we're doing here. Just Wall does Game Maker development. IndieX says, I wish I'm just an indie game lover. But we appreciate that just as much. Players are so important. And honestly, on this podcast episode, I brought on a player as well. So we had 3 developers, myself, and then someone who plays games. They're a content creator. They do pretty much all indie games. And they also do QA and written reports for indie developers for as a hobby, like for free, which is really interesting. So it was really cool. It was basically a big discussion podcast where we just kind of talked about things going on in or around the industry, and you know, people ask questions to each other because, you know, we're all kind of from different like, I don't know, not backgrounds, but different I don't know what, there's a word that I'm trying to think of and I can't remember, but yeah, we're all a little bit different within game dev, so like we had questions for each other. That's sick, honestly. I want to listen to it. I didn't realize you have a podcast. I basically live under a rock, so no, don't worry about it. I don't promote it as much as I should. IGDR, yeah, it's Indie Game Dev Report. So there's a Spotify and YouTube account for it, so you can check out either. It's been 4 months since I've released an episode, so it's not weekly, you know, like some of these podcasters that's all they do. It's not like that. I wish I could do it weekly, but I just don't have the stamina, or it's a lot of work. But yeah, I'm actually thinking about editing that podcast as part of this stream if I get around to it. Once I finish the background on this, that's probably what I'll get into. Unless I start playing games, because I do that sometimes too. But yeah, I think it might be a good idea because I'm interested to re-listen to it. You know, when you're in the conversation, sometimes it's like, it's hard to even, like, you know, keep track of everything that was said, and then afterwards is like, what did we talk about? And I'll definitely have to edit some things out, but I don't think it's anything that that the stream can't hear, kind of thing. So like, I'm not too worried about that. This looks bad. What is going on here? This is what we need. But yeah, it's an interesting little podcast, I think. Usually what I do is I'll just have like one developer or one team of developers on there, and they usually have a game or something that they're trying to promote, and I'll usually let them promote it and then kind of steer the conversation into whatever I'm interested in or whatever I think the people listening will be interested in. Sometimes I do like a little like 10 or 15 minute like spiel beforehand, or like I'll promote some other games like real briefly before we get into it. But it's a lot of fun to do. You know, part of the reason why I did that, made the podcast, part of it was for you know, self-promotion, obviously, then also like networking and like you know, talking to people, making friends within the industry, and then also just getting better at communicating. Like, that's a huge thing for me. Like, I'm a natural introvert, but I've always kind of, like, ever since like grade school, I've kind of pushed myself to become more of an extrovert, and it was very difficult for me. Not gonna lie, it's a very difficult thing to learn. I'm just looking at these. Yeah, I think I do want these. I think I deleted them on purpose, and then now I'm looking at them like, yeah, I think I need those. Otherwise, it just looks too jagged. But yeah, I moved when I was like 13. Like, before that, I was so quiet. I was like the quietest kid, and people would like make fun of me for it, you know, like, because I was like just that quiet. I was like easy target, you know what I mean? Like super dorky, nerdy, you know. I didn't have cool clothes. I wasn't outspoken. If people picked on me or stuff, I would just like let them, because I didn't know what else to do. And I was depressed. I had a lot going on in my life. You know, my parents were going through a divorce. That kind of took a long time. My brother was kind of always a jerk to me growing up. And then when my parents did get a divorce, my mom was dating someone who was abusive towards me, like physically, you know. And so I, like, for a long time, I was just very down. You know, I was looking at the ground, you know, I just wasn't having a great time doing anything. And then when I moved, it gave me the opportunity to just like reinvent myself, you know, for the first time. People didn't pick on me automatically. They didn't know what to expect from me. They didn't just assume that I had nothing to say. And I kind of ran with that, to be honest. I got a lot of enjoyment out of like shocking people at that point. For instance, when I took the next school picture, I made my face like really big. Like, I made my eyes like super open, and I had contacts at this point, and I had spiky hair, and I had this like psychotic smile. Like, I like, you know, like really psychotic looking smile. Like, I'm really like, and my eyes were super open, and it was hilarious to me and to my friends, and the teachers didn't know what to make of it because they'd never seen anything like that. It was a really small school, and I was from like a well-known school that had lots of money, and so they were just like, well, I guess we'll just let him do whatever he wants then, because like, I say it was a small school. It was like a podunk school. There was like so when I first moved there was 2 boys in the class, and then I think there was 6 of us total. So was that 4 girls and 2 boys? So yeah, it was a small class. And then the next year we lost one of the girls. She moved away, and then a boy moved in, so it was like half and half. But still, it was only like 6 students. So it was super small school. Like, I remember one day during gym class, because this was like out there, right? The school was surrounded by barbed wire because there was cows that would get in if they didn't put barbed wire around the school. So like, I remember one day during gym class, we had to like do laps around the field or whatever, and me and my buddy, the only other kid in my class, we just decided to just like leave. We had nowhere to go. We didn't have cars. We just got on the other side of the barbed wire fence and started walking through the woods. You know, just wandered off for the whole gym period. And when we came back, no one said a damn thing to us. I mean, they knew we were gone. They knew we had nowhere to go, and they knew we came back, and they were just kind of like, whatever. Didn't say anything about it. That was the kind of people we became. And he was like, you know, we were both really into Nirvana, so we like hit it off right off the bat. He was into the punk scene. Like, there was this band called the Shuttlecocks that was like local to where he lived, because he lived quite a bit further away from me. The school that we both went to was like in between where we both lived. I was on one outskirt of the school district and he was on the other outskirt of the school district. So yeah, the Shuttlecocks was like a ska band that he was really into, and I actually ended up being in a band with the singer from the Shuttlecocks later in life, because I was always in a lot of bands. But yeah, me and that kid started a band with this dude who went to a different school, but only because the school that we went to didn't have a special ed program, so that's why he went to this other school. So like he could go to the talent show that we were in, kind of thing, like. And yeah, so we started a band, and that drummer was in another band, so I got to meet other people that were in bands, and it just kind of sent me down this road of like being a partier and being I don't know, definitely not what I am today. I'm pretty chill today. I don't even drink anymore. But yeah, I became outspoken. My teachers thought I was an anarchist all of a sudden, and I started getting into trouble. I started smoking weed. Yeah, and then before I knew it, I had overdosed on alcohol and Vicodin, and had to move back to my mom's, who still had that abusive boyfriend, and my life just kind of took a turn there. Got pretty crazy, but I survived, and eventually I ran away from home. And that's, you know, that's part of my personality too. I moved to my grandma's cottage, which I mentioned earlier in the stream. She had all that art hung up from the Southwest. It was vacant. My dad was living in Michigan at the time, and because he got a job working out of state, and so that place was just vacant. He was paying the bills, paying the electricity. It was vacant, and he didn't have any problem with me living there. Eventually I got my mom to be on board with it, so I was living on my own when I was 17. Got to call myself in sick for school, so I ditched a lot, and barely graduated, to be honest. But my dad was really cool. You know, he was really cool with me. I mean, he kind of let me get away with a lot of stuff. My mom would say that he was neglectful, but it kind of helped me become who I am, because I had to do things on my own. And at that point, my dad said he would pay for college, and I was like, well, the only thing that I think I would even do well in is art school. And he paid for my college, thank God, because that's expensive stuff. And if I would have gone to another school, I probably would have failed out. And because I just didn't have it in me back then. I wasn't like good with computers. I mean, I was okay with computers, but only because of like Photoshop and shit like that. In video games, you know. I had started modding, but I didn't really know that I was modding. I was just swapping files, and I was like, dude, look at this, I made the game change. You know, I wasn't like showing people the mods that I was making or anything like that. You know, I was into audio, so I would like, dude, there's a WAV file in the CD-ROM. If you put the CD-ROM on your computer, you can just swap out the WAV file for another WAV file, and all of a sudden it's playing the WAV file that you gave it when you're playing the game, you know, things like that. Or the art, you know. And I had like a programming class in high school, but it was Director, Macromedia Director. So it was like a precursor to Flash. And it was already outdated by the time that I was learning it. But yeah, I wasn't good enough. There were kids in that class that were programming games, and I was not good enough to do that. I was using the drag and drop features, and I was just making trippy shit that looked cool. It was fun for me. I was making like jokes and stuff with it, and Yeah. I kind of wish that I would have started game development then, but I didn't. I was just doing mods at home. I was modding Doom and Duke Nukem, and didn't even realize that it was like kind of similar to that, or that like I could go to school for like programming or something like that. But I did want to go to school for games, but that wasn't really something that I understood yet. Like I'm sure that DigiPen and Full Sail existed back then, but no one really knew about them as far as in my friend circle or anything like that. So I ended up going to school for 3D animation because that was like a foothold in games to me. Like that's what I thought, and it kind of is. But in Chicago, is more like advertising and stuff than it is games. Or at least by the time I graduated. When I was going to school, there were EA, Activision, Midway. They were all in Chicago when I started school, but by the time I graduated, they had all left because of the housing crisis and all that shit. But yeah, we got an ad coming up here soon. I'll probably take this time to just rehydrate. I can already feel my voice getting hoarse. But yeah, I like talking, so that happens sometimes when you talk. Also, I had some caffeine earlier, which is not very usual for me, but it definitely dries out my throat. Yeah, in the form of Earl Grey hot. Yeah, I'm gonna start hydrating now. I can already feel it. Yeah. And then in college, I was still in bands. Like I remember I was in a band in college, and I was in a couple bands in college, and yeah, I remember one we were like practicing in like this rundown like studio. We'll take a break here and wait for the ad to play out. Alright, I'm back from that ad break. Thanks everyone for hanging out. But yeah, when I was in college, I was in a couple different bands. The first one, actually, they kicked me out because... Welcome back, thank you, I appreciate that. The first one kicked me out because I was spending too much time at art school doing homework during band practice and stuff like that. But that's what I needed to do because it was a very difficult school. Like, I literally had to do homework all the time. And they just didn't like that. They wanted me to like, I don't know, quit and be just be in their band, but like that wasn't gonna happen. So I actually ended up starting a band with some art school students who also lived in the city, and we would take the bus to this like rundown part of the city, like, and they had this this like jam space that they were renting in like an industrial part of the town, like, and like you could tell it was like no one, they didn't leave their stuff there. Like it was a scary place to be, but it didn't really last with them. We were just kind of having fun, I think. And then shortly after that, I started jamming with some people back home again. I started DJing and kind of had my own solo DJ thing going shortly after that. And I was in like a reggae band, or a couple different reggae bands, a few different reggae bands, yeah, a few different reggae bands, and also a punk band. Had a lot of fun in a punk band, and it was actually just like me and one other person, and like sometimes we had like a third person, but that was a lot of fun. We could switch instruments. We both played guitar and drums and bass, so we would just like switch instruments all the time. There's a Pokemon in chat if anyone wants to try to catch a Binacle. And yeah, I still have a whole bunch of recordings because my dad was like, he had some money, so he really liked instruments and guitars and stuff like that, so he started collecting guitars around that time. He bought me a cool guitar or two. He brought me a couple cool guitars, a cool amp. I was very grateful for that. I still am, and I still have that shit, to be honest. I still jam. But so he had this recorder that he let me use, and I spent so much time recording stuff on that. Is crazy. Like by the time that I was like, he wanted the recorder back. I was like, okay, but you gotta give me like some time to take everything off. He's like, oh, that's fine. It took me like almost a year to get all the stuff off of it because it was like the slowest hard drive ever. It literally took as long as it took to record to get it off, right? So if I had an hour-long recording, it took me an hour to get that recording off of it. It was ridiculous. But I got all those recordings off eventually, and I'm glad I did because I still listen to them. And yeah, like 4 different bands or something, 4 or 5 different bands that were recording on that thing, so lots of fun there. Sometimes I play them on stream, to be honest, because they never got produced, never got copywritten, and honestly the people in those bands I don't think would mind that I played them on stream at all. So still friends with some of them, not all of them. Sometimes people just, you know, friendships fade, people move on to different things. But yeah, the punk band and the DJ duo I think were my favorites. Yeah, the DJ duo was definitely interesting. And the punk band was too, but like, it just, I don't know, it was kind of what you would expect, 2 people just like improvising punk, you know. But yeah, I threw a lot of parties at that cottage because, so this cottage, it was never fully furnished. It was always meant to be a party house, believe it or not. When my dad was young, his parents bought that place. And it's on a lake, so it was like the place where they could bring their friends and party at, and, you know, not get into trouble, like have fun, you know, hang out, be a kid, and not getting into trouble. Because my dad stole a car is what happened. My dad stole a car, and he got off with a slap on the wrist, which is crazy. The way he told the story to me, because I didn't know about that when I was a kid. He didn't want to tell me that he stole a car, you know. He didn't want me to think that it was okay to steal cars, obviously. And I never stole a car. But yeah, I don't know. If he would have told me that might have had, one of my friends got in trouble for robbing a car, you know, like for stealing from a car, and he actually went to jail for it, like. That was a thing that happened. But yeah, my dad lucked out. They gave him a slap on the wrist, and his parents said, well, that ain't gonna happen again, so we're gonna make sure it doesn't happen by any time that there's a weekend or anything like that. We're gonna take you out of the city that they were living in and take you out to the country where you can't get in any trouble. Take you so far away from everyone that, you know, there's nothing you can do to hurt yourself there, nothing you can do to get in trouble. And they got him like a dirt bike, and he would just go and he would make dirt bike tracks in the woods. You know, it wasn't as overgrown as it is now. Oh, it's funny though. My dad right now, he's actually chopping back the dirt bike tracks that he made when he was a kid, which is really cool because now he's like going back and like reliving that experience. Obviously, he's not riding around on a dirt bike anymore. He did get a motorcycle eventually, and he got into like a motorcycle accident, and then I think he kind of learned from that. He was okay from the motorcycle accident, but he still has scars from it, you know. And yeah, I think this works. Maybe this area down here could use some attention. But yeah, you know, I love my dad. He's an awesome guy. He was always really cool to me. You know, despite the alleged neglect, I felt like he always had it out. He always had my back, you know. And all right, that doesn't look good there. Maybe if I grab all of these. No, that's not gonna work because all this other stuff is in the way. We'll just not use that. This looks fine. We'll save this. We'll export it. Yeah. Yeah. Overwrite. Export. But yeah, super grateful that he paid for my college. Super grateful that he got me into music. I think he was kind of living vicarious through me a little bit because he wanted to be an artist and he also wanted to be a guitarist. And when he was in college, he tells this story all the time. Oh, thanks for the sub. That's fucking awesome. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, you know, he had these watercolors that he did of a carburetor, and he won some award in some art thing or something like that for his college, and then he went back to go get the painting and someone had stolen it. he said it was so good that someone stole it. They liked it so much that they stole it. And he always kind of got like misty-eyed whenever he told that story. And he was very pleased that I chose to be an artist and that I picked up a guitar, because I started playing bass when I was in 4th grade, and one of my friends was in a band. I was really into Nirvana ever since I heard Nirvana. I was like, hell yeah. So I don't know, I don't even know, while Kurt Cobain was still alive, I was into Nirvana, let's put it that way. But when he died, no one told me because I was in like 3rd grade or something like that, and no one told me Kurt Cobain died. It was on the news and stuff, but I was already in bed by the time the news came on. And I think like a year later, this dude that I'd become friends with, who was in this band, told me like that Kurt Cobain died, and I was like, wait, what? Because I didn't even know his name. I knew him as the lead singer of Nirvana. I didn't even, I was a kid. That's what he was to me. And I thought he had really cool hair. But yeah, I loved, Nevermind and Incesticide and In Utero. My dad had all these albums growing up. He would put them on in the car. And yeah, so this is that folder. But yeah, where's the other folder? This one? Yeah, there we go. My mouse disappears. And so yeah, my buddy in 4th grade was like, yeah, Kurt Cobain died. I can't believe you don't know that. And I was like, what? You're kidding me. And we started a band. I started playing bass. Yeah, Bleach. Yeah, my dad didn't have Bleach, but I picked it up probably when I was like 11 or 12. And yeah, I still love Bleach. Bleach is one of my favorites. But yeah, you know, honestly, when I was in grade school, my one buddy who was a huge Nirvana fan also, who was the only other kid in that class, right? He was into the bootlegs, right? And the bootlegs are a different world, right? A good different world. Like, don't get me wrong, the highly produced Nirvana stuff is good too. But the underproduced bootlegs, it's such a different world. I definitely recommend checking them out. Because what happened was they were playing Bleach songs and they were playing covers and these songs that you only hear on the bootlegs, and that's when they got big, right? So when Nevermind came out, the label said, no, you can't have those songs on here. And they wanted to get big, they wanted to make money, so they went with whatever the producer said, and they did not put the songs that they were playing on the album. They wrote new songs, and Kurt Cobain, he's a songwriter. He was into writing songs, so he was down, you know. Incesticide was kind of the same way, where some of the tracks were like more leaning towards that vibe, but they were all very highly produced. The Incesticide bootleg, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes. I wish I could have been old enough to listen to their music when Kurt was still alive, to be honest. Pretty sure I was like one. Yeah, I was pretty young too. I was very young. I wasn't old enough to go to their shows or anything like that. I had a boss who went to a Nirvana show. But yeah, I did not... I didn't really know, except for the fact that I liked it, you know? I was into Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Nirvana. I was into the grunge scene, you know? It was so big. It was almost ubiquitous at the time. Most of those recordings made it to the box set. Yeah, that's where I was going with this conversation. That box set is probably my favorite of all of their stuff, and I'm so glad that Courtney Love did that. I'm not a huge fan of Courtney Love or any of that stuff, but I'm super glad that a lot of the good bootlegs made it onto that, or like the at-home recordings made it onto that box set, because that box set is awesome. I definitely recommend getting that box set if you're a big Nirvana fan. I mean, it was like $50 or something, so it kind of sucks that, it's probably more than that now, but it kind of sucks that that Courtney Love's raking in the cash on that stuff. But you know, go find them on YouTube even, because yeah, it was really, really good stuff. I think personally I only had one of the Incesticides, but between me and my friends we had like 4 or 5 of them, and yeah, really, really fantastic stuff. I think my favorite is Miss Butterworth, or there's another one, I can't remember the name of it. Token something song. I can't remember. But yeah, early 90s grunge. Yeah, it was high school days for me. Oh, right on. Yeah, I was most of the recordings made in the box. Yeah. So yeah, no, I was in junior high when I started listening to the Incesticides. By the time I was in high school, I was actually getting into metal. The new metal scene came out when I was in junior high, and that kind of like took me, you know, because the grunge scene was already gone, right? It was already done. But Slipknot came out and System of a Down came out right around the same time, and those two bands like really took me into metal. Cold Chamber and Marilyn Manson. You know, a lot of the bands that like teachers were like, oh, you can't wear those t-shirts. which was Token Eastern Song. That's the one. Yeah, I love that one. Yeah. they did some really strange stuff, and it was really cool for me. So far everything's looking good. Where's that lily pad at? Oh, lily pad's over here. Let's take a look at it like this. Hey, lily pad's okay. I was a little worried about the lily pad.
You'll be sorry, punk.
You'll be sorry, punk. Yeah, System of a Down is still one of my favorites. That first self-titled track. I was actually listening to it this morning. I used to play Sweet Pea in a band, right? Actually, Sugar was one of the first songs I learned how to play on guitar, because like I said, I started playing bass in like 4th grade. By the time I was in junior high, I had a guitar. It was a Slammer by Hammer. It's like a 3/4 size guitar. It's like a full size neck, but the body is only like 3/4 of a body. So yeah, Sugar. Yeah. It's like super easy to play, and then 3 chords. Oh, I guess that's 4. It's such an easy song for beginners. Like if you haven't played guitar but you want to play guitar, you can play that song. It's hard to play and sing, but it's easy to just play. But yeah, Sweet Pea, I had a lot of fun singing that one in a band. I wasn't playing anything when I was at that point, so like it was really easy for me to just like get really into it, because I used to sing in metal bands back in the day. Unfortunately, I don't have a recording of that one. I have a recording from a party that I played that at, but it's like after that song, and it's like because I was the one filming it, or no, I gave the camera to someone else. Or maybe I am filming. I can't remember. But one of my friends runs up and like jumps and hugs one of my other friends and says, "The falling of Christ!" and he did that because I just played Sweet Pea not that long before that. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, those Slipknot and System of a Down really kind of pushed me in that direction. And then Slipknot got really weird, right? By the time I was leaving high school, I was already like, I don't know about Slipknot anymore. They're getting kind of weird. But I saw him play a couple times. And again, like the first time I saw him play, it was awesome. Same with Marilyn Manson. The first time I saw Marilyn Manson, it was awesome. By the time I saw Marilyn Manson again, I was like, what the fuck did I just watch? Like, why are we even here? Like, But, yeah. Well, I'm glad this level worked out. I went to a lot of concerts when I was a kid. I started going to concerts when I was in like 4th or 5th grade. Yeah, it was 4th grade. It's funny though, but the first concert I went to was Everclear, Fastball, and Marcy Playground. I don't know if you remember those songs. Everclear had just come out with So Much for the Afterglow, I want to say. So I think this was 95. But I was more into their earlier release, Sparkle and Fade, I think was it, and the one before that, World of Noise. So I was listening to their earlier stuff by the time So Much for the Afterglow came out. So it didn't feel too soccer mommy for me yet until like my mom started listening to it, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta stop listening to this. Father of Mine, like, yeah, I can't really listen to that. It's like the first couple albums were really good though, but Marcy Playground, yeah, Marcy Playground is still good. Kind of a one-hit wonder, but that whole album is still good. If you listen to the whole album, it's good. Well, all those bands, yeah. Then you know you gotta put it down exactly when your mom starts listening to it. It's partly my fault too, because I was in that band in 4th grade and we played, by the time we were in 6th grade, we played a talent show, and we played Santa Monica from Sparkle and Fade, Everclear's album, and that was like their poppy radio song for the album. And I liked it as a kid. It's still hard for me to hear now because my mom likes that song, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, the whole album was good. I had the CD. That's awesome. Would play it over and over. I was the same way. And I still listen to it from now and again. Was it Poppies? It was like so good. Something like that. It's some really cool riff that it just starts off with. And I think that's the start of the album too. It's like a really great intro song. And there was that other one, like something about a elven box or something like that. I don't even know. Really interesting vibes, just super interesting vibes. Man, I'm gonna have to listen to that album again soon. Yeah, me too. Honestly, after talking about it, I definitely want to listen to it. Yeah, and Fastball, I never had the album, but that song, I have it on like a YouTube nostalgia playlist, like, because like totally, that song is good. Where were they going without ever knowing the way? Like, yeah, that's good stuff. The chorus, you could see the road that they walked on was paved in gold. It's always summer, they'll never get cold. Like, just good stuff. I liked it. Yeah, I had a blast at that show, to be honest. But also, that was like my first experience like in a crowd, right? And it was like my friend's dad took us there, and I remember him being worried about like, because this was the Aragon Ballroom. He was worried about like gangster activity stuff, you know what I mean? And I had no idea what any of that stuff was yet. I wish I still had my CD collection. I do too, man. Someone stole it. Someone stole my CD collection. With my car. It was in my car, and you know, yep. Actually, my CDs got stolen twice. First, I had them at the cottage where I lived, and it was like just that place got broken into so many times throughout my life. And they took like, I had like a compound bow that I had gotten like my first B in like grade school, and my dad's like, we're gonna get you a gift for that. And what do you want? I was like, this compound bow looks pretty cool, because I was like a Boy Scout, you know. And it was fun to shoot the compound bow. Like, I wasn't like hunting or anything, but I'd shoot target practice and stuff. And yeah, they stole the compound bow and like my CDs and some video games, and that was like it. That's all they stole. It must have been some kids, you know what I mean? They like broke a window to get in too. So yeah, I was a little upset about that. But then yeah, my car got stolen because when I was in that DJ duo, we were playing a show in Humboldt Park in Chicago. And Humboldt Park is not a place you want to be or park your car. But I had a friend who lived in a house that was kind of like a party pad. And he would always invite us over. And usually other people drove me. But this time it was me and my buddy. They asked us to play a concert that he was at, or a show that he was having for a party, right? And it's crazy. We didn't go on until like 1 a.m, right? But we left our gear in the car until 1 a.m. Then we went back out, got the gear, went back in, played for like 4 hours, 5 hours. It was like daylight by the time we stopped playing, and the car was gone, just gone. Nowhere. And my friend's phone was in it too. He's like, shit, I lost my phone now. I can't even call for help, he says. But you know, we ended up getting my mom's new husband to drive all the way to Humboldt Park and pick us up, because he didn't have room for our gear. So we actually left the gear at this dude's house, who we were cool with. Like, he was friends. We weren't worried it was gonna get stolen or anything like that. But then I had to, so he drove us all the way back to Naperville. Then I had to drive my mom's minivan from Naperville all the way back up to Humboldt Park to get the gear. And then we had to drive all the way out to Seneca, where my friend lived, drop him off. And I drove all the way back out to my place where I lived, which was like, 30 miles from Seneca or something like that. So I didn't get home until like 11 at night after that whole debacle. Like, it was crazy. But yeah, I lost my CDs to a car thief, unfortunately. Yeah. Let's snooze this ad for a bit here. Did I miss anything in chat? We got really into that Token Eastern song, high school days. Yeah. I don't think I missed anything. If I did, I'm sorry. But yeah. music was always a big thing for me, and honestly, part of why I wanted to make games was to be able to put my music in games. So that's what I do now, a little bit of that, and it's actually a pretty cool feeling to get paid to make music, because that never happened when I was trying to make music in bands. Like we would get paid a little bit for shows or like DJing and stuff like that, but it wasn't enough to cover our gear ever. It wasn't even close to covering it wasn't even close to covering gas. You know what I mean? Like that's the way it was. Like we were doing it because we liked it. Had a lot of fun doing it too. This looks weird. What happened here? Why is that missing? It's missing here too. What happened there? Oh, they're all missing. Well, that doesn't look right. It looks fine here, but it doesn't look fine there. Maybe we can fix this. I think we need to take from this. Oh, that's not the right layer. Am I doing this right? Yeah. Let's grab the whole thing so we don't make a mistake here. Oh. But yeah, I got really into Tool in high school. Like really into Tool. I saw Tool in what, 2021, I want to say it was the first time I saw Tool, and blew my mind, just completely blew my mind. It was a very cool experience. In fact, it was such a weird experience, right? Because we were in the seats and fucking Tomahawk opens for him, and I didn't know Tomahawk back then. I'm like a big Mike Patton fan now, and Mike Patton was singing for the band Tomahawk, right? It's his band, and the audience booed Tomahawk like completely. Like they didn't get off the stage or nothing, but they were close to just like wanting to get off the stage. They stopped the music, and they just started booing and booing and booing, and the music didn't come back on, and we were like, what the hell is going on? And everyone kept booing, and then Maynard, James Keenan from Tool, walked out on stage, and he's like, what are you guys doing booing this band? I chose for this band to be here. I wanted to show all of the Tool fans Tomahawk. What are you doing booing these people? And so Mike Patton and Tomahawk got back on stage and finished their set, and it was great. I fucking had a blast. And yeah, people stopped booing after that, which is good. They shouldn't have been booing in the first place. But after that, Maynard, it's so weird, right? Tool played a song that they never played anywhere else ever, as far as I know. They played a Ramones cover. I don't even remember what song it was, but it was a song I didn't know. I didn't recognize it. It was a Ramones cover, and Maynard was like facing the audience for the song, right? But after that, he went in the back corner of the stage and faced the wall for the rest of the entire 2-hour set. It was crazy. He was that upset with the booing audience, and that was pretty mind blowing. That was the first of many times I saw Tool, though. The last time I saw Tool was actually when I was living in Phoenix, when the newest Fear Inoculum came out. I think I'm kind of done seeing Tool, though. Tool has a little bit of a reputation, or their fans have a bit of a reputation now. They're kind of elitist, I would say, and I'm not that way. I'm very well-rounded individual. I like to think so, anyways. Yeah. I think this looks a little bit better now that I fixed these corners. Yeah, without the grid. It looks a little funny, but it still looks better than nothing, especially here, right? I don't know, I could go even further and add this. But then I gotta add that. Yeah, that does look better. I'm gonna do it. So now I gotta add these corners to everything though. Otherwise we're wasting tiles. Gotta optimize the tile count. But yeah, eventually I saw Peeping Tom when I was in college. That was another Mike Patton band. It was like a hip hop band. Really good stuff too. If you like Mike Patton and you like hip hop, like you gotta check it out. But he kissed my forehead during the set, or like as he ended the set. It was so cool because I was front center. And it's funny because the only reason why I was in front and center was because my friend, who was much taller than me, kind of pushed me in front of him so I could see better. And he was a lot bit jealous afterwards. He was very jealous because he wanted to have his forehead kissed. But I told him, I was like, dude, Mike Patton had the worst breath. It was so bad. And I smelled it the whole show. And he even mentioned it on stage. He said, sorry about my breath. I'm in Chicago. I had to eat some good food. And there was onions in it. Onions and garlic. And I'm sorry. He knew he had bad breath. It was kind of hilarious, to be honest. Alright, so... Oh, this one needs it too. But yeah, I think those are the only 2 times I saw Mike Patton. It would have been so cool to see Mr. Bungle, but honestly, like, by the time that the newest Mr. Bungle tour happened, like, I was already kind of, like, done going to concerts and stuff. I think I'm kind of done with concerts, to be honest. Like, it's not, like, anything about the music. I love the music, but, like, I don't like crowds of people anymore. I just... Oh, here's one that needs it. I just don't like crowds of people. I don't want to get sick, for one, right? I don't want to fucking get COVID and shit. But two, like, I've seen some fucking bad shit at concerts. Like, really bad shit that you should not see and should not be happening. Like, I won't get into details because it's bad. But use your imagination. You know, it's bad stuff. Bad stuff can happen at concerts. And, I don't want to be a part of that, you know. Oh, this corner looks a little funky. Let's give it one of these better looking corners. Although those ones look funky too. What's going on with the corners? I thought I fixed all the corners. What else did I miss? I think the rest looks okay. Yeah. So we'll save it, we'll export it again. Oh, we're in an ad. I'm gonna take a bathroom break while we're in an ad. All right, we're back from the ad. Hey, call me Kixie. Welcome in, Kixie. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you as always. Yeah, so we were kind of going over my musical influence history. And did I not export this? We need to export that. But yeah, when I was in grade school, I was really into Nirvana. And then from there, I started getting into punk music, early punk music, pre-pop punk, right? And then by the time I was in junior high, pop punk was starting to come out. And I started to get into like Blink-182 a little bit, but it got really popular, and then I got out of it. I stopped liking popular punk music. I was still into the earlier stuff, or like NoFX. I was into them. But I kind of stopped like really caring about punk at that point. I still like punk today, like the earlier stuff, Pennywise, NoFX, you know, Black Flag, like, you know, earlier stuff. But yeah, so from there, I was still into Nirvana and grunge, but the new metal got me with System of a Down, Slipknot. Again, by the time I was so some weird shit happened to me in college. I'm really into punk, but could never tolerate Blink. That's cool. I totally appreciate that. The earlier Blink was better than the older Blink, for sure, hands down. But yeah, like if you couldn't get into Damn It, like I get it. But I liked Damn It when I was in junior high because I could play it on guitar. It was something that I could play, or even play and sing, right? And yeah, I was into the whole novelty rock stuff too. Like my dad was really into Frank Zappa. The Flaming Lips. I got into the Flaming Lips when I was in frickin' junior high, you know, and She Don't Use Jelly. That song, I heard She Don't Use Jelly on the radio, and I went out and bought 2 Flaming Lips CDs because I needed to know which one they were on. You might like the really old AFI stuff. I probably would. In fact, I've listened to some that you've showed me before, and yeah, I like that for sure. But yeah, by the time AFI got popular, I was already in the metal. And then shortly after that, I stopped liking metal, which is just, I don't know. Like a lot of my metalhead friends, they started getting into death metal and black metal, and I got into Cradle of Filth, but it was also like funny to me. It was almost like novelty rock because it was so cheesy. They were trying to sound scary and it just sounded cheesy, but it was like fun, you know? But then something happened to me when I was in college where like, well, first of all, I had a weed dealer who also had ketamine on hand. So like I had experimented with ketamine, and he was into MSI and what was the other? Just like techno. He was into techno. Techno and MSI. And I never appreciated techno before that. But all of a sudden, for the first time ever, I appreciated techno. And after that, I like remembered that instance. Oh, I forgot I mentioned it before. Oh no, it's cool. We've chatted a lot about music before, so like I'm sure there's things that I've told you about that I forget also. But yeah, so techno sounded good for the first time ever, and and then around that same time, I was dating this girl who was really into Blind Melon. Like really into Blind Melon, and I was into the grunge scene still. Like I was still into grunge, I was still into Nirvana, Alice in Chains, you know, like, and Blind Melon was like on the peripheral of the grunge scene. They were more psychedelic grunge, but they were like close, you know. And Blind Melon is fantastic, by the way. If you guys haven't heard Blind Melon, go check out Blind Melon because it sounds great. Oh, and also, if you haven't checked out Kixie's stream, go check out Kixie's stream and follow her. Blind Melon was cool. Shame what happened. Absolutely shame what happened. Interestingly, they restarted the band with another singer. And I actually went and saw them a couple times, and they're really good. But unfortunately, that singer fell into drug addiction too, so they stopped playing. They just stopped. Although I think they might have started again. after that, and I haven't gotten to that yet. But yeah, Blind Melon was fantastic. Anyway, so this girl was really into Blind Melon, and she was like a hippie, right? She had like dreadlocks in high school, and she was actually out of high school by that point, but I was still finishing up high school. And so yeah, I started going to hippie shows, right? I went to Bonnaroo in like 2006 and 2007. Well, Tool was there in 2007, so I had to go back, you know what I mean? But 2006 was good too. And then 2009 I saw Grateful Dead at Rothbury, and like, yeah, I was like into that stuff. But also I was at that point, or that same girl who was into Blind Melon, we were always partying at her house. She had a friend who was like really into Aphex Twin, and I had never heard Aphex Twin before. And he had the music videos, the Chris Cunningham music videos on a VHS, and I was like, and he had on a separate VHS, and I was like, holy cow, this stuff is amazing, because it was like Come to Daddy just like changed my brain, right? I had never heard anything even close to that. The closest thing I could think of is Nine Inch Nails. I was a big Nine Inch Nails fan always too. Like even in junior high, I had a Nine Inch Nails sticker on the inside of my locker. And where am I going with this? Kind of losing my train of thought. Johnny says, love the video for No Rain. Oh yeah, with the B-girl. That's a good song, but they actually reproduced that song with the ripped away version, and it's actually, I like it better, the ripped away version. But yeah, I think they got sick of it. I think they played it so much that they got sick of it. Same thing happened with Radiohead and Creep. They don't play Creep anymore. And I saw Radiohead in the 2006 Bonnaroo. That was the first time I ever saw Radiohead. I had heard Creep and Fake Plastic Trees, but I didn't know how good they were until I watched them at Bonnaroo, and it was funny because they went on record saying that was the best show they ever did that I saw. That my first show watching them was their best show they ever did, they say. So, I mean, maybe since then they've changed, but the B-girl, I forgot about her. Yeah, no, that was an interesting video for sure. But yeah, my stepbrother had the MTV Buzzbin CD, and that No Rain song was on there, so I was familiar with that song. Also, when I was in junior high, one of the music teachers we had like a piano book of modern music, and the one other boy in my class knew about this, and we were allowed to use the Xerox machine like whenever we wanted, because there was only like 2 boys in the class. Like we got away with whatever we wanted at that school. It was crazy. So we just, like, during music class, we just went and took her book and went to the Xerox machine and Xeroxed all the cool songs in that book. It was piano music, but we learned how to transcribe it into guitar tablature, and you know, it's kind of the same, right? So and it was difficult, and it was actually an exercise in music theory looking back, but really we just wanted to play, you know. No Rain was on there. What else was on there? There was only like a handful. I think Whole Lotta Love was on there. I think Black Dog was. You know what? I'm screwing this up. My dad had the notation for Led Zeppelin. It was the complete Led Zeppelin notation. There was no tablature, but it was all notation. So I was transcribing a lot of Led Zeppelin too. But yeah. So yeah, I liked Blind Melon before I met this girl, but after that, like, we went to the Blind Melon Vigil where Shannon Hoon was buried in Lafayette, Indiana, or just outside of Lafayette. I think it's Dayton is the town. It's like a little town just outside of Lafayette. And started hanging with those cats, and you know, got embedded into that vibe. And that's when I started going to the hippie shows. And so metal just kind of washed away when I was in college. By the time I got to college, it was like, wasn't really into metal anymore, except for the older stuff, System of a Down, the early Slipknot, you know, like, and even that, like, I kind of stopped listening to early Slipknot. I still listen to System of a Down because that's just so much better than Slipknot. Or like the early Marilyn Manson, like, I kind of stopped listening to it, you know. I really liked the Smashing Pumpkins, but that was more, you know, grunge, and then they kind of drifted into like that whole like industrial era that they did, and I liked that, but that was already done by the time I was in like high school. All my friends went to see the Smashing Pumpkins, and I was grounded, so I couldn't, because my brother told on me for smoking weed. Oh, there's a wild Cladle in chat, so we'll try to catch that. But yeah, I was always in bands, so we were playing a lot of Tool, a lot of Led Zeppelin, just like random stuff, really. I got him to play a Green Jello song. We did play System of a Down's Sweet Pea. Mentioned that earlier, and shit. We wrote originals, and we played them, and people hated them. And it kind of sucks because I think that a lot of those musicians from those bands, they do covers now, and I think that has something to do with it, because like playing songs that you like really put your heart into and like, you know, try to make good and be like your heroes and stuff, and then people just to not like it. Oh, here's an issue. Yeah, that kind of sucked. It kind of hurt, you know. But personally, I think it helped me because, you know, I'm on the wrong layer. I'm a game developer now, and like as soon as you start showing your stuff to people, they're gonna hate on it. Also, as an artist, like, you're gonna get some negative feedback. Like, that's just part of the game. Now it just bounces off me. I mean, it doesn't bounce off me, but like, it doesn't hurt anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I take it and I do something with it sometimes, but it doesn't hurt to get negative feedback anymore. Yeah, but I think a lot of the musicians that I jammed with back in that era, they just kind of stick with covers now, and that's kind of sad. But yeah, I should probably export this again since I fixed that minor detail there. Yeah. But yeah, like in college, I got turntables finally, because I had been practicing with my friends for like a while before that in high school. And yeah, then I started DJing on my own. I've kind of already told this part of the story. It's like eventually I moved away from all my band friends and tried to just go out on my own and make games. Like, music was still a thing, but it was more about making video game music than about making CDs, you know. And I still want to make a CD. Honestly, I'm kind of low key writing an album now, but it's, you know, it's slow and it's fun, and I'm just doing it like I enjoy it. I'm not trying to make money off of it. Although I might put it on Bandcamp when it's done, depending on if I like it or not. Right? It's been so long since I've actually produced anything. Or anything outside of VGM, I should say. VGM is video game music, in case anyone's not aware. Alright, yeah, so I exported this. We'll import it again over here. We've got this. Grab it. Copy. Assets. Paste. Oh, I erased too much there. We want the AG. There we go. Replace. Alright, so now it's got that there. So now I'm happy. We'll save this. So I was actually going to start editing the podcast that I recorded yesterday. That was the plan. So we still got time. It's only 8 o'clock. I'm not super sleepy. I did wake up kind of early today for that stupid termite consultation guy. But it kind of gave me a reason to like try to fix my schedule a little bit. I've been drifting a little bit. If anyone knows me, some of my sleep schedule gets freaking backwards, like literally upside down. Something from time to time. Well, I guess not literally upside down, because that'd be like a bat. But I don't sleep like a bat. But yeah, let's get Ableton open here. And I might need to switch to a corded headphone for this, so there's no latency. I don't know where my cord for headphones is though. Where did it go? Should have located that before I started the stream, I guess. Oh, I found it. Right where I left it. Oh, that switched to that. I'll have to switch it back to that. Oh. And now, okay, yeah, that's on. Still working in OBS, so that's good. If I turn this down, oh, so there's an issue there. If I turn it down here, then it turns it down in OBS. All right, let's just go back to Bluetooth. Oh, and then it turned off the headphones, so that's not cool. Technical difficulties. Which one is it? Where is it? Where are you? Too many audio devices. Did it work? It takes a second. Oh, there it is. Alright. And then we will go to recent, and there we go. And then I need to get the multi-tracks from the recording. So they're in here somewhere. Documents, audio, IGDR, recordings. Empty. I swear I put them out. You know what? I tried to, and my computer didn't have enough memory because I had a whole bunch of shit that I needed to put on an external, but then I did. I put it on an external, so now I just need to go to the external. So we'll go off screen for this. Don't want to break NDA or anything. Let's see. Audio, no. What am I doing? I'm in the wrong thing. Alright.
At all.
Whoa. That's not what I want. Whoops. It thought I double clicked, but I did not. So this is gonna take a second. It's like 10 gigs of audio, so. But I've got like 98 free gigs now because I cleaned up a whole bunch of stuff, so. Which is not bad for this computer. It's only got 500 to begin with, so. Gigs go fast when you're a game developer, holy cow. Which is another great reason to do GB Studio, because it's super small in comparison to any other game development engine. You could literally download and install GB Studio with like a whole bunch of projects faster than this takes to transfer. It gives me a second to hydrate here. Also, I should find the other audio. Oh, and I do this thing where I switch between two different songs that I made, sometimes three, for the podcast. So I should listen and figure out which one I used 4 months ago, because I just don't remember. this is the last episode. No, that's not the last episode. This one is. To play it on a web build on your. I think I can remember that just from the beginning. And then I need to find the folder that has them. Audio, IGDR, BGM. And then it's one of these. It's one or the other. Is it this one? Yeah, that's the one we want. So yeah, I will put that into here. I'll make a new. I'll duplicate these. We're gonna need a bunch here. Cause this is like the beginning and the end, the intro. This is gonna be the 4 different people we're interviewing, and then we need another one for the music. Oh, this is the one that I use as like as a in between. That's not even the one. This is the one. All right. All right, and then where'd the other folder go? Oh, it's still going here. So we got some time here. Almost done here. It says 10 seconds. Thanks everyone for the patience. Yeah, but this interview is actually super interesting, so it should be fun to witness the editing. But then again, it's editing, so it's not going to be just like listening to the podcast. It's going to be a little bit of me talking over it and a little bit of cutting and pasting and trimming silence and that kind of stuff. And did that even try? Did it even try? It's not even trying. What is it saying? It couldn't be read. Is it too long to be read? Is that the problem? That would be weird. Oh yeah. What does it say? 203 minutes is the longest file. So I think I need to cut it up with Ableton, or not Ableton, Audacity. Oh, it's just gonna keep playing this song over and over again. Let's switch back to this. All right, so here's Audacity. So what I'll do is I'll cut them in half with a little bit of overlap. And it looks like there's an ad break coming up, so I'll just do this during the ad break, since it's kind of boring. Oh, there was a wild cloth in chat. Not a cloth, but a cloth. Alright, so it says it's only 3 hours and nearly 45 minutes long. I think that's the whole thing, right? Yeah. Alright, so what we'll do then is we'll zoom out, not completely out, but kind of, yeah, I guess we need to be zoomed out further than that. So then we'll just take like to here, and then we'll copy it, and then we'll add a new stereo track, and we'll paste it there, and then what we'll do is we'll take from here and delete that. So that way there's a little bit of overlap just in case, so we don't lose anything, but that way they're shorter. So now we'll go to export wave, export audio. No, we want export multiple, that's what we want. Export multiple. And we want a new folder. Nice work catching the Pokemon. I was not so lucky. There's a audio, what is it, IGDR, and we'll just make a new folder within this folder that says trimmed. I don't know. Seems accurate enough. And we'll select that folder, and this will work. We'll export that. It's gonna take a minute to export each of these. I've never had to do this before for Ableton. Usually files that I make aren't this long. You know, maybe I'm lying. Maybe I did do this for one. Like a 4-hour interview. It's a good thing I made all that space, because now I'm using even more space. Should have done this before the stream, but you know. Welcome back from the ad break. You haven't missed anything. I'm just making these files small enough to fit into Ableton, because Ableton has a limit of how long a track can be when you import it. So we're gonna have to do this for each recording, which is a little bit annoying. And it does it twice, so yeah. Looks like we've got a minute or so for each of them, so that's what, like 12 minutes? Or no, because there's only 5 of us, so it's like 10 minutes. There'll be a little bit 10-minute loading bar thing going on here. Perfect time to get a snack or something. Although just talking about getting a snack is making me hungry. I had a sandwich. You know, I got some crackers. I might dig into these crackers. But we'll try to push it a little bit here. I'm not trying to ruin my appetite by eating crackers. Because then if I do that, I'm not going to want to make dinner at like a normal dinner time. And then I'll like be all of a sudden really hungry at like midnight. Alright, so those exported. We can close these. Let's get back to our recordings folder. Alright, and just to double check, yep, they're in there. So we got the first one, we'll do the second one now. More loading. So in case people thought that podcasts don't take time to make, they do. And sometimes you even have to troubleshoot like this. Yeah, so he actually left to pick up his daughter during that period and came back. But yeah, we'll cut about there. We'll make a new stereo track. Paste that there. And then that should be fine because there's a gap of silence there, so we don't really have to worry about like the overlap. We'll export multiple, and it's got Just Wall's name on there, so we don't need to give it a new name. It's got the right folder, so that's good. 16-bit, that'll be fine. Yep, more exporting. But yeah, you know, when I was in college, I actually got into the idea of making a radio show. We had a class where it was like you had to do. I don't even remember what the assignment was, but I went and like took it like really far and made like an hour-long radio show, and the teacher loved it. Teacher absolutely loved it. Gave me an A+ on the assignment, and unfortunately, I don't have the original recording of that anymore. I did. So something happened where the ads that I made were no longer like in the same folder or something like that. So when I tried to re-export it with the project file, like all I had was the recordings that I had made, not the things that I had sampled. So I like tried to recreate it so that way I could have a copy of it, but it's not the same. And then later, after college, I convinced one of my buddies to do another episode with me, and we didn't finish it. Unfortunately, we got really far, and then I didn't finish it. But yeah, that was a lot of fun, I thought. I always wanted to have like a radio show. There was this movie that I really liked as a kid, Pump Up the Volume, with Christian Slater. And I always thought it'd be so cool to have a pirate radio station. And honestly, that's kind of what got me into broadcasting, which is what I'm kind of doing right now. But also, that's kind of what my podcast is. And unfortunately, I can only play, you know, my own music. Or music that I have the license to play, but luckily I'm a musician and have quite a bit. Alright, so that one's done. Moving on to the next one. In fact, it would be interesting to throw on some of that punk music during this period. If I can find the right external. There's a lot of externals here. I don't want to unplug the wrong one. What can I unplug? I can unplug this one, I think. What is this? I'm gonna unplug the wrong one. Oh, that's the speakers. Yeah, we don't need those plugged in. And then finding the right external is a whole nother thing. Is it this one? I think it might be this one. Or you know what? I think it's this other one. Alright, so this one is ready to be cut. So we'll just, yeah, we'll throw that up there for now, and then we'll find a silence point. Yeah. We'll cut it there, and we'll make a new track, new stereo track, and we'll paste that there, and then we'll export multiple. Yeah, so they're probably going to be out of order, but they'll all be the same out of order. So like once I figure out the order, I'll be able to piece them together, I think. It should be fairly obvious because it's always awkward when you start. There's usually laughter because the bot that I use to record the podcast goes, "Now recording," and like it always catches someone off guard. They're like never ready for it. So oh yeah, I was gonna look up, I think it is on this tracks. Oh yeah, we got Humanzy on here. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. 2011 or 2012. Let's go back to 2011 for a little bit. This is 5/20/2011. It's not mastered, so it's a little quiet. We can give it the boost. Sounds like I'm playing bass. Or maybe that's guitar. I can't even tell. Is there a guitar? Is there a bass? Alright, that track's done. We'll go and grab the other one now. I think I'm playing a bass line that I wrote on guitar is what's happening. But yeah, this track is 23 minutes and 3 seconds. But it's like the whole recording session. And there's banter. Oh, sorry. I was looking at my other monitor. Alright, so this one's ready. Last one. Yeah, so cool thing about this podcast, I thought, was that all of these people hang out in my Twitch chat. I think that's freaking awesome. And it wasn't planned that way. In fact, there was one other person who doesn't hang out in my Twitch chat that was originally planned to be on the podcast, but we couldn't get their schedule to line up. So let's cut it about here. Oh, I did it wrong again. It's like, this is the one, right? This is what I want? No, that's not the one I want. This is the one I want. Almost done here. All right, and close out all of that. And, yeah. Okay, now hopefully it works this time. Looks like it's working, so that's good. Keep up the good work. Is that Ableton? Yes, it is. This is Ableton. I use it for podcasting. Where was I? 1, 2, 3. That one's me. That one's Just Wall. That one's Michael actually. Oh, and that's the music. Next song. That was a Tenacious D reference, by the way. Where is that folder? There it is. This one. Alright, so that one's me. We need this one. Oh, but you know, I need another audio track. I miscalculated. We'll just Control D to duplicate that. And alright, now we need that folder. But yeah, I use this software to do a lot of stuff, actually. I make video game music with it sometimes. A lot of the music that I use for my stream I made with this. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Yeah, I use it for production. I use it for mastering and rendering. Or mixing and mastering, sorry. And I use it for sound effects too. I use it for a lot of stuff. It's a good game, or a good game. It's a good piece of software. Very expensive though. I think I paid $700 for the suite, and then I also bought a Push 2, which was another $700. So I spent $1,400 on Ableton gear, or Ableton products rather. And I think it's a good investment. I like it. I like using it. You know, I was using like a light version for like 10 years, and then I bit the bullet and went with the suite because my friend had it, and I had a chance to check it out, and I was like, oh man, I need this. Never got into Max for Live though. I just finally started downloading some Max for Live stuff for the first time, but I've not made anything. You can like make your own stuff apparently. Yeah, this is gonna take a while here. Yeah. But yeah, this was my band, Humanzy, that I was in, and honestly, I don't know who's doing what. I know Frank's on the drums, but I can't tell if I'm playing the guitar or the bass. Someone's on bass and someone's on guitar, but I don't know who those people are. I'm one of them. I just don't know which. Yeah, and the mic. The recording quality sucks because we just had 1 or 2 mics, and we would put one like right next to the drum set and then the other like in the middle of the room. So the drums are always audible, which we felt was important. But yeah, completely unrehearsed. That's good. Cool, yeah. Yeah, completely unrehearsed and just go vibing off each other. Songs we'd never played before, never played again, for the most part. There was one song that we tried to make a song. It's called Interstate Wasteland. Interstate Wasteland! That's about all it was. I want to say that I'm playing bass. But yeah, we're currently waiting for these loading bars to finish creating the waveforms for each of these. So they're all going at once, so that's why they're going real slow. I guess these ones aren't going at all yet, but this one started. This one's nearly done. But yeah, I like Ableton. It's a little bit weird getting used to. I started with Acid Pro and FL Studio, but they didn't call it FL Studio back then. They called it Fruity Loops, which is what FL stands for. Some people today don't realize that, but yeah, it was called Fruity Loops. FROOTYLOOPS. Fruity Loops. And that's why their logo is like a little strawberry looking thing. Or at least it was. I don't know. Maybe it's just an FL now. Oh no, I think that's me playing guitar. Maybe. It's kind of a riff that anyone could play. No, I think that's me playing the guitar. Unless we switched instruments. Which is something we did a lot. Yeah, we definitely fall out of sync sometimes, and then we like try to get back into it. We all have our own styles. We call it punk, but really it was just a lot of different sounds. Like, I was already into like hippie music at this point. I was into electronica and DJ stuff at this point. I mean, this is 2011. I'd already been DJing for a while, for at least a few years. And Frank was really into punk music, but he was also really into metal. And we all really liked Buckethead, which is like, I don't know how to describe Buckethead. It's off the wall nonsense sometimes. Hey, one of them's done. Have these started yet? This one started. This one has not. Pretty boring stream here. Hopefully the music is enjoyable. Probably louder than my voice at points, but that's okay. Yeah, it's too bad that I didn't like write who played what, but there wasn't enough room on the recorder. Sometimes I would try, I would be like FDRG. And then a date. But yeah, we jammed with a few different people on guitar, or like when I wasn't playing the guitar, because I did play guitar quite a bit. But yeah, my friend Garrett, who I mentioned earlier, was part of it for a little bit. We had this other dude. I should know his name. Ryan Nelson. He was part of the band for a while there. And then this other dude that I don't remember his name. He didn't stick around very long. He was younger, and like we were usually pretty cool with younger people. Like my friend Mike Stover, he was super young when he started jamming with me, but he got really good actually. He's in this band called Sleep Now, and they're really good. He got fantastic though. He got so good he could just play by himself with like a looper. And then he started introducing synthesizers into his rig. So he'd like loop himself, sing some, play some, sing some, loop some. Like he got really into that. He actually went on tour doing that. This is taking forever. Hopefully it doesn't crash. That sounds like something I'd play on guitar. I was really into those like squealing pitch shift bends. I guess not pitch shift, but you know, bending while squealing. Pitch shift makes you think it's one of those like whammy pedals. This one's done. This one's coming close. I always forget about this part because honestly, most of the time I just walk away and let it do its thing. But it's given me a chance to show off humanity, so that's fun. We could always go to Dining Ethics. There's a lot of Dining Ethics on here. So it looked like that started over. Let's go to Dining Ethics here. We'll stay in 2011 though. I just picked one randomly. This is 11/23/11. So this was Eric Olson playing this keyboard here. And then I was doing turntable stuff like pretty much all the time with this band. Sometimes I sang, but it was very rarely. Are you digging this, Kixie? What did you think of Humanzy? Did you hear that? That was my my punk band, punk-ish. This is more electronica duo. Yeah, sorry if my voice isn't as loud, but I wanted to make sure you could hear it. I could probably turn this one down a little bit because the audio quality is a little bit better on this, or the other one was like had to compensate. Thanks for hanging out and listening, Kixie. I appreciate it. I'm kind of waiting for myself to come in with the drums here. But also, like, these tracks were interesting because there would be a stereo recording, but one side would be me and one side would be Eric. So, oh, I've only got one ear on, so I'm not hearing the other side, that's why. That's hilarious. So the reason why we did that was so that we could later chop things up and mix them separately. So we were both mono. Sounds like he's clipping there a little bit. Another nice part about this is I could just move my headphones a little bit to hear me louder than him, since he's a little bit loud. Or was. It could definitely stand to be mixed. And we did mix stuff, but this is all the raw recordings here. Yeah, this track is 17 minutes and 52 seconds. It's all, like I said before, like the whole session. Actually, this is half the session. That sounds sick. This was like the whole reason why we jammed. Cause like, so we would do some really weird stuff and then it would just come together perfectly. I had my my wah pedal attached to my DJ stuff. And my tremolo pedal. Yeah, so Eric on the piano or the keyboard there, he's actually classically trained. He comes from a family, like a long line of classically trained musicians. He's also a choir director, last I checked. If he's still directing choir, he's been doing it for a long time now. But I think he is. I think he's still doing it. But also he jams in a lot of different bands. He was the band director for this celebrity from Chicago Fire. I can't remember her name, but I did a graphic design for her record. But yeah, a lot of times we would just decide on a BPM, and then we would rock out to that BPM for like half an hour or so. A wild snom has appeared in chat, if anyone wants to try to catch that. Yeah, sometimes if we like weren't feeling it, we would just stop and start over, and do something else. Hey, we caught the snom. Yeah, this is taking forever to load these tracks. Gotta take care of some things, Lurk. Well, thank you for lurking. All right, so that was from 2011. I'm not sure. Oh, this is also from 2011, but this is earlier. But this is actually mixed. This is something we called laser drop. I don't remember what it sounds like, so this will be interesting for me also.
Something's wrong with the G diffuser.
I'd say. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, the track started over there. I'm gonna move on to the second track here. Track 2 from Laser Drop. September 23rd, 2011.
Who told you you can eat my cookies?
Nice. Yeah, that one's from Jingle All the Way. That almost went with the music. There's a Pokemon, a Clodsire. Things are moving faster now. It can't be long now. Yeah, I don't know why this specific mix has like these little snips taken out of it. I don't know if that's... It's been so long that I don't remember if it was always like that or if that's something going on with my computer. I feel like it was always like that, because we never did anything with this. Why is this one not loading? Oh, it is. It was just a lot of silence. We also jammed with Militant.
If I teach you fucking still I say I ain't John. That's how we jolly but I know you're so away. Oh me to you can Africa the motherland must be unknown. We yell say war, war, war. John me say war, war, war. Hey you up here war in a Babylon zone. If I teach you fucking still I say I ain't John. That's how we jolly but I know you're so away. Oh me to you can Africa the motherland must be unknown. And away repatriation tell the city people and go bounce. Leave without a job come make relief without announce. Only with the land the traffic and gets over. Oh manganese come make criminal and cultivate come make reform. They will kill them Margaret and let the lines was going on. And if they try to follow they wish only drown. Oh they face up the roots in oppositions of this town. No roots of righteousness and show them down up here war. War, head up here war, war, war. John up here war in a Babylon zone. If I teach you moving till I say I ain't drawn. That's how we jolly put on no just a way home. It's a you can Africa the motherland must be cannot. You should say war, war, war. Head up here war, war, war. John up here war, war, war. Head up here war in a Babylon zone. In a Babylon zone. If I teach you fucking still I say I ain't drawn. That's how we can live but I know you're so aware. Judgment time. So we set them on fire. So we set them on fire. We set them on fire. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Ooh, 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 baby. See me down southside. See me down southside. See down southside. So give me. I want someone you love, baby. What am I talking about one?
Yeah, we're nearly done here. Now it's loading. I don't know why. I guess it's got to think about all that stuff it just thought about. This was with Mike and Drew. Drew was a bass player. I don't know who... Oh, Mike must have been Mike Stover. Hey, it didn't crash. Awesome. That's great news. Let's save this. Alright. So, we can actually start listening to it now. Or can we? We cannot because the audio settings are not set properly yet. Well, they look like they are. How come it's not working? Well, there's an issue here. None of these should be warped, but they're being warped. So that's a problem. Can we just select all of them? Yeah. But they're still moving like way faster than they should. Wow, that's weird. I don't know what's going on with that. It's moving so fast. Look how fast it's moving. But also it's not working. So let's quit. Yeah, we'll save the changes. But it's acting a little bit strange. So maybe we'll reboot the software. That's all I could think of. Oh, that's real loud now, isn't it? There we go. Let's try that again. All right. What's gonna happen now? Oh, okay. So now it's working. I don't know why it was being weird, but let's see what this sounds like. If we can edit the beginning, so don't worry about that. I'm just adding. All right. So that actually sounds decent, but where's the music coming from? If we can edit the beginning, so don't worry about that. Oh, the music is here. Duh. Because I got a backup one.
Yeah. Oh, you do? I remember you were talking about that. Whoa, so there's like a backup recording, so it like records, and then if that first one fails, then the other one records?
Exactly.
That's dope. Genius.
Yeah, but this one's subpar because it doesn't speak to me.
Yeah, it didn't give us the robot
it only
voice.
Didn't give us the robot voice. So yeah, I'm going to drag these over here into the third audio channel. While it loads. Yeah, Ableton works great until you give it huge projects. And then it's like, I'm not used to this. Hold on. Well, I knew it was going to be a little boring, but I didn't know it was going to be this boring. I got to admit. Alright, it looks like it did its thing. We can hit this button. Alright. We can pause that. If we can edit the beginning, so don't worry about that. I'm just adding the bots to record here.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Because I got Just Wall, Michael, and Sal. So yeah.
Oh.
All right. But yeah, we might as well get going here. So yeah, today. So that's where it starts. So we'll just kind of sync everything up. Now, we do have this intro here, so we should probably throw this in too. because it's a little bit longer than everything. Or we need to make space for it rather. So we'll grab these and we'll scooch them over. Now, the end portion of this is actually the end.
Thank you everyone for listening. Check out just.
Yeah, so we'll cut that and put it at the end. So Control E to cut. And we'll just drag it way up, way out yonder. Because those are only half the tracks, remember? So we should probably grab the other tracks too, but I'm worried that it's going to crash. So we're going to save it. And then we'll grab the other half. And we'll put the music back on. I'm gonna munch on some crackers for a second. Alright. Let's take care of the music here. So there's something weird going on here. This is like that, which is weird because, and this is like that too. I'm not sure why that is. So let's just get rid of those and we'll just drag these out because they weren't supposed to be cut. I don't know why they were. That one too. But yeah, so this one's a little bit weird because there's going to be some overlap. So we should probably try to fix that first. We'll solo the channel. We'll butt them up right next to each other.
We have almost a negative perception because they're early access.
Scooch in a bit.
Sorry, see what I'm even doing? Xanima devs, the sui generis devs, and I still have not seen an inkling of what I paid for. The developer said, do you want to wait for sui generis, or do you want to play something now while we test and perfect features?
All right,
People
so
wanted
I think
something now, so they made Xanima, which
this is where
to
it
be a
ends.
single dungeon out of being an inkling of what I paid for. Like, what good does seen an inkling of what I paid for?
So that's where they
what
connect.
Good does your name in the credits do if the game never comes out?
Lining it up will be a little bit difficult here. So the easiest way to do it is actually, all right, we'll save that waveform, and what we'll do is we'll put it there, and we'll actually line it up visually by zooming in.
Which is going to be the majority of your people. Like, only a handful of people are going to join your Discord. So I don't know. I'm salty about that. I'm still mad because I gave quite a bit of money to the Exanima devs, or sorry, see what I'm even doing? Exanima devs, the Sui Generis devs, and I still have not seen an inkling of what I paid for. Like, what good does your name in the credits do if the game never comes out?
All right, so if we play both of these,
if the game never comes out,
yeah, it just sounds louder. There's no doubling going on, so that's what we're looking
name
for.
in the credits do if the game never comes out?
All right, so now we can
I was gonna say, Puke, you did a Kickstarter. You probably have something to say about Kickstarter.
There. And then Puke 7. Where's his stuff? What happened there? Oh, because again, we ended them at different spots. But that's a lot easier to line up because we can just butt them next to each other.
I've backed 20 some projects on Kickstarter, and yeah, a couple of them didn't go through. It just like it just happens.
But Kickstarter allows refunds, doesn't it?
No,
If the project isn't finished. Oh no, it
No,
doesn't.
and they tell you in print before you say yes, charge my credit card. Like it's bold text. Hey, you're not guaranteed to get anything here. Like, people forget that, but
It only takes when you're funded, right? Or when the Kickstarter's funded.
Yeah,
Is that how
it
it
has
works?
to be funded.
Yeah. So once it's funded, you can't get your money back, even if they don't deliver what you've put money
All right.
into.
And then there's a little bit
And
of
I will
music that
say,
goes into.
Sui Generis
So
was the last game
we'll actually
I
give
ever
everything just a little bit of
funded
space
on
here.
Kickstarter, because my experience with that was so negative that I have never done one since. I've bookmarked Robotics Exanima, so
That's
they
probably
are
too
getting
much space.
They are getting the real game.
I forget how
people
long
on the
this
Orange
is.
Island Discord were being disgruntled about lack of updates, and it, like they're they don't want to use.
So a lot of times what I do is I'll actually render the interview separately of the music and the intro. But as long as we do it from front to end, excuse me, from front to end, it shouldn't matter too much. Make sure we excuse me. There's like a seed or something that's getting caught in my throat here. Give me 1 second. All right, I got some water, so that should be a little bit better. Yeah, so we'll pause this for now, and then we'll head back to the session view, and we'll get this audio here. And it actually starts with the audio first, so and then it goes into this. So we'll what is it? Alt? Why is it not alting? Oh, it is. All right. So this one goes later. This one goes first. We don't want to warp that. These ones are at 110, so it doesn't. They're not actually getting warped, even though it says warp on it. But no, I unwarped them. Okay. Either way, it doesn't make a difference. Although this one we do want to leave warps because it has a loop to it. Which we can turn on somewhere here. What happened? Why doesn't it loop anymore? That's odd. Hasn't been that long since I used Ableton. Usually it says loop right around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. I'm like looking right at it. But yeah, we actually want that on this. Yeah, so that way we can drag that out. Although honestly, I don't think we'll even need to because this is so short. So yeah, we'll start that about here or so, or probably just at the beginning, huh?
Hey everybody, welcome back. This is episode 26.
All right, so first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna check out the compression here and turn it up. Actually, we could probably give this some gain because you can see the waveform's pretty small. And as long as it doesn't hit the top, then it's not going to clip. So we'll give it some gain. And you can see that over here, it's getting close to the top. So we'll stop with the gain. And then we'll do this again. Now this one requires some enveloping. So we want this.
This is episode 26.
Mixer. And yeah, I'm gonna turn down the audio on the OBS just a little bit so that way it doesn't overpower my voice here. So yeah. So what I do is I put in the thing and I drag it down to.
Hey everybody, welcome back. This is episode 26 of Indie Game Dev Report.
About there, maybe a little bit.
Interview devs, but for this episode, I planned something special. Today we have 4 people other than myself for a roundtable discussion about a whole bunch of different dev topics. We've got 3 devs from previous episodes. Hey everybody, welcome back. This is episode 26 of Indie Game Dev Report, a podcast.
Alright, so it's still a little low in volume, so next thing we're gonna do is turn up the output on the compression here.
4 people other
Also,
than
we're gonna take the threshold down
for a roundtable discussion about a whole bunch of different game dev topics. We've got 3 devs.
Now you see the limiter here. We don't want that to go above -6,
aka Puke 7 from episode 24,
and that's just a ballpark.
Episode 25. We also have a good friend and content creator, Michael Electric,
and this is the loudest part, so we should check that first.
Like to be, head over to Indie Game Dev Report Twitter. In the bio, there's a link to apply for an interview.
So it does get louder, but that's what the limiter is there for, is to make sure that everything's about the same. And the compressor is kind of similar, where it takes the most quiet sounds and brings them up in volume to be as loud as the loudest sounds.
Hey everybody,
or
welcome back.
Depending on the threshold and the ratio. So we can actually turn the ratio up a bit.
We typically interview devs,
the attack and the release is how quickly the compressor turns on for the attack and how quickly it turns off for the release. So you can see when the dot slides down afterwards, that's the release, and how quickly it moves up is the attack. The ratio is this angle there,
Puke 7 from episode 24,
but we don't want it to be too high.
Episode 25. We also have a good friend and content creator, Michael Electric, aka the Electric Mindset.
And then the threshold is where it starts to curve.
Michael Electric is a great addition to today's
So we really only want to do it.
I think Michael Electric is a great
addition. And we got some things we got to edit in here.
Because he kind of works as a control variable. Most devs understand how important player feedback is.
So let's just start cutting.
Episode 25. We also have a good friend and content creator, Michael Electric, aka the Electric Mindset on Twitch. I think Michael Electric is a great addition to today's discussion. I think Michael Electric is a great addition to today's discussion because he kind of works as a control variable. Most devs understand how important player feedback is, and since I think Michael Electric is a great addition to today's discussion because he kind of works as a control variable.
I kind of flub this intro a lot because I'm still like warming up.
And since most of what we are covering today is opinion based, it's awesome to hear from the other side. As devs, we're often too close to things to recognize what players do on Twitch. I think Michael Electric is a great addition to today's discussion
So
because
I'm gonna
he kinda
like
works as a
cut out some of the
variable.
silence here,
Most devs understand
so that
how
way
important player
it
feedback
happens
is,
a little bit
and
quicker.
Since most of what we are covering today is opinion based, it's offside.
And that's mostly what I'm gonna be doing
As
for
devs,
the
we're often too close to things
podcast
to
part.
recognize the things that
But I
players
want to
do.
make sure that everything's going smooth from the start.
Hey everybody, welcome back. This is episode 26 of Indie Game Dev Report, a podcast where we typically interview devs, but for this episode I planned something special.
Also, there should be a noise gate on this. So let's do that real quick. We go to audio effects, what is it, dynamics, gate. We'll throw the noise gate at the front. And there's not a whole lot of noise, but you can see on the waveform here, there's a little bit of noise.
For a round table discussion about a whole bunch of different game dev topics. We've got 3 devs from previous episodes, Just Wall from episode 23, Langle, aka Puke7 from episode 24. Hey everybody, welcome back. This is episode 26 of Indie Game Dev Report, a podcast where we typically interview devs, but for this episode I've planned something special. Today we have 4 people other than myself.
So yeah, we're gonna cut that silence out there.
Table discussion about a whole bunch of different game dev topics. We've got 3 devs from previous episodes, Just Wall from episode 23, Langle, aka Puke7 from episode 24, and Sal from episode 25. We also have a good friend and content creator, Michael Electric, aka The Electric Mindset on Twitch. I think Michael Electric is a great addition to today's discussion.
Navigating these
because
big
he
files
kinda
can be
works as
a kind of a
controller
pain in
and understand how
Ableton.
important something special. Today we have 4 people other than myself for a round table discussion about a whole bunch
Again,
of
we're gonna
different
trim
game
the
dev
silence
topics.
here.
We've got 3 devs from previous episodes, Just Wall from episode 23, Langle, aka Puke7 from episode 24, and Sal from episode 25. We also have a good friend and content creator, Michael Electric, aka The Electric Mindset on Twitch. Other than myself, for a round table discussion about a whole bunch of different game dev topics. We've got 3 devs from previous episodes, Just Wall from episode 23, Langle, aka Puke7 from episode 24, and Sal from episode 25. We also have a good friend and content creator, Michael Electric, aka The Electric Mindset on Twitch. I think Michael Electric is a great addition
Something
to
got
today's
cut off there.
Mindset on Twitch. I think Michael Electric is a great addition to today's discussion because he kind of works as a controller set on Twitch. I think Michael Electric
It
is
sounds
a great
like
addition to
Twitter,
today's
but it's supposed to be
discussion
Twitch.
because he kind of works as a control variable. Most devs on Mindset on Twitch. I think Michael Electric is a great addition to today's discussion because he kind of works as a control variable. Most devs understand how important player feedback is, and since most of what we are covering, Michael Electric, aka The Electric Mindset on Twitch. I think Michael Electric
sounds
is
better.
a great addition to today's discussion because he kind of works as
I think
a
the
control
noise
variable.
gate cut it out.
Most devs understand how important player feedback is, and since most of what we're covering today is opinion-based mindset on Twitch. I think Michael Electric is a great addition to today's discussion because he kind of works as a control variable. Most devs understand how important player feedback is, and since most of what we are covering today is opinion-based, it's awesome to hear from the other side. As devs, we're often too close to things to recognize the things that players do. As devs, we're often too close to things to recognize what players do. Also, Michael does quality assurance and writes in passion-driven hobby. From the other side. As devs, we're often too close to things to recognize what players do. Also, Michael does quality assurance and writes in-depth. Michael does quality assurance and writes in-depth. Michael does quality assurance and writes in-depth reports.
You can tell I'm
for
reading a
upcoming
script
indie
here.
games as a passion-driven hobby. On top of many hours, he does a great job showing us what players do. Also, Michael does quality assurance and writes in-depth reports for upcoming indie games as a passion-driven hobby. On top, as a passion-driven hobby on top of streaming. On top of streaming countless games for many hours. He does a great job showing people indie games.
Let's see how this sounds.
He does a great job showing people indie games that devs and games is a passion-driven hobby, on top of streaming countless games for many hours. He does a great job showing people indie games. That they otherwise might not have heard of. I recommend his stream to devs and gamers alike. Before we get to realize that it's been hours, he does a great job showing people indie games that they otherwise might not have heard of. I recommend his stream to devs and gamers alike. Before we get into the bulk
I almost like the first one better.
It's been a whole quarter of a year since I've heard of. I recommend his stream to devs and gamers alike.
Yeah.
Before we get into the bulk of this episode, I realized that it's been a whole quarter of a year since my last episode. Before we get into the bulk of this episode, I realized that it's been a whole quarter of a year since my last episode. But during that time, I've relocated and finally have. Before we get into the bulk of this episode, I realized that it's been a whole quarter of a year since my last episode. Before we get into the bulk of this episode, I finally have my own. Before we get into the bulk of this episode,
I just want to hear this one more time.
Before we get into the bulk of this episode, I realized that it's been a whole quarter of a year since my last episode. But during that time, I've relocated and finally have my own space where I can record. Before we get into the bulk of this episode, I realized that it's been a whole quarter of a year since my last episode. But during that time, I've relocated and have my own space where I can record as often as I'd like. And I'm very excited to get back to things. So if you're on my list of devs to reach out to, I might be reaching out soon. And if you're not on that list, but you'd like to be, head over to Indie Game Dev Report Twitter in the bio. Back to things. So if you're on my list of devs to reach out to, I might be reaching out soon. And if you're not on that list, but you'd like to be, head over to Indie Game Dev Report Twitter. In the bio, there's a link to apply for an interview. So please do. So if you're on my list of devs to reach out to, I might be reaching out soon. And if you're not on that list, but you'd like to be, head over to Indie Game Dev Report Twitter. I'm showing people indie games that they otherwise might not have heard of. I recommend his stream to devs and gamers alike. Before we get into the bulk of this episode, I realized that it's been a passion-driven hobby, on top of streaming countless games for many hours.
I know I say the electric mindset.
Most devs understand how important
but it's probably
is, and since most of what we are covering today is opinion-based, it's awesome
I'll just
to hear
leave it.
from
I
the
don't
other
care.
side. As devs, we're often too close to things to recognize what players do. Also, Michael does quality assurance and writes out soon. And if you're not on that list, but you'd like to be, head over to Indie Game Dev Report Twitter. In the bio, there's a link to apply for an interview. So please do.
Usually I say, and without further ado, but I didn't record that, so we'll just leave it as it is because I don't really care that much about the whole further ado nonsense. Yeah, we want another one there.
Oh, there's a link to apply for an interview. So please do.
Alright, so we don't need this for now. We'll just... No, we don't want to do that. Let's just... we'll put this down here or something. I don't know what to do with this. We'll throw that there and mute it. That's what we'll do. We'll just turn it off. Maybe we'll use it at the end. Excuse me. Alright, so now we need to select all of this good stuff. All of it. And put it where that thing is. Although I don't know where it starts. Oh, no, we already fixed the starting point, yeah.
There's a link to apply for an interview. So please do. So yeah, today we've got a special podcast episode here. We've got a round table, so we've got a few different devs here. One might be jumping in later if we're lucky. And we've got Just Wall, Michael, and Sal. So you've met Just Wall and Sal before on episode 25 and 23, but Michael's new here. So Michael, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself since you're the new person here?
Yeah, so I'm Michael. I'm not a game dev, but I have spent a lot of time playing a lot of games. I primarily stream indie games and obscure games people haven't heard of, but mainly the big reason why I'm probably here is because I created a dev reporting template.
All right, so the intro is sounding good. We'll mix these a little bit better here, and to start, all the gains look fine, but we are gonna need noise gates on all of them. So we'll set that super low so we don't lose any sounds. Also, we're going to need to turn up the volume on them with the compressor here.
So yeah, today we've got a special podcast episode here. We've got a round table, so we've got a few different devs here. One might be jumping in later if we're lucky, and we've got
apparently won't let me do them all. So
Michael and Sal. So you've met Just Wall and Sal before on episode 25 and 23, but Michael's new here. So Michael, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself since you're the new person here?
Now we'll head over to this channel.
So I'm Michael.
And
I'm not a game dev.
Well, where'd that gate go?
A lot of time playing a lot of games.
All right, we need this gate on all of them. So we'll copy this.
Indie games, obscure games people haven't
we'll
heard
just
of,
throw
but
it
mainly
here.
The big reason why I'm probably here is because
And throw it
I
here.
created a dev reporting template that is indexed
this
to be efficient to use when you're developing your game and trying to fix bugs, and I put a lot of work into that for a lot of people.
Yeah, do you want to go into some of the people that you've done some work for? I mean, other than myself.
Yeah, so I've done work for Just Wall. I did stuff for you, Rick.
Or a little bit at least. You test.
All right, so we've got that. Now we need Michael's output turned up a little bit. So we'll jump to there.
I'm not a game dev, but I have spent a lot of time playing a lot of games. I primarily stream indie games and obscure games people haven't heard of, but mainly the big reason why I'm probably here is because I created a dev reporting template that is indexed to be efficient to use when you're developing your game and trying to fix bugs, and I put a lot of work into that for a lot of people.
Yeah, do you want to go into some of the people that
I'm
you've
a little
done some
loud,
work for? I mean,
so
other
I'm
than
gonna
myself.
turn myself down a little bit.
Yeah, so I've done work for Just Wall. I think I did stuff for him and trying to fix bugs, and I put a lot of work into that for a lot of people.
Yeah, do you want to go into some of the people that you've done some work for? I mean, other than myself.
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, so
do you want to go into some of the people that you've done some work for? I mean, other than myself.
It's like I'm laughing
yeah, so
or something.
I've done work for Just Wall. I think I did
for. I mean, other than myself.
Yeah, so I've done work for Just
I'm not sure why it's making that sound.
I've done some work for. I mean, other than myself.
So what we'll do
so I've done work for Just
is we'll just cut that off at the end.
I think I did stuff for you, Rick.
That noise, because it's a loud noise. And then we'll cut this noise
there was
at the beginning
a developer that I was in the trailer for their game. They were
so then what we'll do here
such art
is we'll
I'm currently doing stuff
slice all of them here.
Who did Gorn?
We'll make some space here because that's all silence anyways.
And they've got a fantastic looking new game coming out called Stick It to the Stick Man,
so yeah,
which
we'll
is kind of like
grab
a love letter to those stick
all of
fight
these
flash animations that you used to watch like
and
growing up.
All of these and that.
Honestly,
this.
I feel bad, but I can't remember anymore a lot of the devs that I've done stuff for, just because a lot of them, their games didn't really take off, so they've kind of disappeared from memory. And it
I don't
was
know what happened there.
Some devs, they'll be your friends like forever after you do a report for them. But some of them,
that's
they'll
what we
send them
need.
the report and they'll be like, "Thanks."
But we need it to scooch over so there's less silence between the conversation here.
Creator as well. You're on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I'm on.
Do you want to go into some of the people that you've done some work for? I mean, other than myself.
Yeah, so I've done work for Just One.
Sounds much more natural that way.
I think I did stuff for you, Rick.
Or a little bit at least. You tested my game, that's for sure.
There was a
So we'll
developer
cut
that I
this
was in the
off.
trailer for their game. They were
Cut that
goose-minded.
off.
They made such
And
art.
Tested my game, that's for sure.
we'll cut that off since he kind
There
of
was a developer
trails off, and I
was in the
start
trailer for
talking,
their
so he
game. They were
stops.
goose-minded. They made
We'll
such
remove
art
this
on Steam.
and
I'm
we'll.
currently doing stuff for Free Lives.
We want to make sure that we move everything here.
Broforce,
what did I do?
Angerfoot, and they've got a fantastic.
So we can
game
actually
coming out
delete
called Stick It to the
these
Stickman, which is kind
because
of
it's just silence. But we want to make sure that we're moving everything over, so that way it
I've done honestly.
it doesn't get out of sync
I can't remember anymore
with itself.
A lot of the devs that I've
And it's a little bit difficult because we've got these
their games didn't really take off.
Yeah.
So they've kind of disappeared from memory, and it was some devs, they'll be your friends like forever after you do a report for them. But some of them, you'll send them the report and they'll be like, thanks. And then you won't ever hear from them again.
A content creator as well. You're on Twitch. You tested my game, that's for sure.
There was a developer that I was in the trailer for their game. They were goose-minded. They made such art on Steam. I'm currently doing stuff for Free Lives, who did Gorn, Broforce, Angerfoot, and they've got a fantastic looking new game coming out called Stick It to the Stickman, which is kind of like a love letter to those stick fight flash animations that you used to watch. Like,
cool.
From I've done honestly.
Did my game, that's for sure.
There was a developer that I was in the trailer for their game. They were goose-minded. They made such art on Steam. I'm currently doing stuff for Free Lives, who did Gorn, Broforce, Angerfoot, and they've got a fantastic looking new game coming out called Stick It to the Stickman, which is kind of like a love letter to those stick fight flash animations that you used to watch, like growing up. I've done honestly. I feel bad, but I can't remember anymore a lot of the devs that I've done stuff for, just because a lot of them.
We don't need that laughter.
Their games didn't really take off, so they've kind of disappeared from memory. And it was just because a lot of them, their games didn't really take off, so they've kind of disappeared from.
There's this little gap here that we can get rid of where he thinks about what he's going to say next, and also I come in at a weird time, like in the middle of him talking. So what I can do is put that in this gap there. So first thing we'll do is we'll trim these again. Again, this is just silence, so we can get rid of it. Same with this and this. Silence, silence. And then once we've got all of these about lined up, we can select them all. And then yeah, we want to select everything again, so we'll do that. And then we can just kind of close this gap. And then we'll cut this and we'll scooch that over and we'll move it right about here. So that way it sounds a little more natural.
Their games didn't really take off. So they've kind of disappeared from memory. And it was some devs, they'll be your friends like forever after you do a report for them. Some devs, they'll be your friends like forever after. And it was some devs, they'll be your friends like forever. And it was some devs, they'll be your friend from memory. And it was some devs, they'll be your friends like forever after.
He starts a thought and then doesn't complete it there.
Send them the report and they'll be like, thank them, memory. And it was some devs, they'll be your friends like forever after you do a report for them. But some of them, you'll send them the report disappeared from memory. And some devs, they'll be your friends like forever after you do a report for them. But some of them, you'll.
So we'll just kind of clean it up for him.
And
so
then
that way
you won't ever hear from them again.
It doesn't sound like he's stumbling over his words there.
You're a content creator as well.
Because he's thinking about what he's going to say, and then he says it in a more eloquent way.
I'm on Twitch now. I started making content in 2004 or 5 when YouTube came out. And once I moved to Twitch, I was able to get a lot more into my content. So my streams will usually be, I have a huge list of indie games I want to check out, and then the streams will offer from 9 to 16 hours. from memory, and some devs, they'll be your friends like forever after you do a report for them. But some of them, you'll send them the report and they'll be like, thanks. And then
Let's make sure this all sounds cohesive.
So I don't know. So they've kind of disappeared from memory, and some devs, they'll be your friends like
Yeah, I
forever
think that
after you
works.
do a report for them. But some of them, you'll send them the report and they'll be like, thanks. And then you won't ever hear from them again. So I don't.
And then
go
Michael,
chasing
you're a
devs.
content creator as well. You're on Twitch. Could you talk about that a little bit?
And then you report and they'll be like, thanks. And then you won't ever hear from them again. So I don't.
And then
go
Michael,
chasing
you're a
devs.
content creator as well. You're on Twitch. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I'm on Twitch now. I started making content in 2004 or 5 when YouTube came out. And once I moved to Twitch, I was able to get a lot more into my content. So my streams will usually be I have a huge list of indie games I want to check out, and then the streams will often go anywhere from 9 to 16 hours. I just love diving into indie games or what new games are out, because I feel like indie devs are really carrying a lot of the creativity in games. So I don't go chasing devs.
And then Michael, you're a content creator as well. You're on Twitch. Could you talk about that a little
I'm
bit?
on Twitch. I'm on Twitch now. I started making content in 2004 or 5 when YouTube came out. And once I moved to Twitch, I was able to get a lot more into my content. So my streams.
So yeah, we don't really need me telling him to talk about himself.
Huge list of indie games I want to check out.
I'm just trying to
and
prompt
then the
him.
streams will often go anywhere from 9 to 16
And
hours.
it's gonna sound better without that. So we'll just close up this gap here.
I just love diving into indie games that are out, because I really.
Content creator as well. You're on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I'm on Twitch now. I started making content in 2004 or 5 when YouTube came out. And once I moved to Twitch, I was able to get a lot more into my content. So my streams will usually be I have a huge list of indie games I want to check out, and then the streams will often go anywhere from 9 to 16 hours. I just love diving into indie games or what new games are out, because
Let's see if we can get rid of that lip smack.
I just love diving into.
Let's get rid of all of
games
that.
or what new games are out, because I first.
And we don't need that.
I just love diving into indie games or what new games are out, because I feel like indie devs are really carrying a lot of the creativity in games right now. I always find they give me the funnest things to kind of mess with. They introduce me to like the funnest ideas. So I like to show off their projects in hopes that someone will see it and be like, oh damn, this is a game, like I need to play this.
No, I'm right there with you. And if there was any indie devs currently on stream to check out your stream, or
9 to 16 hours, I just love diving into indie games or what new streams will often go anywhere from 9 to 16 hours. I just love diving into indie games or what new games are out, because I feel like indie devs are really carrying a lot of the creativity in games right now. I always find they give me the funnest things to kind of mess with. They introduce me to like the funnest ideas. So I like to show off their projects in hopes that someone will see it and be like, oh damn, this is a game, like I need to play this.
No, I'm right there with you. And if there was any indie
I don't know
devs
if we need to fix that. If we fix every little thing, this will take forever.
Because I feel like indie devs are really carrying a lot of the creativity in games right now. I always find they give me the funnest things to kind of mess with. They introduce me to like the funnest ideas. So I like to show off their projects. And
maybe we should.
Will see funnest things to kind of mess with. They introduce me to like the funnest ideas. So I like to show off their projects in hopes that someone will see it and be like, oh damn, this is a game, like I need to play this.
No, I'm right there with you. And if there was any indie devs currently on stream, currently listening, that wanted to check out your stream or to ask you about streaming their game, would that be something that you'd be interested in? How would they reach you?
Absolutely. So I have my Twitch channel, obviously, the kind of mess with. They introduced me to like the funnest ideas. So I like to show off
that's
their
better.
projects in hopes
It's
that
not
someone
perfect,
will
but
see
you
it and be
know,
like,
that's
"Oh, damn, this
live
is a
interviews
game.
for you.
Like, I need to play this."
No, I'm right there with you. And if there was any indie devs currently
So I
on
can
stream,
just kind of, because I start early,
I'm sorry, currently
and then there's a gap
listening
there. I'm
that
not sure
wanted
if there's
to
like a
check
lineup
out your
issue.
stream or to
That could be
to
it,
ask you
but
to ask
we'll just
me
fix
to
it as
play
we go for now.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. And
I think there is a
if
lineup
there was
issue,
any
actually.
indie devs currently on,
So let's just grab the
I'm
whole
sorry, currently
thing.
listening that wanted to
You know what? Let's not
check
do that, because
out
there's
your stream
the
or
other things to worry about too.
to
So
ask you about
I might be,
streaming their
I
game.
think
Would
if
that be
anyone's out of
something that
line, it
you'd be
might be
interested in? How would
Michael
they reach
here,
you?
because his was a little bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Because it
I
was the
have
first one I
my
did.
like, I need to play this.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. And if there was any indie devs currently on stream, I'm sorry, currently listening that wanted to check out your stream or to ask you about streaming their game, would that be something that you'd be interested in? How would they reach you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have my Twitch channel, obviously, the Electric Mindset, and I have a Discord for the Electric Mindset.
Right, so I need to clean
and
up what
both
I
of
said there,
those are probably a
because
good
I
way to
totally
get a hold
screwed
of
that
me.
up.
Usually,
Stream, I'm sorry, currently listening that wanted to check out your stream or to ask you, currently listening that wanted to check out your stream or to ask you about streams currently on stream, currently listening that wanted to check currently listening that wanted to check out your stream or to ask you about streaming their game. If there was any indie devs currently listening that wanted to check out your stream or to ask you about streaming their game, would that be something that you'd be interested in? How would they reach you?
yeah, absolutely. So I have my Twitch channel, obviously, the Electric Mindset, and I have a Discord for the Electric Mindset. And both of those are probably a good way to get a hold of me. Usually, just hit me up in Discord is the best option, but I do check my direct messages on Twitch from time to time. But I'm always happy to help out someone if I think their game catches my eye. I will say that is one thing. I am selective, where if I show it properly, it needs to be.
Would that be something that you'd be interested in? How would they reach you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have my Twitch channel, obviously, the Electric Mindset, and I have a Discord for the Electric Mindset. And
We can
both of
close that up a little
those
bit more.
are
I
probably
kind
a
of
good
screwed
way
that
to
up.
get a hold of me. Usually, just hit me up in Discord is the best option, but I do check my direct messages on Twitch from time to time. But I'm always happy to help out someone if I think their game catches my. I will say that is one thing. I am selective, where if I.
How would they reach you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have my Twitch channel, obviously, the Electric Mindset, and I have a Discord for the Electric Mindset. And both of those are probably a good way to get a hold of me. Usually, just hit me up in Discord is the best option, but I do check my direct messages on Twitch from time to time. But I'm always happy to help out someone if I think their game catches my eye. I will say that is one thing. I am selective, where if I, the way I see it, in order for me to give proper feedback or for me to show it properly, it needs to be a game that I'm actually interested in. If it's something that is, I just don't like the type of game and it's not going to be something I'm interested in, I won't force myself to do it. But I'm always happy to take a look at what people are doing. I love weird games, any kind of life sim. I really, the only genres I find myself not being huge into are like tactics, strategy games, and sports games. But I have played sports games that I enjoyed. So you're
Cool.
always
So the
welcome to hit
Electric
me up.
Mindset on Twitch, and we could probably figure out your Discord from there.
I think
right
everything
below
needs to be scooched over then.
homepage for the channel, there should be a link to my Discord.
Cool. So let's move on. Just going down the list here. Just Wall, you were on episode 23. You want to refresh everyone a little bit?
was.
About who you are, what you do.
Oh gosh, episode 23.
You do?
Oh gosh, episode 20. That's right. Yeah.
Right. So you're always welcome to hit me up.
Cool. So the Electric Mindset on Twitch, and we could probably figure out your Discord from there.
Yeah, the right below the home I enjoyed. So you're always welcome to hit me up.
Cool. So the Electric Mindset on Twitch, and we could probably figure out your Discord from there.
Yeah, the right below the homepage for the channel, there should be a link to my Discord.
Fantastic. Cool. So let's move on. Just going down the list here, Just Wall, you were on episode 23. You want to refresh everyone a little bit about who you are, what you do?
Oh gosh, episode 23. That's right. Yeah. Well, of course I develop games, but I'm a master of all.
On episode 23, you want to refresh everyone a little bit
I was.
about who you are, what you do?
Oh gosh, episode 23. That's right. Yeah. Well, of course I develop games, but I'm a master of all. I try to do the indie solo dev. Actually, I did that for a really long time, and I enjoyed the chaos of creating every last bit of it, all the way down to QA testing, all the way to release and launch and attempting to market, or fumbling my way through marketing. But recently I've been teamed up with an Australian developer. He goes by Wirehead, and we've been making some pretty crazy stuff. We made Terrain, which is kind of an open world procedural generation 2D pixel platforming exploration mining thing. I guess the way I could say it is kind of like Starbound, but way more chunky pixels.
Nice.
And currently we're working on the Hunter's Path, which is a top-down PvE survival experience.
And you were in
pixels.
Nice.
And currently we're working on the Hunter's Path, which is a top-down PvE survival experience.
And you were in Next Fest, right?
That's kind of where
with
I'm at.
the Hunter's Path.
I was just in Next Fest. Yeah, it was my first Next Fest, actually. I've never participated in a Next Fest, and it was exciting. It was really cool to see. It's like a spotlight for developers. It's not the best. I mean, it's not just going to make your game have a billion views instantly.
What happens here? I forgot.
That's kind of where
with
I'm at.
the Hunter's Path.
I cut him off, so we're gonna cut that off. And
you were in Next Fest, right? With the Hunter's Path.
I was survival experience.
And you were in Next Fest, right? With
all right, so we'll trim this. We'll push it over there.
Experience thingy.
And you were in Next.
And real quick, I was playing with his compression. It's because you can hear a little bit of room noise, and compression can kind of draw that out. If you've got it from the recording, then you typically want to use less of a threshold or less of a ratio. Adjust the threshold and try to make it sound as natural as possible. If you over compress it, you'll start to hear little things that you don't want to hear. But everything requires a little bit of compression.
Next Fest, right? With the Hunter's Path.
I was just in Next Fest. Yeah, it was my first Next Fest, actually. I've never participated in a Next Fest, and it was exciting. It was really cool to see.
But we can increase his gain or his output a little bit.
It's like a spotlight for developers. It's not the best. I mean, it's not just going to make your game have a billion views instantly, but it will limit the amount of demos to, I think it was 1,600 that were on there, if I looked correctly. It was somewhere around 2,000, and that's way better odds for someone to come across you when you're in that fest than the thousands and thousands and thousands of demos that are just out there. So it was really cool to see numbers increase. But my favorite thing about Next Fest is playing the demos. I slacked on promoting my own thing because I was lost in all demos. I slacked on promoting my own thing because I was lost in all the cool demos that were out.
I've definitely used Next Fest to find things to show people.
Is playing the demos. I slacked on promoting my own thing because I was lost in all the cool demos that were out.
I've definitely used Next Fest to find things to show people or things to keep an eye on.
Oh yeah. It's just one of the coolest fests.
I also think it's interesting
he's
you can only post
scooched over now,
post
so
your game to it once.
That's it. Yeah. So now that
I think
the Hunter's
it
Path
kind of
has been in
starts
there,
early.
I can know those that were out. Right.
I've definitely used Next Fest to find things.
So
to
he's
show
just saying
people or
right there,
things
we
to
can
keep an
actually
eye on.
remove that.
It's just one of the coolest.
So that way we're making
fests.
room for.
I also think it's interesting that
Michael.
that were out.
I've definitely used Next Best to find things to show people or things to keep an eye on.
Yeah. It's just one of the coolest fests.
I also think it's interesting that you can only post your game to it once.
That's it. Yeah. So now that the Hunter's Path has been in there, I can no longer put Hunter's Path within another Next Fest. Next thing it can do.
Things to keep an eye on.
It's just one of the coolest fests. I
also think it's interesting that you can only post your game to it once.
That's it. Yeah. So now that the Hunter's Path has been in there,
things to keep an eye on.
It's just one of the coolest fests. I think.
I also think it's interesting that you can only post your game to it once.
That's it. Yeah. So now that the Hunter's Path has been in there, I can no longer put Hunter's Path within another Next Fest. Next thing it can do is release fully. So kind of interesting.
Cool. I think it definitely pushes devs to ensure that their demos are of a certain quality because it's going to be their official first impression.
Yeah. I have some advice, some really good advice. So kind of interesting.
Cool.
I think it definitely pushes devs to ensure that their demos are of a certain quality because it's going to be their official first impression.
Yeah. I have some advice, some really good advice, something that I learned that I failed at. And failures is how you learn things, right? So we've set up, there's a checkbox in Steam that's been recently added to where your demo can have a separate page. You have to physically check that checkbox and then get your
first impression.
Yeah. I have some advice, some really good advice, something that I learned that I failed at. And failures is how you learn things, right?
Absolutely.
So we've set up
impression.
Yeah. I have some advice, some really good advice, something that I learned that I failed at. And failures is how you learn things, right?
Absolutely.
So we've set up, there's a checkbox in Steam that's been recently added to where your demo can have a separate page.
So I'm not sure if I was like just not facing the mic here,
and then get your
or if I moved further away from it. Could have been a little bit of both. So what we can do is adjust the gain on just this little bit here.
And so that allowed us to have the demo on our store page. But really good advice, something that I learned that I failed at. And failures is how you learn things, right?
Absolutely.
So we've set up, there's a checkbox in Steam that's been recently really good advice, something that I learned that I failed at. And failures is how you learn things, right?
Absolutely.
So we've set up, there's a checkbox in Steam that's been recently added to where your demo can have a really good advice, something that I learned that I failed at. And failures is how you learn things, right?
Absolutely.
So we've set up, there's a checkbox in Steam that's been recently added to where your demo can have a separate page. You have to physically check that checkbox and then get your separate demo page approved because there's an approval for your page. What we did was we didn't check that box and we already had our page approved. And so that allowed us to have the demo on our store page. But after talking to Jalen, one of Michael's friends, he's a good dude. Yeah, absolutely, very helpful. He was like, "Hey, how do you get? We'll
scooch this over a bit. I'm not sure. The timing isn't perfect on this anymore. Things got scooched around so much."
Talking to Jalen, one of Michael's friends.
He's a good dude.
Yeah, absolutely, very helpful. He was like, "Hey, how do you get
kind of put this
on a
in the middle
page so
there?
I can leave a review?" Talking to Jalen, one of Michael's friends.
He's a good dude.
Yeah,
right, so let's get rid of this.
He was like, "Hey, how do you get?
We'll scooch everything.
How do you get
over,
it on a separate page so I can leave reviews?" I'm like, "Ooh!" And this, of course, the fest had already started, right? And so then I realized it was this checkbox, and it would take a day to get approved. But in the future, if I do Next Fest, I will do that separate page because the games that had the reviews and the option to leave a review was great because then you can kind of see if you're going to like the demo, right? You can do a little
That also
research.
opens up the discussions too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So people can actually list things and give more in-depth feedback than what they might give.
Basically lost out on a lot of feedback, I feel. After talking to Jalen, one of Michael's friends.
He's a good dude.
Yeah, absolutely, very helpful. He was like, "Hey, how do you get it on a separate page so I can leave reviews?" I'm like, "Ooh!" And this, of course, the fest had already started, right? And so then I realized it was this checkbox, and it would take a day to get approved. But in the future, if I do Next Fest, I will do that separate page because the games that had the reviews and the option to leave a review was great because then you can kind of see if you're gonna like the demo, right? You can do a little.
That also
research.
opens up the discussions too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So people can actually list things and give more in-depth feedback than what they might give in a review.
Yeah, so we basically lost out on a lot of feedback, I feel like, because we didn't have that separate page. So just a note to any devs that are going to do a next fest ever, make that separate page so you can get good feedback and reviews. It's very helpful.
Well, that's awesome. Thanks for that advice. I think people will appreciate that.
Yeah.
Was there anything else you
Absolutely.
wanted to go over, Just Ball, before we go on to Sal?
No, I just love music.
Love music.
I love music.
Nice.
If you like music for your game, I like making music. So music's the best.
Hell yeah. So Sal, we're on to you. You were on the most recent Indie Game Dev Report episode 25, but that was months ago because I moved and we're at a new location here. So how are you doing? And could you give us a little refresher?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm Sal. I go by Sal T GB on most social media. I've been working on a farming adventure game for the Game Boy for the past few years called Meadow GB. And then recently I've also been dabbling in a little bit of homebrew for the N64 on a game called
That excites me so much.
which is kind of a first person.
I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, it's a first person dungeon crawler.
Cool. So it's like sprite based, right? Mostly. Right? You're not using 3D polygons or anything like that, which is interesting.
Yeah. I wanted to the only homebrew development video previously.
A refresher.
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm Sal. I go by Sal T GB on most social media. I've been working on a farming adventure game for the Game Boy for the past few years called Meadow GB. And then recently I've also been dabbling in a little bit of homebrew for the N64 on a game called
That excites me so much.
which is kind of a first person.
I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, it's a first person dungeon crawler.
Cool. So it's like sprite based, right? Mostly. Right? You're not using 3D polygons or anything like that, which is interesting.
Yeah. I wanted to crawler.
Cool. So it's like sprite based, right? Mostly. Right? You're not using 3D polygons or anything like that, which is interesting.
Yeah. I wanted to the only homebrew development I've done is on the Game Boy using GB Studio previously. And that's a pretty structured environment. It's a very advanced editor for building Game Boy games. And I wanted to move over and do something more challenging, which was doing an N64 game. And that's a lot more of a kind of raw programming experience. You're going to be writing.
I just want to make sure I save here just in case something happens, crashes or whatever. We already put a lot of work into this. We don't want to lose it.
You're going to be writing a lot of C, and you're going to be working with the specific architecture of the N64. So part of that was
long ways to go, though.
Do I want to learn how to do 3D graphics or not? And I opted to just start with something a little simpler and just say, hey, let me try and do something 2D. We'll take one of the dimensions out, and maybe that'll make it easier. So yeah, just a way to kind of strip the project.
Yeah, I'm
back.
super excited for that. Also very jealous because I've always low key wanted to get into N64 development, but just too much going on with me.
Hey, nothing to be jealous about. Maybe if I get around to it, I'll open source the project or do a write up on it.
At the very least, I'd love to test it when it's ready.
Yeah.
Was there anything else you want to go over about yourself?
No, that's it.
Cool. So the next thing is we've got discussion topics on a Google document, and if you guys want to have that open, that might help. But yeah, so we're just going to kind of go through, and if anyone has anything that they really want to talk about, or anything that they're experienced in, or anything they have questions about that they don't fully understand, or anything like that, I think Michael's going to work well as like a control variable in this, since he's a player and the rest of us are devs. That a lot of times devs end up with these like thoughts that have nothing to do with what the player thinks. So it's actually really cool to have everyone's opinion. And I don't know.
I will do my best.
Thank you. And like when you're a dev, people sometimes don't realize how important player feedback is until you're like in the thick of it. Right. And then as a player, you don't realize how important your own feedback is because devs don't always tell you.
It came in just a little bit early, so I think it's just a little bit off.
If anyone has anything that jumps out at them that they really want to talk about, everyone's opinion, and I don't know.
I will do my best.
Thank you. And like when you're a dev, people sometimes don't realize how important player
They're a
feedback
little
is
late.
until you're like in the thick of it, right? And then as a player, you don't realize. And I don't know.
I will do my best.
Thank you. And like when you're a dev, people sometimes don't realize how important player feedback is until you're like in the thick of it, right? And then as a player, you don't realize how important your own feedback is because devs don't always tell you.
Right.
Yeah.
So if anyone has anything that jumps out at them that they really want to talk about, I'd love to hear it. So any topic, anyone, go.
Any topic, anyone, go. I kind of am curious. Sal was talking about, Game Boy Studio and then going into N64 and continuing that. Like what code bases is that? And I have zero understanding of that, by the way. Like, it's very foreign to me. So, is it just like in their specific code base, or?
Yeah, yeah. The Game Boy game, I kind of alluded to this. I used a program called GB Studio,
Yeah.
which is kind of like I said, it's a very structured editor. And so it's actually kind of become known as a very easy entry point for making games. It's got a drag and drop editor. The Game Boy itself is pretty limited in terms of hardware, so producing images or sprites for your game is, there's kind of like fundamental constraints.
Yeah.
It provides this pretty good environment. And it's also all in one. It's got a music editor, a code editor. You do have to bring your own pixel editor, but that's kind of, I think, the easiest thing to go get.
There's a bunch are free. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very
So we'll increase the gain on this bit here, because same thing. He probably is just not directly facing the microphone.
like toolkit knowledge you need about programming.
So
no
but
coding.
that's no issue.
I've been really into it. There's no coding.
That's what you've been using.
But so producing images or sprites for your game is, there's kind of like fundamental constraints.
Yeah.
It provides this pretty good environment. And it's also all in one. It's got a music editor, a code editor. You do have to bring your own pixel editor, but that's kind of, I think, the easiest thing to go get.
There's a bunch are free.
Yeah. It's a very
we don't actually need that.
Making games, and takes a lot of the kind of like toolkit knowledge you would need about programming out of the equation.
No coding. Rick, you've been using that.
I have. I've been really into it.
There's
no coding.
That's what you've been using.
But you can use some code if you want to. So it's really great. In fact, if you really want to, you can eject the engine and recode the engine. Someone actually made.
You would need about programming out of the equation.
No coding.
Rick, you've been using that.
I have. I've been really into it.
No
coding.
That's what you've been
about programming out of the equation.
No coding.
Rick, you've been using that.
I have. I've
So
been really into it.
I feel like it's gotten a little jumbled here. So we'll clean it up a bit and just kind of space things out as we need to here. So, if we cut that there, and we'll cut this here, and we'll just control select all of this. But that's gonna cut that. So we want this, not that. So we can actually drag that away for now, and then just get all of this stuff, and all of this, that. Selecting a lot of stuff can be kind of weird in Ableton. It tends to want to like select over things. So what we can do then is drag this back out, so that way we can hear what he says.
It's a very smooth way to start making games, and takes a lot of the kind of like toolkit knowledge you would need about programming out of the equation.
And then I cut him off there. So
no coding.
Rick, you've been using that.
I have. I've been really into it. There's no coding.
That's what you've been using.
But you can use some code if you want to.
So we don't need him to say that
fact,
twice.
If you really want to, you can eject the engine and recode the engine. Someone actually made a hacked version of the engine to make NES games.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Interesting. So no code version, but I'm guessing that now the conversation's moving to the N64 is completely opposite of that. It's like crazy and no real good editor, and it's all coded. And
well, I'll tell you what, it's a relative thing.
Right.
Right now, programming toolkit knowledge you would need about programming out of the equation.
Yeah, no
Right, I think
coding
Rick, you've
required.
been using that.
I have, yeah, I've been really
Yeah.
into it. Yeah, there's no coding required, but you can use some code if you want to. So it's really
So
great. In
I
fact, if
repeat
you really
myself
want
here,
to, you
so
can
we
eject
don't
the
need. I don't
engine
need to be
and
talking
recode the
over
knowledge
him.
you would need about programming out of the equation.
Right, I think Rick, you've been using that.
I have, yeah, I've been really
Yeah.
into it. Yeah, there's no coding required, but you can use some code if you want to. So it's really great. In fact, if you really want to, you can eject the engine and
Same thing here. We're
recode the
gonna
engine.
increase the
Someone
gain on this a
actually
little bit
made
here.
a hacked version of the
Make
engine
sure it
to
sounds
make,
okay.
You can use some code if you want to. So it's really great. In fact, if you really want to, you can eject the engine and recode the engine. Someone actually made a hacked
Alright, so we
version of
don't
the engine
need
to
that
make
noise,
NES
but this noise is him like
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. So
Use some code if you want to. So it's really great. In fact, if you really want to, you can eject the engine and recode the engine. Someone actually made a hacked version of the engine to make NES games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. So no code version, but I'm guessing that now the conversation's moving to the N64 is completely opposite of that. It is. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. So no code version, but I'm guessing that now the conversation's moving to the N64 is completely opposite of that. It is like crazy and no real good editor, and it's all coded and.
We'll scooch this over into the silence.
I'll tell you what, it's a relative thing.
Right.
Right
Now the conversation's moving to the N64 is completely opposite of that. It is like crazy and no real good editor, and it's all coded and.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a relative thing.
Right.
Right now in the N64 homebrew, there are some good programming tools. In particular, there's a library called LibDragon that a group of people have been working on for, I think it's close to a decade. And what that is it's kind of a basic set of toolkits.
I really want to
library
look into
that
the
you as a
LibDragon.
programmer can pull in, and you're doing all your work in C or C++ if you want. But you can pull that in, and it really gives you a place to start. So you don't have to be really, down in the hardware, like sending instructions to a chip. You can say, hey, here's an image, load it in from a pretend file system, like, as if there's some, operating system on the N64, load that in and display it somewhere on the screen. I'll give you pixel coordinates and you can put it there. Certainly still kind of a programming challenge.
All coded and.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a relative thing. Right now in the N64 homebrew, there are some good programming tools. In particular, there's a library called LibDragon that it's a relative thing. Right now in the N64 homebrew, there are some good programming tools. In particular, there's a library called LibDragon that a group of people have been working. It's a relative thing. Right now in the N64 homebrew, there are some good programming tools. In particular, there's a library called LibDragon that a group of people have been working on for, I think it's close to a decade. It's a relative thing. Right now in the N64 homebrew, there are some good programming tools. In particular, there's a library called LibDragon that a group of people have been working on for, I think it's close to a decade. And what that is it's kind of a basic set of toolkits, a library that you as a programmer can pull in, and you're doing all your work in C or C++ if you want, close to a decade. And what that is it's kind of a basic set of toolkits, a library that you as a programmer can pull in, and you're doing all your work in C or C++ if you want. But you can pull that in, and it really gives you, I think it's close to a decade. And what that is it's kind of a basic set of toolkits, a library that you as a programmer can pull in, and you're doing all your work in C or C++ if you operating system on the N64, load that in and display it somewhere on the screen. I'll give you pixel coordinates and you can put it there. So sure, it's definitely still kind of a programming challenge to get in there, and you do need to write operating system on the N64, load that in and display it somewhere on the screen. I'll give you pixel coordinates and you can put it there. So sure, it's definitely still kind of a programming challenge to get in there, and you do need to write actual programs at C, but it's still very structured, and there's a lot of stuff that gets you off the ground so you're not starting, kind of in the dirt, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I find it really interesting because if you look at I guess probably both the games that all the games that
kind of in the dirt, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I find it really interesting because if you look at I guess probably both the games that all the games that the developers on this call make, we're really inspired by that old school like vibe. But I've never gone and actually had an old school engine. I've always just used a new school engine, right, and given it an old school vibe. And so it's interesting to me to hear about actually using the old school hardware as well as like art and stuff and sound like the old games had. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, your stuff's, art and stuff and sound like the old games had. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, your stuff's stellar, man. Like Sal, I checked out your demo. It's good. Yeah, like you piece it all together, and the art is like the palette stuff is what gets me because I do, the art as well, and like it's like a limited palette. And Rick, I was watching some of your streams. You're like, oh, I can't use more than X colors in this one square or something crazy.
Palette limitation.
I'm sure is like art and stuff and sound like the old games had. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, your stuff's stellar, man. Like Sal, I checked out your demo. It's good. Yeah, like you piece it all together, and the art is like the palette stuff is what gets me because I do or something along those lines. I was like, wow, that's crazy.
Palette limitation.
I'm so used to being completely free, right? Like I do whatever I want.
And
yeah,
Michael,
very cool.
What do you think about homebrew as a player? Have you tested homebrew games at all? Have you played any on stream or anything like that?
Yeah, I've played a couple. But for me, mainly it's nostalgic. But the big thing for me is I think the idea, like from the era when those games were coming out, Game Boy games and N64 games, gaming as a whole was a different thing. Like a video game as a whole was a different thing. So I always find it really interesting to see how people making those games now approach it, like the way they do mechanics, the way they design the levels, because people now think of games
at all. Have you played any on stream or anything like that?
Yeah, I've played a couple. But for me, mainly it's nostalgic. But the big thing for me is I think the idea, like from the era. Yeah, I've played a couple. But for me, mainly it's nostalgic. But the big thing for me is I think the idea, like from the era when those games were coming out, Game Boy games and N64 games, gaming as a whole was a different thing. Like a video game as a whole was a different thing. So I always find it really interesting to see how people making those games now approach it, like the way they do mechanics and the levels, because
or anything like that.
Yeah, I've played a couple, but for me, mainly it's nostalgic. But the big thing for me is I think the idea, like from the era when I played a couple, but for me, mainly it's nostalgic. But the big thing for me is I think the idea, like from the era when those games were coming out, Game Boy games and N64 games, gaming as a whole was a different thing. Like a video game as a whole was a different thing. So I always find it really interesting to see how people making those games now approach it, like the way they do mechanics, the way they design the levels, because people now when they think of games now are a different thing than they were when those games were coming out. They're a whole different beast. So I find people are being a lot more creative with their games. Like a lot of them I don't think you would have seen come out when those like consoles were initially when those games were coming out.
Agree, yeah.
They're a whole different beast. So I find people are being a lot more creative with their games. Like a lot of them I don't think you would have seen come out when those like consoles were initially around. A lot of them I don't think you would have seen come out when those like consoles were initially around, because those types of ideas people use weren't really floating around. So I find them interesting. Right. I find they can be kind of they can be a pretty interesting, really floating around. So I find them interesting. Right. I find they can be kind of they can be a pretty interesting thing creatively to investigate and weren't really floating around. So I find them interesting. I find they can be kind of they can be a pretty interesting thing creatively to investigate and look into.
Well, one thing that I've realized as a homebrew developer is it's hard to get people to stream the games because they don't either they're not used to using an emulator, or they don't want to do like a web build on the stream, or like things of that nature. Just, logistics make it difficult.
I will say the only reason why I'm not huge on web builds is because I don't find they run as well as something you can actually download. So I don't prefer web builds, but I'll still play one. I definitely think a big part is both people don't want to use an emulator, don't want to go through the quote unquote trouble.
There is a Pokemon in chat, a Stunky.
But I also think
if anyone
part of
wants
it
to
is
catch
some
that.
people just don't care about old looking games.
I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
And not to cut anyone off here, but it looks like Langle just dropped in, so that's awesome. Langle, if you're
sweet.
ready, let us know and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello, can
We
you
can hear you
can you hear
fine.
me?
How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
You fit right in with this crowd. Make it difficult.
I will say the only reason why I'm not huge on web builds is because I don't find they run as well as something you can actually download. So I don't prefer web builds, but I'll still play one. I definitely think a big part is both people don't want to use well as something you can actually download. So I don't prefer,
logistics make it difficult.
I will say the only reason why I'm not huge on web builds is because I don't
just, logistics make it difficult.
I will say the only reason why I'm not huge on web builds is because I don't find they run as well as something you can actually download. So I don't prefer web builds, but I'll still play one. I definitely think a big part is both people don't want to use an emulator, don't want to go through the quote unquote trouble of getting one. But I also think a part of it is some people just don't care about old looking games.
I think that's part of it. And not to cut anyone off here, but it looks like Langle just dropped in, so that's awesome. Langle, if you're
sweet.
ready, let us know and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello,
We can hear you fine. How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
You fit right in with this crowd.
I feel like I'm sorry I'm late.
Totally fine.
It sounded like you were talking about some people hate looking at old stuff.
We were getting on. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello,
We can hear you fine. How you doing?
Hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
You fit right in with this crowd.
I feel like I'm sorry I'm late.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
You fit right in.
Maybe
with
we
this
should cut
crowd.
out that.
About yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. How you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Howdy.
What
yeah,
happened
I'm
there?
Langle. I'm a NES developer.
You fit right in with this crowd.
I feel like I'm sorry I'm late.
Perfect.
About yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. How you doing?
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle.
So we'll get rid of
Fine.
this.
How you doing?
Howdy.
And then
yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
You fit right in with this crowd.
I feel like I'm sorry I'm late. Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
You fit right in with this crowd.
I feel like I'm sorry I'm late.
Perfect.
It sounded like you were talking about some people hate looking at old
We were
stuff.
getting on
It is
a
true.
homebrew topic here. That's we just started the first topic of discussion. But first, tell us a little bit about yourself so people can. I mean, I know that you were just on an episode 24, and So people, we already did everyone else. And how you doing?
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a.
A little bit about yourself.
Hello.
And how you doing?
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a.
A little bit about yourself.
Hello.
And how you doing?
Howdy. Yeah,
Hello.
I'm Langle. I'm a.
A little bit about yourself.
Hello.
And how you doing?
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle.
All right, let's try to fix that a little bit.
NES developer.
You fit right in
He
with
kind of
Hello.
and how you
he
doing?
kind of goes
Howdy.
into
Yeah,
his
I'm Langle.
early
I'm
or
NES
yeah.
developer.
You fit right in with
So
this
if we
crowd.
turn off this,
I'm sorry, I'm
we
late.
can adjust this.
Perfect.
It's hello.
And how you doing?
That sounds much
Howdy.
better.
Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
You fit right in with this
I don't
crowd.
know. I feel like I'm
totally
sorry, I'm
fine.
late. Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
Oh, let's.
You fit right in with this
I don't know.
crowd.
We need everything
I feel like
here.
I'm sorry, I'm
Totally
late.
Perfect.
It sounded like you were talking about some people hate looking at old
We were
stuff.
getting on
It
a
is true.
homebrew topic here. That's we just started the first topic of discussion. But first, tell us a little bit about yourself so people can. I mean, I know that you were just on the, an episode 24, and so people might recognize you. But let's get a little. How you doing?
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
Yourself.
Hello.
And how you doing?
Howdy. Yeah, I'm Langle. I'm a NES developer.
You fit right in with this
I don't
crowd.
know. I feel like I'm
totally
sorry, I'm
fine.
late.
You fit right in with this
I don't
crowd.
know. I feel like I'm
totally
sorry, I'm
fine.
late.
Perfect.
It sounded like you were talking about some people hate looking at old
We
stuff.
were getting on
It
a
is true.
homebrew topic here. You fit right in with this
I don't
crowd.
know. I feel like I'm sorry, I'm late.
No, it's totally fine.
Perfect.
It sounded like you were talking about some people hate looking at old
We
stuff.
were getting on
It
a
is true.
homebrew topic here. That's we just started the first topic of discussion. But first, tell us a little bit about yourself so people can. I mean,
some people hate looking at old stuff.
we were
It
getting
is
on
true.
a homebrew topic here. That's we just started the first topic of discussion. But first, tell us a little bit about yourself so people can. I mean, I know that you were just on the, an episode.
These giggles are too good.
24,
We gotta turn them up.
and so people might recognize you, but let's get a little refresher about you. We already did everyone else. We're
It
getting
is
on
true.
a homebrew topic here. That's we just started the first topic of discussion. But first, tell us a little bit about yourself so people can. I mean, I know that you were just on the, an episode 24, and so people might recognize you, but let's get a little refresher about you. We already did everyone else.
Geez, and I missed their format for
There wasn't one.
presentation. To
Everyone just
copy.
We just
winged
kind
it.
of, we just kind of like vomited out whatever we were saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing chiptune since like '98. I've been running this website called Battle of the Bits since '05. It's primarily chiptune competitions and does releases compilations and stuff. And I got into making video games just a few years ago. Yeah, on the NES of all things. So
That's fantastic. Was there anything else you want to tell
I
us
love
about
to hear
yourself?
I'm a struggling entrepreneur.
With low blow, you got the bleep
Yeah,
alert. Everyone else.
Geez, and I missed their format for
There wasn't one.
presentation. To
Everyone just
copy.
We just
winged
kind of, we just kind of like vomited out whatever we were saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing chiptune since like '98. I've been running this website called Battle of the Bits since '05. It's primarily chiptune
There wasn't one.
presentation. To
Everyone just
copy.
winged it.
we just kind of, we just kind of like vomited out whatever we were saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing chiptune since like '98.
What are these
I've been
sounds?
running this website called Battle of the Bits since.
Oh, it's laughter. Okay. So we'll turn it up so it's not getting cut off by the gate there.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing chiptune.
I think the
since,
Discord
like,
noise
98.
suppression
I've
was
been
cutting it
running-
off a
We
little
just kind
bit.
of like vomited out whatever we were saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing chiptune since like '98. I've been running this website called Battle of the Bits since '05. It's primarily chiptune um, competitions and does releases compilations and stuff. And I got into making video games just a few years ago. Yeah, on the NES of all things. So
That's fantastic. Was there anything else you want to tell
I
us
love
about
to hear
yourself?
I'm a struggling entrepreneur
With Low Blast, right?
on the NES of all things. So
That's fantastic. Was there anything else you want to tell
I
us
love
about
to hear
yourself?
I'm a struggling entrepreneur
With Low Blast, right?
um, yeah, on the NES of all things. So
That's fantastic. Was there anything else you want to tell us about yourself?
I love to hear
I'm a struggling entrepreneur.
With Low Blast, right?
That hits.
Yeah,
You got the
yeah, that's
bleepler,
it. Yeah.
right?
That hits, he
You got
says.
Guntner.
Yep. A little synth toy I designed and build and sells well at conventions, but does not sell well online because I don't think it works until you pick it up and hold it in your hands. The connection.
So you're selling
I'm a struggling entrepreneur.
with Low Blast, right?
That hits.
Yeah.
You got the
Yeah, that's
bleepler,
it. Yeah.
right? You got Guntner.
Yep. A little synth toy I designed and build and sells well at conventions, but does not sell well online because I don't think it works until you pick it up and hold it in your hands. The connection.
So you're selling Guntner as well, right? You go to conventions, sell it firsthand.
Yep. 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 I sell my self-published versions. Megacat also sells a physical copy that they publish, and I'm also been for the past year showcasing my work on the NES port of Orange Island, which was a Kickstarter back in 2019.
And you're a content creator as well. I see you on Twitch all the time.
Oh yes, I stream stuff
under the name Puke7. If anyone's interested in checking him out.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be getting back on the NES development this week. I try to do Tuesday through Thursday, but sometimes there's just too much other stuff going on. And Friday nights we watch old commercials for fun.
Cool. And so on the topic of homebrew, I'm sure you have a lot to bring to the table. Earlier we were talking about Game Boy on GB Studio, and then N64 development using LibDragon. And
I took that too far.
Michael is a content creator, so not exactly a dev, but he does some testing and stuff. And then Just Wall hasn't done any homebrew.
Kickstarter back in 2019.
And you're a content creator as well.
I see what
see
needs
you
to
on Twitch
happen.
all the time.
Oh yes, Kickstarter back in 2019.
And you're a content creator as well. I see you on Twitch all the time.
Oh yes, I stream stuff
under the name Puke7. If anyone's interested in checking him out.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be getting back on the NES development this week. I try to do Tuesday through Thursday, but sometimes there's just too much other stuff going on. And Friday nights we watch old commercials for fun.
Cool. And so on the topic of homebrew, I'm sure you have a lot to bring to the table. Earlier Game Boy on time.
Oh yes, I stream stuff
under the name Puke7. If anyone's interested in checking him out.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be getting back on the NES development this week. I try to do Tuesday through Thursday, but sometimes there's just too much other stuff going on. And Friday nights we watch old commercials for fun.
Cool. And so on the topic of homebrew, I'm sure you have a lot to bring to the table. Earlier we were talking about Game Boy on GB Studio, and then N64 development using LibDragon. And Michael is a content creator, so he's not exactly a dev, but he does some testing. And then Just Wall.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be getting back on the NES development this week. I try to do Tuesday through Thursday, but sometimes there's just too much other stuff going on. And Friday nights we watch old commercials for fun.
Cool. And so on the topic of homebrew, I'm sure you have a lot to bring to the table. Earlier we were talking about Game Boy on GB Studio, and then N64 development using LibDragon, and yeah, Michael is a content creator, so he's not exactly a dev, but he does some testing and stuff. And then Just Wall hasn't done any homebrew stuff, but he likes the retro pixel style.
Cool.
Well, I do kind of have a question that I think would be very interesting to hear everyone's answer, because I've been dwelling on it in anticipation of this talk. And the question is, what's the dividing line between homebrew and indie games? Because I feel like they are very culturally different, and the net outcomes of the games they produce are different. But I had trouble in my own mind pinning down, like, okay, what separates the two? How do you pull them apart?
I mean, the simple answer, I think, is that homebrew is more about being aftermarket stuff for old consoles.
The hardware.
And indie is just indie seems like a big, huge blanket term for anybody making games on their own.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah, if you're a homebrew developer, you're an indie also. But if you're
Yeah.
retro pixel style,
cool.
Well, I do kind of have a question that I think would be very interesting to hear everyone's answer, because I've been dwelling
Scatterbug
on
in
it in
chat.
anticipation of this talk. And the question is, what's the dividing line between homebrew and indie games? Because I feel like they are very culturally different, and the net outcomes of the games they produce are different. But I had trouble in my own mind pinning down, like, okay, what separates the two? How do you pull them apart?
So we got another little gap here we should clean up a bit. Which actually makes the podcast a lot shorter. I know it makes the editing take longer, that's for sure. But in the end, a lot of people are gonna hear this. I mean, I know I say that, like, even in the podcast, no one's gonna hear this, and I kind of say that stuff a lot, but the reality is that probably about 100 people are gonna hear this, at least. So, and it might actually be more, considering that all 4 of us, or all 5 of us, are probably going to market this a little bit in our own ways.
I mean, the simple answer, I think, is that homebrew is more about being aftermarket stuff for old consoles.
We never fixed his compression.
Indie seems like a big, huge blanket term for
Also,
anybody
what's going on with this?
making games on their own.
I agree. Yeah, if you're a homebrew developer, you're an indie also. But if you're an indie, you're not necessarily a homebrew.
Simple answer, I think, is that homebrew is more about being aftermarket stuff for old consoles.
The hardware.
And indie is just aftermarket stuff for old consoles.
Yeah, the hardware.
And indie seems like a big, huge blanket term for anybody making games on their own.
I agree. Yeah, if you're a homebrew developer, you're an indie also. But if you're an indie, you're not necessarily a homebrew developer.
Yeah, and I think the line comes from kind of what you guys were talking about, having to use those specific tools to create something in a fashion that is exactly like they would have created it back then. And that's kind of how I always view it, and that's what I've never gotten into, was all those tools, right? But I think all the concepts are the same, right? You have a sprite, and the sprite can be animated, and you got an X and a Y, at least if you're doing 2D, and all those can be 2D, and right. So
I guess it's maybe just really like an aesthetic label. It's like if you would adhere to these rigid set of aesthetics, you get to be homebrew.
Right.
Otherwise you kick to the indie level.
You're just indie, yeah. You're just me.
Right.
I mean, it's more than the restrictions and aesthetics. It has to actually run on.
That's what
old
I always
hardware.
understood homebrew as, was games that were made for retro consoles. Made how they would make it.
You're just indie, yeah. You're just me.
It works on the hardware.
I mean,
right?
yeah, it's more than the the restrictions and aesthetics, it has to actually run
That's
on
what
old
I always
hardware.
understood
Yeah,
homebrew as.
Yeah. You're just me.
As long as it works
I
on the
mean,
hardware, right?
yeah, it's more than the
I
restrictions
don't
and
know what
aesthetics. It
happens
has
there.
to
It gets cut off.
Yeah. You're just me.
As long as it works
I
on the
mean,
hardware.
It might
right?
be
it's
attenuation on
more than
his behalf because I started
restrictions
talking
and
over
aesthetics.
him,
It has
so it
to
might have cut
actually run
That's
on
him
what I
off
always
hardware.
understood.
Yeah.
because I was talking.
Yeah. You're just.
As long as it works
I
on the
mean,
hardware, right?
yeah, it's more than the restrictions and aesthetics.
You kicked to the indie
You're
level.
just indie. Yeah.
As long as it works
I
on the
mean,
hardware, right?
yeah, it's more than the restrictions and
You
aesthetics.
kicked to the indie
You're
level.
just indie. Yeah.
As long as it works
I
on the
mean,
hardware, right?
yeah, it's more than the restrictions.
Yeah.
As long as it works on the hardware,
I mean,
right?
yeah, it's more than the
Yeah.
As long as it works on the hardware,
I mean,
right?
yeah, it's more than the restrictions and aesthetics. It has to actually run
That's
on
what
old
I always
hardware.
understood
Yeah.
homebrew as, was games that were made for retro consoles. Made how they would make a game on a retro console.
But
To actually run on old
That's
hardware.
what I always
Yeah.
understood homebrew as. Was games that were made for retro consoles.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm squeezing the
Make
end,
a
aren't
retro
I?
console.
But luckily, emulators are readily
Yeah.
available, so no one needs to actually purchase old hardware to play these games. But they should work on
That would
them.
be so cool, though.
Oh yeah.
Somebody here's probably really.
Aesthetics. It has to actually run on old hardware.
Yeah.
That's what I always understood homebrew as, was games that were made for retro consoles. Made how they would make
But luckily,
a game on a
emulators
retro
are readily
Yeah.
available, so no one needs to actually purchase old hardware to play these games. But they should work on
That
them.
would be so cool, though.
Oh yeah.
Somebody here's probably released a cartridge, huh? Maybe.
I think Puke has. I don't. Sequel,
Yeah,
have
I
you
did.
gotten anything out on cartridge or no?
No.
I haven't either.
no.
That's crazy. Is that expensive? I've never even looked into that ever. Yeah.
That's what I was wondering.
Well, I mean, I couldn't afford to do it without running a Kickstarter first, but
right. That's cool,
um,
though, man.
the profit margin on the physical is pretty good. But you know, you have to find those customers.
Yeah.
Collectors, right?
So that's a whole different thing.
It's like niche, right? Like those are the customers.
It is, because I love games like that, but I'm not going to drop $40 on something that's going to have me digging my nests out of the basement. I would much rather play it on an emulator just because I'm lazy.
That's probably pretty standard or pretty common these days.
Yeah, so my box I sell for $70.
Right.
The ROM itself is just name your own price on itch. So it's I mean, it's my first game, so I don't just trying to make it available to as many people as
I
possible.
like how the suggested price was $420.
Yeah.
Pretty common these days.
Yeah, so my box I sell for $70.
Right.
The ROM itself is just name your own price on itch. So it's I mean, it's my first game, so I don't know. I'm just trying to make it available to as many people as possible.
I like how the suggested price was $420.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to go, man.
Yeah. We gotta close the gap though.
Price was $420.
Yeah.
Price was $420.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to go, man. That's the way to
I
go.
gotta speak to my customers anyway.
Yeah, man. I find that really interesting, though. That to actually put something on a cartridge, it's pretty cool. I'm old, so that was like my childhood, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm probably still the oldest one here. Do I win? I'm 45 years old. Do I win?
Oh, I'm turning 47 in May.
You win.
I love how disappointed Just Ball is that he's not winning. Oh, you win! You win!
Do I win?
Oh, I'm turning 47
Oh,
in
you
May.
win! Look at that!
I'm just glad I'm not the
Congratulations.
oldest.
Yeah, I got to the game real late, man. I didn't start. I mean, I knew I wanted to make games and stuff, and you
May.
win! Look at that! Congratulations.
I'm just glad I'm not the oldest.
Yeah, I got to the game real late, man. I didn't start. I mean, I knew I wanted to make games and stuff, and I love making.
I swear I don't have a lisp, but I did
always
there.
drew them as a kid and tried.
I'm just glad I'm not the oldest.
A voice crack and a lisp out of nowhere.
Yeah, I got to the game real late.
My voice
man.
does
I didn't
crack, I'll admit to that.
I mean, I knew I wanted to make games and stuff, and I love making music, and always drew them as a kid and tried to do pixel art. But it wasn't until 2017 that I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna do this, damn it. And then just like started learning. You know, you guys know the process, right? You get in there and you know, but it like took a really long time for me to think I could do it.
Yeah.
Right. And then you get out there, and that's what I love about devs and talking with devs is everyone has their own story. Some people have been coding since they could, you know, pull their own diaper up, and other people just started yesterday. And with the tools we have today, it's kind of crazy the speed that you can get up to speed. I always feel like I'm living in a world where I'm just 20-year-olds are just going to crush me.
There's a lot to go.
My skills are just weak potatoes compared to 20-year-olds today.
Well, yeah, they have all that young energy, and the internet is, I don't know, all the answers are there.
It's all there.
Like,
yeah.
I tried and failed as a teenager to make video games. Like I was programming and I could get stuff on screen, but like I had no one to ask anything.
Right. Yeah, you didn't.
I think a big thing is time too. When you're younger, you have a lot more free time.
That is true. That's how I learned how to play guitar really well, was that, you know, I could only play Star Fox for like 2 hours a dying before I had to turn that crap
Star
off
Fox sounds good right about now.
Now,
if you have a lot of free time now, you're either young or unemployed.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I think that brings up I've been itching to talk about generative AI, and I feel like that kind of leads into that, right? Because and I'll be straightforward. I am pretty much completely anti AI at this point. I mean, I can see maybe in the future it might be, but obviously anyone who has different opinions, I'm totally fine with that. In fact, that's kind of the point of this, is to just get everyone's opinions. But yeah, I think that kids these days are like looking at AI like, oh, well, now I can just use AI and that'll help me. And a lot of coders in particular are saying, oh, but it's great for coding. It might suck for art. It might not be, you know, ethical for art, but it's great for coding. And then they always say the same thing. They're like, oh, all that boilerplate code, you just don't have to write it anymore. It's like all that easy boilerplate code.
I think those are people who don't know how to properly use AI. I don't know where people got this idea that it's just a one and done thing. I think for me, I'm for AI as long as it's not used lazily. Like you could maybe get an idea of what the code could look like using AI, but I think in order for it to be good, it always needs human touch. Like you always need to go through it and all that. These people who just do it and it's done, it's almost always a mess from what I've seen.
Yeah, it seems like.
I actually have a funny story.
Oh, go for it. You got a story? Let's hear it.
I do. It was just from like this last week. I decided, hey, I work in Game Maker, and I know it now. I've done it for many years, and so I was like, I wonder, because I don't know if I'm on the AI train or not either. Like I don't know. I can't. I don't think I am. But I went and I just said, write me a Game Maker language script for player movement. And 1 second later, I had a list of instructions of what to do in the engine. And then I put the code in there, and it made my red block move with collisions.
So it worked.
It worked, yeah. And so I don't know that I like it, but I do agree with you that I feel the younger generations, like my youngest child, who's just 12 now, and when they get older, yeah, they're just going to use that. It's the easy way, right? Like, but it blew my mind that it worked to begin with, right?
There's some bad AI code out there.
But I think this is where Rick was talking about juice. So even though it might work, I still think anyone who uses that as a tool, which is what it is, it's a tool in my mind, not a solution. I think if you treat it as a solution, it's lazy implementation to me, and I oftentimes don't like it. But if everyone's using the same generated way to do it, everything's going to feel the same. So someone should still get in there, mess with it, make it juicy, and use it like that.
I completely agree, because the code worked, right? It did what it was supposed to do, but it wasn't perfect, and you would have to go in there. You still need that knowledge of the engine and the language to like caress that into a true player who can swing swords or whatever you're trying to do, right? Like, you still have to put your hands in there.
But I kind of looked at it a little bit like as a tutorial. Like there was a time when I started looking to see at how good it could write like a poem or something like that. And I have always treated kind of generative AI like this. And I hope that people who use it for stuff like game dev do as well. But it can also kind of just show you different ways of doing things. So if you're so focused on, for example, making a movement system,
we're gonna take a break here,
and there's
a little
way
ad
you
break,
always know how to do
and
it. I think it
save the project. I'm gonna use the bathrooms, so I'll be right back. I muted before I said I'll be right back, but yeah, I'm gonna use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. All right, we're back from the ad break. Hey, nice work catching that Pokemon, Kixie. Hope your lurk was going good. So I'm getting to the point where I think it might be time for me to cook some dinner. Otherwise I'll be eating right before bed, and that's never good. So could take a look at who to raid here. We did get a bit done. I know it doesn't seem like a lot when you look at this whole thing, but at this point Langle leaves, and then at this point Sal leaves, and at this point we're just shooting the shit for the most part. So a lot of this is gonna get cut off, and yeah, it takes a long time to do this. I think that's part of the reason why I wanted to stream it. Was A, so people realize how much time goes into each podcast I do, and then also B, so I'm not so bored while I do it, because it gives me a chance to talk about what I'm doing, or talk to people in chat or whatever. But yeah, I realize that it's probably not the most entertaining to watch someone edit a podcast, but it's definitely helping me be entertained to stream it. So sorry for anyone who's watching this saying, God, that was boring, but I do appreciate that because it gives me something to do while I do this. But yeah, we'll save it. We'll come back to it. Oh, I already saved it. We'll come back to it another time. And I'm getting hungry, and it's gonna take me a while to cook some dinner. So yeah, let's take a look at who's streaming. Let's see. Peanut Pumpsh is streaming, but I'm not sure how her stream was going. I know I saw she's stress testing her OBS. She's been having troubles with her connection. She's on an island, so that makes it difficult. But yeah, she's been super supportive of me and my stream, so I think we should raid her, and then yeah. Oh, we gotta make a raid message first, Kixie. So the way that works is, and you can do this also. Thank you for the stream. I appreciate that. The way it works is, and thank you for hanging out. I very much appreciate you chilling. It's set raid message, right? So if we do set raid message, and then there you go, you're getting it. Yeah, and then if we do raid message, then it works. Look at that. You're on top of things. Thank you so much, Kixie. I very much appreciate that. So yeah, we'll raid to Peanut, and fingers crossed that it lets us. I've been having terrible luck with raiding. At first it wouldn't let me raid Kixie one time, and then it wouldn't let me raid Beazle, and then when I raided Cosmo the Shadow Cat, he was already done by the time I finally got to raid. Oh, and I tried to raid Indie X, but she was raiding me, so that didn't work. I figured it stored the last message, but I was wrong. Yeah, I don't know how to make it store the last message, unfortunately. Maybe there's a way. There probably is a way, but I don't know how to do it yet. That's beyond me. So this is what I deal with. But thank you for doing that. I very much appreciate it. So yeah, let's get this raid going on here. Looks like it's working, so that's good. Alright, now I need to fix my mic, so that way it's not muted when it loads. And yeah. Okay, so that works. And then I need to make sure that I copy and paste my own raid message, of course. But yeah, thanks again, Kixie, for hanging out. I very much appreciate that. Everyone who's been lurking and chilling, everyone who dropped in. Somebody raided me. Oh, I feel bad that I forget. But yeah, thank you for the raid, even though I've forgotten who it was. But yeah, all right, let's do this. Is it going? Is it already going? I always lose the window. I think it's going. Is it going? Things always get weird around this time here. Oh, scroll through your OBS. That's right. I do have it on my OBS. Good call. Of course, there's like a million alerts. Thank you, Arancini, for the sub. Absolutely. And the follow. And Yuri, you're on you for the sub. That was awesome. And the new follows, Wallace Lovecraft. Oh, RSVP ASAP rated me again. Yeah, thank you so much for that. That was a long time. That was 7 hours ago. No wonder why I forgot. But thank you, Kixie, for reminding me of that. Now, why isn't this raid working? Because you would think I would already be raided by now. I guess we'll hit the cancel button, because for some reason that's not wanting to work. And then we'll do it through the chat. I don't think it's a target thing. I think it's because of the button on my OBS isn't working. And then peanut pumps. We'll try this. Oh no, she's not allowing raids at this time. Then again, her stream looks like it's not working at this moment, so that, well, no, it is. I don't know. All right. Use the button on the Twitch dashboard. I've been using it on the quick actions, but as a pop out on my OBS dashboard. And sometimes it works, and then other times it's, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, her stream is kind of going in and out, so maybe that's why it's doing that. So I guess we'll raid Indy instead then. We'll try it through quick actions and see if it works for him. But make sure you raid that, or copy that raid message. We'll hit the button. All right, so it looks like it's working now. So that's cool. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and hit the raid now button. So thank you again, everyone, and we'll see you on the other side. Things are freezing.